I've been living with ghosts since I was 8 years old, so I have lots of stories. I've been told by my doctors, therapists, friends, and family that I have a sixth sense of sorts. I'm able to see the world between living and dead. I don't call it a superpower. I'd call it a curse. This first incident that I want to tell you about happened at school almost a year ago. I had lunch at McDonald's, and I was almost late for my next class, so I had to rush back. When I entered the school, something felt off, but not enough for serious concern. Since everyone was already in class, I jogged up both flights of stairs to the hall for nursing classes. As I continued down the hall, I saw a man walking towards me with his head down. When we passed one another, he bumped into me very hard, knocking me onto the ground. By the time I stood up, I was both scared and angry, but the man was gone, so I went to class. Afterward, I had one more class, but I began feeling uneasy once I sat down. I had a stomachache, and I felt like I might get super sick any second. I kept my head down, and when the class was dismissed, everyone left except one classmate, the teacher, and myself. The other student asked me if I was okay, and slowly lifting my head, I started to say yes, but then I realized something else was in the room with us. It looked like some kind of demon, almost 6'5" tall, horns, purple-esque skin, and weird appendages. I just stood up and ran out of the classroom without another word. It probably looked weird to the others, but I couldn't tell them what I saw. I felt sick. I don't know what it wanted, but it scared the shit out of me. For the next incident I want to share, you should probably know that I'm an atheist and that I have friends from many cultural backgrounds. I think the angel of death is a religious thing, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I've had a few encounters with a woman, and even though it's scary, she's one of the friendliest ghosts I've ever seen. She was almost 10 feet tall, had pale skin, holes for eyes, a floor-length black robe, extremely long dark hair, and she hovered above the ground. She didn't smell bad, and she only made slight whisper sounds, like she was talking to herself. My first encounter with her was 10 years ago, when I was still doing parkour with a friend. I was never that great, but my friend was amazing. I still can't believe some of the jumps he made. One day, he and I were next to a very tall retirement home complex when we saw a husband and wife leave the building crying. We asked if they were okay, and we learned that the woman's mother was ill. They were outside waiting for an ambulance to arrive. When we finally heard the sirens, we quickly realized the EMTs didn't realize how to get into the complex. So my friend hopped on his bike and guided them in. Afterward, we watched from a distance as the woman was wheeled out on a stretcher and placed into the ambulance. That's when I first saw the woman I previously described, though at the time, I didn't think anything of it. Life continued as normal, and now we can jump to August 2020. I got a bad case of burnout and stopped going to school because I cared too much about others and too little about myself. Oops. I was on my way to bed late one night, and the house was completely silent. My sister, who's 4 years older than me, was already asleep in her room. But when I opened my bedroom door, I saw her door was open. That in itself was pretty weird. She always slept with her door closed. I looked in to see a figure hunched over her and I quickly ran to the bathroom where I locked myself inside. I repeated to myself, "This isn't real, this isn't real," until the words stopped making sense. Then I emptied my bladder and my stomach before deciding to return to bed. When I opened the door, my sister's door was closed, and the figure was standing in my doorway, looking at me. Not knowing what to do, I stepped back to my sister's door and watched in horror as the figure moved upstairs to my parents' room. I darted into my room, turned on the lights, locked the door, and waited. I heard the figure moving around in my parents' room, and I heard it close their door when it left. Then I heard it go down the stairs, through the kitchen, into the garage, before finally leaving. I went downstairs to check things out, but there was nothing. It just left. Was it the angel, or was it a weird ghost? It's almost like it was looking for something. The reason I say this is my most friendly ghost is because most try to hurt me or give me headaches. Talking about this stuff, it always makes me tired, too. Just remember, every person has their own unique stories, so treat them that way. Also, one last tip. If you meet a ghost, do not make eye contact. If you do, it'll make them happy because they can now break you. They can make you hate anything, even yourself. Bye.
My grandparents basically raised me, so growing up between the ages of 4 through 9, I spent a majority of my childhood living with them in their home in eastern Washington. It was what I'd call my happy place, but every once in a while I'd have to spend some time with my mom. I say have to because at this time she was no fun to be around. She didn't get clean until I was about 9, so things before that were always shaky. My resistance to seeing my mom, though, it wasn't all her. A lot of it had to do with her apartment. It sat in downtown Spokane, and it was a small one. I guess you'd call it a studio. There was really only one door, the front door. The bedroom was essentially the living room and the kitchen, but the bathroom, it was across the hallway. You'd have to leave the apartment and step across the way to access it. Each unit shared their bathroom with another one, though this didn't seem to be a problem since most of my mom's buildings seemed empty. The first time I stayed there, I remember being too scared to use the bathroom at night, so I just held it, waited for some light outside. This couldn't last, though, not if I didn't want to have an accident. One night, squirming in the pull-out bed, I tried to wake my mom up to see if she would go with me. She was unwakeable. She was snoring, and clearly in a deep sleep. After being patient long enough, I had no choice. I tried to make as much noise as possible, in hopes that those noises would wake my mom up, but it didn't work. I'd made it to the front door, and she was still snoring, so I ventured across the hallway, solo. It was only a couple of steps before you were inside the bathroom, but it seemed like miles. My stomach was all sorts of nervous to be standing between two open doors, so I tiptoed my way into the bathroom. With the light switch on the outside, I was able to turn the light off before entering fully, and then I closed the door behind me. I tried to make the whole thing as quick as possible. Everything was going well, but just as I was about to be done, the lights turned off. Sitting in the pitch black, I almost shit myself, which, considering my position, wouldn't have been the worst, but no, I was terrified. Completely frozen in position. Somehow I managed the meekest of sounds. I was attempting to say, "Someone's in here," but it was hardly a whisper. I tried again, and I was more successful. but the light remained off. I really wasn't sure I was going to ever be able to move. I was scared of the dark as it was, but here I knew that I was completely alone. 2 doors separating me from my mom, who was in a deep sleep slumber. It occurred to me that I was exposed to various strangers the moment I opened that door. Anyone could be out there. Still in the pitch black, I positioned myself to pull up my pants. Now slightly less exposed, I contemplated what to do next. Instantly, I went for the sink, and before I could even touch the faucet, I was flailing sideways, back towards the toilet, horrified by the image reflected in the mirror. In the darkness, I hadn't expected to see myself, but I saw something. At first, I couldn't distinguish male or female, but the hair was stark white, which matched the skin entirely. The figure wasn't looking at me directly, and even though I saw this image directly in the mirror, it was still too dark to see anything else. I instinctively looked behind me as I jumped to the side. The reflection had to be coming from somewhere, right? I was alone in there. This image remained in the mirror despite me moving away from the mirror. Its gaze held off to the side, not saying anything, not even really doing anything except seemingly floating within the mirror itself. Just a disembodied head of pure white. Only there were features. I could tell that whatever this was, at one time, it was a human, or it wanted me to perceive it as such. I started to feel a sense of dread. Before, I'd been scared, and then curious, and now I just knew I needed to get out of that bathroom. As I made my way to the door, avoiding the sink this time, I kept my eyes on the old white head staring to the side. But then, it looked directly at me, blackness where its eyes should have been. I don't remember if I screamed out loud, but I stopped looking at the mirror to focus on the doorknob. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. It was one of those pop locks. Just turn the knob from the inside and it unlocked itself. Only, that wasn't working. All I could think was that someone had to be holding the door or something. The strength I was using was everything I had. The door should have at least budged. Panic ensued, and by this time, I was crying, trying everything that I could now just to be heard. Couldn't someone just please open this door? Then, the lights flickered for a moment, but total darkness again. If heart attacks are possible at 7 years old, I was sure I was about to have one. But then, as I was hanging backwards with all of my body weight, holding the doorknob with both hands, feet against the wall for support, the door suddenly opened, and I fell backwards, hitting my head. The next thing I remember, I'm laying on the bathroom floor, fluorescent lights above my head, and as I sit up, I can see the door is wide open. I make a run for my mom's front door and thank the literal God above himself that it wasn't locked. I didn't need any other obstacles. I wasn't like a religious kid or anything, but I prayed that night. Instead of sleeping, I just literally prayed that I never experience that again. I prayed that whatever that experience was, that I was safe, that my mom was safe, that God would protect us. I was making deals with God all night, basically, promising to never be bad, always tell the truth, join the Peace Corps. I'm sure that I didn't really have a clue what it was and that I actually called it Corps for the longest time, but clueless as I was, I just needed whoever was in charge to know that I seriously never wanted to experience that again. And I never did. My mom only lived there for that year, and I only saw her a handful of times. Her next place was arguably worse looks-wise in the area. It was horrifying for its own reasons, but at least it wasn't someone living inside of her mirror kind of horrifying. I still have no idea. Ghost, demon, what was that thing? As it turns out, my mom, dad, and cousin each have a story that takes place on the same patch of road in Mexico. I'll tell them as they were relayed to me individually. My parents actually met here in the United States, but they grew up in neighboring pueblos in Mexico. Connecting the two pueblos is a long, empty span of road, maybe 5 miles long, which is apparently haunted. These stories take place many years apart, but the exact same patch of road. The first story, my father's horse is distressed. When my dad was a young man, he loved horses, jerapos, and drinking. While he has since put down the bottle, he still loves horses and jerapos. Back in the day, he would occasionally ride his horse out across the road to the neighboring pueblos to hang out or hit up some parties. One early morning, he was returning home on horseback from a party in the neighboring pueblo. He was a bit drunk and was casually making his way home when suddenly the air grew still and the night went silent. He said something just felt off, and his horse could sense it as well. My dad says that you can always tell what a horse is focusing on by looking at their ears, and in this case, my dad's horse's ears were perked up stiff and focusing at the empty field beside them. Thinking that there might be some sort of animal stalking them, my dad looked around, but the fields beside them were empty, and there weren't any bushes or things for an animal to hide behind. Suddenly, the air went cold, and my dad felt goosebumps on the back of his neck, almost as if something was right behind him. That's when my dad's horse couldn't take it anymore and took off running for its life. My dad held on tightly and tried several times to bring the horse to a stop, but it was dead set on getting the hell away from whatever they had just encountered. Eventually, they finally reached their pueblo, and the horse calmed down and came to a stop. Never before or after had the horse behaved that way. This left my dad shook up. Needless to say, he was sober by the time he reached home. This next one, my cousin's passenger. My cousin is a few years older than me, so this story takes place many years after my dad's. One late night, my cousin was driving my uncle's pickup truck. He didn't make any mention of where he was heading or in which direction, but he said he was making his way across the same stretch of road. He said that he was driving along and all seemed very calm when suddenly he felt a presence in the vehicle. This pickup truck is one of those older two-door pickup trucks, which have a single long bench-style seat for the driver and passenger. My cousin says he felt the passenger side of the seat sink in, as if someone suddenly took a seat beside him. He said that experience scared him stiff and had him so shook up that he was cold sweating and crying. He was thinking that might be the moment he was going to die. Instinctually, he dared not turn around to face whatever it was sitting beside him, but the presence was so real and he could even make out some sort of silhouette there beside him through his peripheral vision. After a couple miles of panic and sobbing, he eventually reached the neighboring pueblo, and the presence gradually faded away. He made it home safe, but the experience has scarred him. Now for the last one. My mom and cousin spot a hitchhiker. This last one is short, and it actually took place a couple of years ago. This happened to my cousin from the previous story and my mom. A couple of years ago, my mom went to Mexico to hang with family. Her return flight home was in the early morning, so my aunt had my cousin drive her to the airport. Along the way, on that same patch of road, they spotted a man hitchhiking on the side of the road. This was a very strange sight, as not many people hitchhike along that road. Much less early in the morning before the sun's even out. As you might deduce from the last couple of stories, land around the road is largely empty. There's not really any good reason to be out there at that time. Jokingly, my cousin suggested that they pick him up. They nervously laughed it off in the car and drove past the man. As they continued along, however, they swore they could hear someone whistling at them from out in the empty fields. This made them very nervous, and they wondered if the man, whatever he was following them. Eventually, they reached the neighboring pueblo, where they also swore they spotted him standing just outside the entrance. This happened when I was in university. My university wasn't in the same town or state that I lived in, so I couldn't commute. I wasn't exactly rich either, so I began the difficult hunt for a cheap apartment. I went to view an apartment which was in my price range, and I was really hoping to get it because I couldn't find anything else quite as cheap as that apartment, especially in the area. I felt like I was on to a winner. I was a little apprehensive, but it was the only place I could afford. When I was shown the apartment, it was described as pretty old and dingy. Not amazing, but not terrible. One thing I noticed that was strange was that the bathroom door seemed new. Its paint wasn't as faded as the rest of the paint in the apartment. I asked the landlord about it, and he said that they had to change the door because sometimes it got stuck and wouldn't open. Fair enough, I thought. The first 3 months flew by without issue, and I was enjoying my own space. That all ended one night when I woke up in the dead of night to hear a scratching sound. I went to go and check for the cause of that sound. I turned on the light and got out of bed, and suddenly the scratching stopped. That spooked me a bit, but since it stopped and I was tired, I just ignored it, turned out the light and went back to bed. The next day I was watching TV in the afternoon, and I heard the scratching again. I pressed the mute button and waited. There was the scratching again. I stomped on the floor, and the scratching stopped. It sounded like it could be cockroaches or some sort of bug. Thinking back on it, I realized how wrong I was. It was a very strange sound. I heard those noises every day from then on. It was never at the same time. The scratching came in random intervals. I started to spend more and more time out of my apartment because of this. I guess that those noises were probably still occurring, even when no one was home. One night when I was in the apartment, the noise was so awful it really got to me. It woke me up in the middle of the night. Another sound began to accompany the scratching sound. It was a gurgling. Whatever was making it seemed to be either frightened or stressed. I got out of bed and began to search for the cause of those creepy noises. Something deep down told me to leave it and go in search of it in the morning. I was now a bit freaked out by it. When morning came the next day, I got up as usual and started watching TV. I was a hard-working student, as you can tell. I was still thinking at this point that I had an infestation in the apartment. I heard the noises and I shot to my feet. It was coming from the bathroom. It was like something was scratching at the bathroom door. I banged on the door hoping it would stop it, like the stomp had stopped it before. But this time I was wrong. I knocked on the door and then the scratching changed to a scuffling kind of tapping. I smacked my palm on the door and it didn't stop. The tapping continued. I didn't like it at all. The tapping grew louder to a banging sound. The thudding on the inside of the door was making the door swell with impact and vibrating through the floor. I knew that it wasn't any infestation. I knew that there was no one on the other side of that door, too. Usually there was no one in the apartment building during the day except for me and the landlord. I stood there, frozen. I was worried that the landlord was going to come up to my apartment, shout at me for the noise, and then suddenly, abruptly, it stopped. I had to check. I didn't want to, but I needed to know if something was in there. I opened the door as slowly as I could. I was bracing myself for whatever was going to happen next. I saw long scratches and dents on the other side of the door. I was really scared and I couldn't stand being alone in my apartment, so I headed down to the landlord's apartment, and when he answered the door, I blurted out what had just happened. He didn't seem that fazed. And then the reason for that was revealed. It was as if he had heard my story time and time again. He followed me upstairs so I could show him the scratches. He sighed and then told me about a former resident. According to the landlord, there was a woman who tried to take her own life by using a poisonous gas in the bathroom. Apparently, during her attempt, she changed her mind and tried to get out of the bathroom. Like the landlord explained at the start of this story, The old bathroom door sometimes didn't open, and it got stuck. She couldn't get out. The police's suspicion is that the young woman began to kick and bang with her fists against the door to try to get the attention of anyone nearby. Sadly, she was unable to escape, and even if someone happened by, they wouldn't have been able to get inside because her front door was locked. In her final moments, however long or short they were, she must have dropped to her knees and fell forward onto her stomach. She scratched at the door, leaving marks like the ones I saw that day. The sound that I had been hearing was maybe the sound of her scratching. The landlord then said, "Look, I have a lot of tenants in here, and I tell them the same thing when they realize that an accident happened in here. I probably should have told you, hey, sorry. Look, the thing is, if you hear the scratching, and you show her that you noticed it and that you're aware of it, she always stops. Same with the banging. I can paint over the scratch marks if you want. No charge. How about that?" I was so angry. He should have told me before I moved in. This wasn't a joke to me. I told him that I was out of there. I went upstairs to get my things. I threw as much as I could into a suitcase and I burst into the streets. I'm now completely free from all mysterious phenomenon, but I often think about the poor woman and the noises I heard in that apartment. Hi, I'm Laura. I'm 25 and currently going through a divorce. I moved in with my sickly grandmother roughly 2 months ago. She doesn't need full-time care, so mostly I just handle the housework and keep her prescription straight. She's lived in this same house for my entire life and tells everyone it's haunted. But we thought Nana was just being Nana. She's always been superstitious, but no, it's haunted all right. But before I start with the strange experiences, there's a few things to know. First, the house was built in the 50s, but it has only had 2 previous owners and there's no records of any deaths occurring on the property, natural or otherwise. Second, it's a small 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and the walls are pretty thin, so we can hear everything. And finally, upon moving in, Nana advised me to cover the mirror in my room because it's the source of the haunting, according to her. Also, the mirror is part of an extremely large dresser that sits against the same wall as the door. It's made of real wood and takes a lot of people to move it. Okay, now we can start for real. Thanks to my diary, I started keeping track of the activity before I knew there was anything to keep track of. I'd had trouble sleeping the first couple of nights, but I'm having a really difficult time with the divorce. Of course, it was hard to sleep. On the 3rd night, I kept hearing Nana get up to go to the restroom at least a dozen times. Footsteps walked across her room, down the hall, and into the bathroom. Then, after a short pause, they would return to her room. I assumed that she wasn't flushing the toilet as to not wake me. The next morning, I asked if she was feeling okay, or if there was anything special I could pick up on the way home from work. When she asked why, I explained, and she said that she didn't get out of bed once the entire night, that I probably heard, in her words, the man in the mirror. I was late for work and I thought that she must be embarrassed, so I didn't press the issue. I did, however, begin sleeping with headphones. 2 days later, I woke up and, still groggy, walked past the dresser and caught a glimpse of a dark shadow standing on my bed. I screamed, turning to see nothing but an empty room. When I looked back at the mirror, it was normal again, too. Since I was physically rubbing the sleep out of my eyes when I saw it, I chalked it up to Nana's stories getting to me. I've also had a few reoccurring dreams where a man calls to me from inside the mirror, but I don't want to officially include those among my possible encounters since they could easily be my imagination. However, for the record, I've never had nightmares like this before moving here. Things were quiet for over a week after the first Shadow Man incident. I had pretty much forgotten about the whole thing, but then it happened again. I was standing directly in front of the mirror, putting on my makeup, and I glanced down just long enough to make sure I got the right eyeshadow. Ladies, I know you know what I mean. That quick flash down and then right back up while you're leaning towards the mirror. I did that. And when I looked back up, there was a blurry oval shape, very head-like, hovering right behind my shoulder. I only saw it for a brief instant before screaming and turning, but it wasn't a fully formed shadow figure like before. This was more like strands of black fog trying to solidify into the shape of a head, but falling short. When I calmed down, I finally had a serious talk with Nana about the mirror. Before, I had immediately dismissed her stories without really hearing them, but now I was ready to listen. When Nana and Grandpa moved in, the house was empty except for that dresser and the attached mirror. Being such a bulky item, they assumed the previous owners didn't have a way to move it and left it empty for over a month, just in case they came back. It really is a beautiful set. This was after Mom and her 2 brothers were grown, so it was just Nana and Grandpa living there. A few months later, it was Thanksgiving, and they decided to move the dresser into their room. It took Grandpa, both of my uncles, and my dad just to slide it across the hallway. And they even told Nana, "I hope you like it because that baby is in there forever." Little did they know. They began hearing noises soon after. On multiple occasions, Grandpa got out of bed with his gun because he thought someone had gotten inside, but he never found anyone. Eventually, Nana saw a shadow figure crouched in the corner of the room, but when she turned around, no one was there. She saw it on 2 other occasions as well. Once when it was standing a few feet behind her, and once when it was sitting on her bed. Grandpa never saw it, but he witnessed the whole mirror shaking by itself while getting dressed one morning. By Christmas, they had seen enough and wanted it gone. Dad and my uncles were none too pleased with the development, but seeing how upset my grandparents were, they agreed to move it back into the guest bedroom. Only that wasn't good enough. They wanted it out of the house entirely. Unfortunately, they had barely been able to get potholders beneath the legs to slide it between adjacent rooms the first time. To get it outside, they would have had to pivot around multiple corners. Nana was so upset that one of my uncles measured just to confirm it wasn't physically possible. They would have had to take it apart and cut the frame to get rid of it. Even if they'd had the time, they didn't have the right tools. My uncles promised to do it after New Year's, but life got easier once the mirror was out of my grandparents' room, so it just never got done. They kept it covered with a blanket and would hear the occasional noise, but for the most part, they stayed out of that room and forgot about it. I'm the only other person who has actually lived in the same room with that thing, and now I also keep a blanket over it. Again, there was more than a week where nothing happened, but just as I let my guard down, I woke up to the sound of my music suddenly being turned all the way up during a particularly loud part. My headphones had done a perfect job of blocking out any nighttime noises up until that point, but I didn't want to sleep with them after that. Since then, I've woken up to the sound of a man crying, and I tried to record it, but the second I got my camera open, everything went silent. That was the last thing I've experienced so far, but I'm sure there will be more. I have no clue what this mirror's history could be or how to find out. I just know that I'm getting pretty close to buying a handsaw and dismantling this thing myself. This happened around 20 years ago. After dropping out of high school, I was working a few part-time jobs. They were pretty much consuming every day of my life. The school I attended was one of those super high-pressure ones, where everyone's parents are forcing their kids to study all of the time so they can graduate and get into all the best universities. All of my friends were studying just as much as I was working, so I guess that's why all my friendships from school dwindled away. Maybe they didn't want to hang out with a dropout, or maybe that's what their parents didn't want. The only friends I had were the ones I made at work. Most of these friends were on average about 2 years older than me. One night, one of these friends mentioned a place in the next city over, which was supposed to be haunted. It was a hotel. He was talking up the idea of all of us going and checking it out. The story goes, the hotel was abandoned during construction due to financial reasons. The hotel was close to being fully built and they just left it. It has been rumored that it is a local hangout for troublemakers and gangs. The rumor goes that there was a kind of lynching in the unused hotel. A woman was beaten and subsequently killed. There's also a rumor of a suicide on the roof. Again, another female. We all planned to go and see if we could see anything creepy there that night. So I had dinner and waited for my older friends to come and pick me up. We decided to go in the dead of night because 1, it would be a bit spookier, and 2, hopefully we would be harder to spot by the police or curtain-twitching neighbors in the dark. The hotel was located just off a national highway, and thanks to the street lights and the lights off the passing cars, we could see pretty well. It seemed like a completely normal hotel, and I was a little disappointed, yet somewhat relieved. We snuck in through a broken window and headed to the rooftop. It was then that we learned even though the hotel looked fully constructed from the outside, there wasn't very much of anything on the inside. It was just bare concrete in there. There was no sense of life. It didn't look like it was part of reality, almost. Like the back rooms, I guess. I still wasn't the least bit scared at this point. None of us 4 claimed to have the second sight either. We couldn't sense the presence of the paranormal at all, and we didn't have any idea what we were supposed to be looking for either. I mean, should we have tried to do a seance, or a kokori-san, or something? We didn't know. So we looked around on the roof for a while and found a few things. Clearly, someone had had a little picnic party up there. And there were signs of something else they might have been up to up there, if you know what I mean. Finding this stuff caused us to kind of forget where we were and relax a little. We began to get a bit louder and a bit more comfortable. We brought alcohol, so we had a drink on the roof, looking out at the lake behind the hotel. It was pretty sweet. We messed around drinking for about 2 hours or so, and then we got bored and decided to go check out the hotel. I guess the booze had given us a little more confidence. When we got to the ground floor, we realized that there was a basement that we hadn't seen on the first look around. I was quite surprised that we missed it. It was almost as if it had suddenly appeared. There was now a bit of an atmosphere in the empty building. We all agreed that something felt different, something we couldn't put our finger on. One of my friends then decided that he would be the first to say, "Let's go down there." So we began our descent into the basement. We went pretty slowly. It was incredibly dark down there. It was narrow and there were puddles of water down there. Even though it was summer, it felt downright freezing in the basement. It wasn't like any of the other rooms in the hotel. We were solely reliant on the light from the flashlights we had. We approached a door at the end of the passageway, and then I felt a chill, the likes of which I haven't felt before or since, on my back. It was as if this icy chill went straight through me. I still remember it as I typed these words. It was like a current of electricity passed through my body. I felt some kind of convulsion which started at the base of my spine and then ran up to my shoulders. As this happened, one of my friends uttered a sharp yelp of horror. I was about to say to everyone, "Let's get out of here," but I found that I couldn't speak. Like I said, there were 4 of us, and I was at the front with a friend, and it was one of the 2 in the back who made that yelp. I turned to see him running at full speed back towards the stairs. He was screaming the most maddening scream. It echoed around the narrow passage. It was truly disturbing. I looked at my friend at the front, who was the oldest, and I guess the most confident and strongest of our little group. Even he couldn't keep his composure, and when he started running back toward the stairs, I made sure I was right next to him. We didn't stop until we got back to where we had parked the car. When we got back to the car, the friend who ran first was still clearly upset and frightened by something. It was really weird to see someone older than you at that age literally shake with fear. When he calmed down a little, we asked him about what had happened, and he said that he saw something. He said that he saw the face of a woman right at the back of the hallway when he turned around. She was on the right side of the stairs that we had climbed down in the place where we didn't shine our flashlights the first time we came down. He said that her face was expressionless and blank, but he saw others, a man and another woman. He said that there could have been 5 or 6 faces. It was like they came right out of the shadows. He said his fight or flight instinct kicked in, and he just bolted. Something deep down told him to get out as soon as possible. We quickly left the place because even though we didn't see what he did, I'm certain that we all experienced that same chill. I am convinced that we weren't alone down there. We went to an all-night restaurant and stayed up until the sun came up, and then we all went home. Nothing really changed for me after I went to that hotel. People kept on saying it was haunted, and some say there's a basement, while others vehemently claim there is no basement. I never went back to find out, so I can't tell you. All I know is I was in that basement. I moved to a bigger city after a few years and lost touch with the friends I made at work. I did bump into the sister of a friend who saw the faces in the basement, and I asked about him. Sadly, he took his own life in the lake by the hotel. He left no note. I often think about that guy and that hotel, sometimes by choice and other times not. Let me tell you how to score a couple of free flights to anywhere on the North American continent. All you gotta do is spend 6 hours on a non-stop flight to Montreal in a packed airplane while seated next to a dead man. And wouldn't you know it, he got the window seat. The dead man hadn't boarded the plane like this, however. Allow me to explain. I'm flying home from a bachelor party. I'm the last class on the plane. And when I get to my row of seats, it's in between 2 older men around the same age as each other. But they don't know each other, so my spot was right there in between them. 8B, 8A, and 8C are filled up, as well as every other number and letter on this plane. So, on a packed flight with no other option, I'm forced to squeeze in. The stewardess has to come over and push me down in my seat. My knees are almost up to my chest as I started to feel hungover from the morning of drinking I did just hours earlier. Don't be all judgy. My best friend was getting married, so I decided I'd surprise him by showing up and getting wasted with all of his groomsmen, while he played it safe. Because he was getting married in the morning. His groommen didn't really give a fuck, though. It was cool. I couldn't stay for the wedding because I had to work on Sunday and the rest of the week. Anyway, flying there was fine. I was with all the guys. We had 2 layovers before getting to California. But on the way back, I was by myself. I thought that the 6-hour flight would be an easier trip. I was arriving home at 4. My girlfriend was picking me up before she went to work. The plane takes off, and 10 minutes into the air, the window seat guy starts huffing and gasping, then just slumps forward. His forehead came to rest on the chair in front of him. If I hadn't heard him struggling, I'd have probably thought he was sleeping. Maybe. It looked like a pretty uncomfortable position to be in. I tap the man, asking if he's all right. He doesn't respond. I tap the button above me. When a flight attendant walks over, I express the concerns I had regarding the man's odd behavior. She also attempts to get his attention a few times before she places her hand on his neck, checking for a pulse. She then quickly leans back up and walks down the aisle straight into the cockpit. A few minutes later, she walks out and points to the back. One of the pilots is standing next to her, leaned out of the doorway looking at my section. They then both return back into the cockpit before the stewardess again walks out and closes the door behind her. She walks out of sight, and I eagerly wait for her to return. When she does, she's with another woman. She has a stethoscope and checks the man by the window. Then she and the other stewardess drape a white sheet over the man. Then I'm told that the pilots have decided not to make an emergency landing. Because the man was dead, there was technically no longer an emergency. Her face sorta does this funny thing as she delivers the next bit of information. Due to the flight being full, they were unable to move the man, and in turn, also unable to move me and the other man, the alive one. She says that when the plane does land, the man seated next to me and myself will be compensated for our patience with the unfortunate circumstances. Then it was suggested I scroll through their movie selection to pass time. I guess I was sort of in shock. I just started going through the movies. I chose Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift. The other man opted for sleeping. I don't know how in the hell he was able to sleep with a dead man sitting 2 seats away, but I guess I'd find out soon. Most of the cabin lights were out in the plane when I turned my light off, but out of the corner of my eye, I swear to God the guy under the sheet moved, like leaned up for a second before drooping back down. My heart started racing. I quickly flipped the light back on. Never felt a sensation like that before. My teeth jittered when I saw the white fabric start raising. The light above me leaves a glare on the screen that I'm trying to watch the movie on, but every time I flip the light off, the sheet starts to twitch and move. I closed my eyes and tried not to look in its direction. Then its leg shakes and bumps mine. It's too much. I jump up without even thinking, waking the man next to me. He looks annoyed. He fixes his eye mask and proceeds to sleep. I look around the plane. Those near our seats seem to be aware of what's happening, whereas the front of the plane seems less involved in what's going on. Either way, none of these people are going to switch seats with me. I reluctantly sit back down. I can't even focus on the movie anyway. Only the man. He's not moving for now. I'm too afraid to even close my eyes. I find myself spiraling internally at the situation at hand. I focus on my small cabin light, staring into it instead of anywhere else on the plane. I don't know how much time passed as I stared and thought about this mess, and suddenly the light flickers, ever so slightly. Never seen that before. Just as suddenly, a woman from in front of me turns around and says, "I'm sorry, what was that? What do you need?" She's making eye contact through the small slit between the seats. I didn't say anything, so I told her, "I didn't say anything, sorry." She stands up, turns around, looks from me to the man sleeping, to the man under the sheet. She's starting to resemble what I'm feeling inside, horrified. She asks if I'm sure, which I am, so I tell her as much. She apologized and slowly took her seat. What was that? I had no idea, but it didn't help me with my feelings of anxiety or dread. I looked over at the dead man, still not moving. That's good. I turned toward the sleeping man, and I closed my eyes. Somehow, someway, I fell asleep. I don't think it lasted very long. In either way, I was awoken abruptly by being met with a horrifying odor. It, along with some newfound sounds, are coming from the dead man. Holy fuck, I think to myself. I'm smelling this guy now. It doesn't take long before I notice that others around me are already reacting to this smell, looking around for the source of the offensive odor. Of course, I knew where it was coming from, and it was inescapable. How was it humanly possible to be in this situation? My mind was bending over and over again, and it continued through the entire flight. I didn't sleep another wink, just sat there, paranoid, looking at the dead man every few moments. I still hadn't turned my cabin light off, so I could see. The man had shifted. Surely just naturally. Natural death stuff. That's what I told myself. It must have been another hour into the flight. I heard this moan or groan, but it sounded very alive. The woman in front of me, she heard it too. I see her turn and make eye contact through the seats. Silently yet collectively, we both hit the button for assistance, anxiously waiting to see a stewardess head in our direction. When she arrives, I ask if she can check the man's pulse. I tell her, we're hearing noises, like he's trying to breathe. Her eyes widen, and she grabs another stewardess, the one with the stethoscope. They reach across me once more, this time removing the sheet. And as morbidly curious as I am, I can't bring myself to look at the man. But the smell, it's enough this time to make me get up. I apologize as I pushed past the group. I'm definitely gonna throw up. I actually managed to make it to the bathroom, but I lose whatever contents I had once I get there. Mainly leftover alcohol. It's horrible, but it doesn't compare to what I've experienced thus far. I, a full-grown man, wanted to cry at the idea of going back to sitting next to a dead man. But the door, it won't open. Why the fuck won't it open? This entire flight is turning into a flight of firsts for me. I start shaking the door, switching the lock back and forth, anything I can. I think to myself, am I seriously gonna have to press the help button? I keep trying the door, and as I'm pushing, doing nothing special, it just opens, almost hitting the flight attendant who had made it to the other side of the door. She looked a little confused, but God, if only she knew how fucking confused I was. She's asking me if I'm okay. I don't even know what to say, so I give her an answer by shaking my head and walking back to my seat. But I turn around to ask the woman, was he alive? But her wince tells me no, and then she confirms it with a verbal no. Great. The last 2 hours of the flight, much like the first 4, were hell. My free vouchers or flying miles didn't seem worth this experience at all. Would I ever even get on another plane? I thought to myself. Approaching our aisle, I wanted to just go live in the bathroom, but I sucked it up and took my seat. The woman in front, she turns around again. Psst. Hey, they said the man doesn't have a pulse, that he's really dead. I wait, expecting her to tell me more. She doesn't, so I share that I'm aware. She scoffs as though we're on the outside of some joke, and she says, but you heard him too, right? Like you heard him talking and the moaning, like, please tell me you heard that too. The thing is, I'd heard some of it. Worst of all, I'd felt several of these, post-mortem. But speaking, no, I hadn't heard that. I didn't know what to say. Should I lie and spare this woman's sanity? Do I tell the truth, potentially sending her into some sort of, I don't know, psychosis? My brain truly couldn't handle much more. For all I knew, this lady was nuts. Something told me, though, that she wasn't. I just told her, I've definitely been hearing things over here. This is all just very disturbing. She nods in agreement, exchanges a half-hearted smile before turning back around. What the fuck? Never been so happy to land. I've had turbulence. I've had actual emergency landings before. But this was my first time experiencing death on a flight, and I gotta say, hands down the worst. I imagine the plane literally crashing is the only thing that could surpass this situation. Leaving that airport, I was replaying everything in my head, and again out loud to my girlfriend. And it's like, was the woman crazy? Or is it even remotely possible that somehow she was hearing this man's ghost speaking to her? I don't really mess with that stuff, but apparently my girlfriend thinks it's literally possible. She also thought that being able to fly anywhere was pretty great, despite everything I'd just told her. But truly, I haven't been very eager to fly again. I've been working at the Grand Sinclair Hotel, at least that's what I'll always call it, in the heart of the historical district for nearly a decade now. I've been with them since the beginning, and it's fair to say that there's something that lingers within these grand walls. Plenty of guests have reported as much. Though many guests have checked in and checked out without ever noticing it, as an employee, I've had my fair share of experiences, and I'm convinced that this place is haunted. The first sign for me came early, unexplained sounds echoing through the hallways. This was during the dead of night. Clearly, no guests roaming the halls, or even awake at that hour. These types of auditory experiences aren't only experienced by me. Others hear them too, mainly staff. One of our maids, probably my 3rd year at the hotel, told me that she heard sounds outside of the rooms when she was cleaning, often. She described hearing the very specific sound of someone running their fingers across the wall. She would then expect to see someone pass by the open doorway, only no one ever showed. The hallways were always empty. Eventually, she stopped checking. This was the same woman who told me that sometimes things would get moved on her cleaning cart when she'd be cleaning rooms, specifically the top floors, 16 and 17. She absolutely believed in ghosts and used to say that the building was very alive. Then you have those who have stayed at the hotel for extended periods of time. Some of these guests would report the very same sound, the sound of someone running their fingers across the walls. Hearing the reports, it's almost like the guests aren't really sure what to report, just a noise they can't explain, but they always try to explain it, and it's always the same description. I've only ever taken a few of those reports, but I'm one in a staff of over 30, and I often wonder how many people don't report this sound. To this day, I still have no real explanation for this one. The next thing I want to talk about is what I consider my first real experience. The first one that I couldn't just explain away as a guest who was just a night owl, or really any guest at all. I heard the very distinct sound of horses trotting. The trotting started from what sounded like far away, but then started to speed up, getting louder for just a moment before ceasing altogether. I swear on all that is holy, I know the sound of trotting horses quite well. I just have no idea where it came from in this instance. It sounded like they were quite literally trotting through the hallways and into the lobby, which, of course, cannot be the case since, I didn't see any horses. Very strange, yet very real. I only heard that sound the one time in the lobby, but I haven't stopped thinking about it since. And I'm always waiting to hear it again. Something I do experience quite frequently are the inexplicable cold spots. Walking down certain hallways, the temperature abruptly drops, and you feel as if an invisible presence suddenly brushes past you. Hair raises on the back of your neck, the feeling of unease washing over you, the whole thing. I've personally experienced this more than once, and not always the same spot. These places, these areas, It's not where ventilation is heavy or even present. No real or functional reason to experience these things, they just happen. The thing about them, too, is you just can't really ignore it. Whatever it is, it wants you to know it's there, where others don't seem to notice you at all. Possibly the most chilling encounters happen in the old ordnance elevator. There were times when I was operating the lift and the doors would simply open on a floor that nobody called for. I really didn't appreciate that happening. I don't run the lift anymore, but when I did and this would happen, I would imagine a woman standing there in front of me, a figure draped in a sort of tattered something or rather, hollow eyes. Then I'd suddenly snap out of it when the doors would slam shut, leaving me with a sense of inexplicable terror. Each time this happened, I knew the woman wasn't real, but as the doors were slamming, I also knew that I was seeing something else. It was the backs of several people, 4, maybe 5 men in suits. I'd watch as this group of feet rounded the corner and disappeared. I would hear something that I couldn't understand being called amongst the men. It was always the same split-second visual, and it happened more than a couple of times. They weren't doing anything wrong, but I knew they weren't real. Not anymore, anyway. In the past, they must have walked that route 1,000 times. I wonder often if that's what I'm seeing and hearing. Moments frozen in time, destined to be repeated or possibly experienced by someone else. One of my favorites are the stories of the shadows dancing in the ballroom. They've always fascinated me. I experience the sensation of being watched in there, usually when I'm alone in the ballroom. Strangely, though, I've also felt like I was watching others. Shadows really do dance along the perimeter of the room. I can't explain it, and it's not all the time, but it happens. Enough times to where the ballroom had to start being locked, figuring that would resolve the reports of people dancing or utilizing the ballroom after hours. But even still, janitorial staff frequently reports the sound of hushed voices filling the circumference of the room. I've never heard it, but at this point, I absolutely believe it. There's just too many strange things that have happened for me to assume that something else is impossible. I guess it's all these things that make me question the legitimacy of hauntings, meaning anything is possible. Had I not experienced things myself, I may not believe any of these things. But reoccurring encounters, the countless stories shared by guests and staff, it's hard not to be convinced that the Grand St. Clair Hotel is more than just a historic landmark. It's a place where the spirits of the past remain, and it makes me think about the times before this place was a hotel. What kinds of stories happened all around here, and where do all those spirits reside? I think history has a way of forever etching itself into the foundations around it, and I think that includes the hotel's very foundation. The eerie atmosphere, the unexplainable phenomena. It's enough to make even the most skeptical believe in the paranormal, I think. So if you ever find yourself in Fort Worth, make sure to check into the Grand St. Clair to experience the feeling for yourself. No, really, you should. It is a stunningly beautiful place to experience, haunted or not. There is an old mining road past Granite Falls, Washington, one that people say is haunted. The mine itself, I'm sure, is too. Personally, I don't know how I feel about ghosts. I believe in them. I've seen them. And I've never been one to see something and live in denial about what I've seen, no matter how unreal it may be, especially to an outsider. You ever try to tell someone about your genuine experience and they unintentionally make you feel insane? Well, it happens. One time too many, so now I reserve my stories for people who at least have a desire to hear them. The skeptic is a lot more open-minded than a non-believer, that's for sure. Anyway, saying I don't know how I feel about them. What are they exactly? Like the man I've seen on this road. He's a disappearing act. Several people I know have reported seeing the same man or apparition of a man that I have, just past Silverton, right where Perry Creek sits. He's always walking in the same direction the cars are driving, always going east, meaning you never get to see his face. It's odd to see someone walking that way, but not really. The only reason to go out there would be to go into the woods, or if you have property out there. I don't, but my buddy does. It's not uncommon that we just paintball on his property or take the four-wheelers out. We do that a lot. But every once in a while, for the past 6 years, I've seen this guy walking. At first I thought, okay, a hiker or a tweaker. But no. He was dressed in some seriously old-looking clothes. He wore a floppy-style hat that I can't even place. Suspenders and boots, and brown, worn-to-shit pants. I had to know what this guy's face looked like. Was he 25 or 85, you know? I instantly crank my head out the window to catch a glimpse of this guy, but as I do, he's just gone. He was nowhere. But there was nowhere for him to go. I tell my buddy, and he says, just wait, but I'll see him again. I asked him, who is this guy? He said, he's exactly what you think he is, dude. He's a ghost. As in, not real or not alive. He then tells me some stories about Lime Kiln Trail. That it's got an old abandoned mining town community still in it. Buildings still up and everything, just abandoned. People explore this place, and it's a literal ghost town, I guess. He said the whole woods are said to be haunted. The very woods that we ride around in all the time. I don't know. Maybe. But if so, I've never seen anything outside of this man on the road. But I'll give it to him. My buddy was right, and I've seen this dude a handful of times. He obviously had too, but it's more than that. It's like people all over know about this place, and I'm just learning about it. I don't fuck with caves or mines, so I won't be going there to find out if it's haunted or whatever. But I will say, the man on the road, he's a ghost. Each time was the same experience, almost. You'd pass him, and even if you didn't take your eyes off the man, he was gone the moment you actually passed him. One time I tried to drive slowly to see if I could holler at a ghost. Maybe they need a ride or something too, you know? He didn't react when I called out, but I slowly just kind of drove behind him. That's probably the time that I got the best look at his clothes. But regardless how long I drove like that behind him, he didn't react or behave any differently. Didn't respond to my calls, and eventually I just had to pass the guy. And of course when I did, he disappeared. I think the scariest time was the last time, which was at night. I had never really seen him during the night, maybe towards sunset, but I almost missed him entirely, which is what scared me so bad. The road is not one that you want to be walking down regardless, but at night, it's just idiotic. There's no streetlights, it's not heavily inhabited, and people like me drive fast down this road. I got to Perry Creek and wasn't thinking about the ghost at all, until something jetted in front of my truck. So quick that by the time I hit the brakes, it felt like it happened minutes ago, not seconds. I started driving slowly, looking around for just about anything, and I saw the man. Caught him at the edge of my headlights. He was back on the normal side of the road, headed in the same direction he always was. I don't know what came over me, but I remember actually yelling out my window, "You need to be more careful." Yeah, I had a good laugh about that one too. Couple of things, though, I still can't quite figure out. Why do I only see this guy when I'm heading east, but not west? Like, why is it that no one has yet to see his face? It's almost as though he's on a loop, and I just can't wrap my head around what all that means. My Aunt Jo is the coolest person I know. She loves to collect anything strange and unusual, and her creepy dolls are the heart of that collection. Some are from her childhood, most are gifts accumulated over the years, and the rest came from eBay or secondhand shops. Those are the creepiest. especially her favorite. It may have started out as an actual Miss Piggy doll, or it could have just been a random animatronic pig, but we call her Miss Piggy anyway. You know how dolls from the 70s have that weird, stiff-looking material? It's like that. Its pink skin is faded and stained. There's a large bald patch on its head, and what's left of its curly blonde hair is now brown and frizzed out. It's wearing green flower print overalls with a stained yellow shirt and sneakers. On the bottom of the right shoe, someone wrote, "Bye-bye," in a thick black Sharpie, and the left says, "Piggy Pie." Another weird thing is that the ink has never faded. Aunt Jo has had the doll for at least 20 years, but the words look like they could have been written yesterday. Dad teases that she just colors them in herself. But Mom remembers helping Aunt Jo unpack her storage shed when she finished college. She was the one who pulled Miss Piggy out of the box, and she swears the ink almost looked wet. It freaked them both out. My aunt just so happens to enjoy being freaked out. My mom, not so much. It genuinely bothers her to talk about this, and she refuses to be in the same room as the doll. So I truly believe she's telling the truth. Several people have had weird experiences with Miss Piggy. Most of them were small things, like her eyes would suddenly look in their direction, or one of her limbs would move. And months, sometimes years, might pass between occurrences. But the freakiest thing of all happened last October, while I was staying with Aunt Jo. Dad had business in New York, and Mom had wanted to see the city, so they made a little getaway of it. Her house has been completely redone since this, but on my third night with Aunt Jo, we watched some random scary movies before bed. The couch we sat on was directly across from the TV, which sat in the middle of a huge entertainment center, with shelves on 3 sides and cabinets across the bottom. Miss Piggy sat on the shelves to the right, closest to the wall with the patio doors. The blinds were open so Jo could see when her cat was ready to come inside, but until he triggered the motion lights, the glass panes essentially acted as mirrors. At one point, some kind of projectile hit the floor. It sounded like a giant June bug flew into it at full speed. Aunt Jo and I reflexively turned to look, and at the exact same time, we both let out a startled scream as Miss Piggy's reflection very slowly turned towards us. Not thinking, we quickly looked back at the real thing to see that she was still in her original position. Only her reflection had moved. At first, we were pretty freaked out, but once the initial shock wore off, we started getting excited about what a great story we had. Don't forget, these events are usually few and far between. We had zero expectation of anything else occurring that night, let alone multiple incidents. We were about halfway into the next movie when a small glass vase sitting next to Miss Piggy suddenly toppled to the ground and shattered. There was nothing near it, and the pebbles inside would have made it too heavy for a draft to knock it over, even if there had been one. That vase had been sitting there for years with no problems, and then all of a sudden fell over on the exact night Miss Piggy was acting up. That just feels like too much of a coincidence. Especially when you factor in this last part. The movie ended about 45 minutes later, and we turned off the TV to get ready for bed. The house was completely silent as we walked across the living room, and out of nowhere, we both heard the soft giggle of a small girl. That was a first for Aunt Jo, and Miss Piggy hadn't done something new in over 10 years. It was so loud and clear, we thought the TV came back on. We both heard the exact same thing. There was just no logical explanation from where it came from. We were so freaked out that I slept with my aunt for the next 2 nights of my stay, but nothing else happened. My time spent working at the Riverside Inn was both a blessing and a curse. It's an old building that exudes charm, a beautifully preserved building from a whole different era, surrounded by lovely shops and friendly shop owners. It's just all around a great place to be. Yet as the night falls, quite literally when it gets dark, I couldn't help but feel like there was more going on there. Haunted? Honestly, probably. Though I tend to think almost anything that's got history has history, and that includes ghosts. My first encounters came during my late night shifts at the front desk. As I sat there, boring myself with paperwork, unnecessarily organizing my already organized space, I would catch glimpses of fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye. I would turn to face them, but then there'd be nothing there. I could brush this kind of thing off, but only so many times. I felt like the more I talked to my coworkers about it, the more stuff would happen. Maybe that's a natural progression, or maybe I was just paying closer attention. Because sometimes the shadows felt more like they would take the shape of people. I can't prove it, but others would describe what they'd see as silhouettes versus shadows. I believed we were all seeing the same things. The only time I ever caught a real glimpse was when I was exiting the elevator at night. I watched a shadow form to my left near the entrance of the hotel. As I turned, but before I faced it entirely, I saw the shape and decor of a woman, one who was wearing something not of this century. As I faced her, it was like in the same instant she vanished. No more silhouette, no more woman. But I had seen her. This was many years ago, but even then there were ghost hunters, paranormal investigators. We'd get several of them coming through the hotel, and we'd frame their published articles mentioning the hotel. We would embrace and highlight their findings. Of course, I don't know if these people were honest, but what I can tell you is that the hotel doesn't participate. We don't have anything rigged up to help these individuals sell whatever it is they may want to sell. We just allow them to rent a room at a reduced rate. They agree to share their findings, be truthful, etc. And then the media department approves whatever it is they plan on publishing. It's not just the ghost hunters who come looking for ghosts, though. It's likely no surprise that lots of people enjoy the whole haunted appeal. Curious creatures. Guests would sometimes like to discuss and report on the noises emanating from empty rooms or desolate hallways. Some guests even spoke of seeing apparitions at the foot of their beds and otherworldly glow surrounding them. One particular room, nicknamed the Whispering Suite, gained quite the reputation. Reports of persistent whispers that seemed to come from within the walls, echoing through the room till they become almost deafening. Staff didn't experience this one, but then again, we didn't stay in the rooms. Possibly all this information being so in your face, yet eloquently presented right as you walk into the hotel, maybe it created a sort of mass hysteria. Like planting the idea, and now every sound or shadow is probably a ghost. But for what it's worth, my experiences are real, regardless of what anyone's written in any article. Besides the woman, I heard unexplained footsteps echoing down the hallways, as if someone is walking with purpose, even though the area would remain empty, whispering directly behind you. Only there's no one there, and it's unclear what's being said. I guess I'd call it disembodied voices. The first time it happened, I genuinely reacted as though a bee had flown in my ear. It was that close. I swatted at whatever it was, did a full 360 spin a few times, and yeah, no one. Nothing there physically, but there was still the faint sound of someone whispering, closely. The atmosphere of the hotel itself, the creaking floors, flickering lights, it all adds to the building's age-old charm, but they can also be little reminders that there's something more. I haven't felt or seen anything remotely like I did at the riverside. I think that's because I'm not really looking, and I'm not really expecting to find anything. But I believe if you start paying attention, and especially if you go looking for it, you will experience things you can't quite explain. I remember when I was 12, I came home from school and I heard the side door slowly creak open. I thought my mom had come home early from work and was trying to bring in some groceries. I called my mom and I heard no answer. So I looked out the kitchen window and her car wasn't parked in the driveway. I thought that was a little odd, so I called out, "Hello?" No answer. I began hearing faint footsteps walk down the basement stairs, almost like someone was tiptoeing down the stairs. They were walking slowly, kind of like a kid trying to evade detection for a midnight snack. I thought there was an uninvited guest in the house, so I made a mad dash for the front door and got the hell out of there. I spent the next several hours standing at a safe distance from the house to see if an intruder exited from the front, side, or back door. This was before cell phones, so I had no way of calling for help. I don't understand why I wouldn't have tried to go to the neighbor's house and ask for help, but I was 12, so maybe I didn't have the best judgment. Several hours later, my mom came home, and I told her that someone was in the house. She was unfazed. She told me to wait outside so she could go check out the house. But I wasn't going to let my mom go in alone. She grabs a butcher knife, I grab a baseball bat, and we check every room, starting with the basement. I was terrified. We got through the entire house and there was no one there. Many events transpired after this story, and many were equally as terrifying. The neighbors behind our house told us a little about the family who lived there before us. The mother of the family would walk up and down our road all day, wearing the same floral pattern dress. I don't know about the father, but I do know they had a son, and they also owned multiple German shepherds. My neighbor said that there were times at night that they could hear the German shepherds crying from inside the house. This would happen often late at night. The son was very dark and antisocial. That's all I knew about him. I don't know if any of this is related to the haunting, but it's disturbing nonetheless. Anyway, before this, my stepbrother came to live with us for a few years. He moved into my old room. I moved into my brother's room, sharing a bunk bed. He didn't tell us at the time, but my stepbrother was experiencing some strange things in his room at night. It took him a while to share what happened, but on this one occasion, he kept waking up at different times of the night. He said each time he woke up, he'd find his leg dangling off the side of the bed, and his blanket would be on the floor. This happened several times over the course of the night. When he woke up the next morning, he was face down in the middle of the room. When I stayed in this room growing up, I was always terrified. My mom would sing lullabies to calm me down and would sometimes play gospel music in the background to drown out the noise of that house. We would hear inexplicable noises, like loud crashings. It sounded like glass shattering, and it would always come from upstairs. We would go investigate and never find anything broken. One time, we came home late from church and found a red stain on the carpet that hadn't been there prior. It looked like blood. Another time, my mom was sorting coupons on the floor, and they would move further away from where she put them. She thought she was going crazy at one point and would take meds to go to sleep. One night, I was sleeping on the bottom bunk, and someone whispered into my ear, "I love you." I hopped out of bed to wake up my brother, who was fast asleep on the top bunk. We had an old-fashioned TV in one room that would turn on by itself. The TV had a knob for a power button. In order for you to turn the TV on, you had to pull on the knob, and the power would go on. There wasn't a controller for this TV, and you had to manually change the channels. So in order for the TV to go on, you had to apply a reasonable level of force. We had appliances that would turn themselves on, namely the vacuum and TV. The fight or flight response was a constant feeling in that home for all of us. It never felt right. It felt very wrong. Like there was an invisible stalker who was constantly monitoring our every move. I remember my mom had a spiritualist come to the house to investigate the home and bless it. In the basement, The lady had visions of bondage, a woman being bound while being physically and sexually abused. She also said that she picked up on animals being abused in the home. She did a thorough blessing of the house. Unfortunately, it didn't do much. Hi, I'm new here, and I don't normally enjoy spooky stuff, but my little sister is kind of obsessed, and she swore that this would be a safe place to share my story. I'm not even sure if it's a good one, but I'm getting pretty freaked out, and I feel like a nutbag when I try to tell my friends about it. I live in a small town where every other building has been named a historical landmark, so all the homes and businesses are extremely old. Many of the bigger houses downtown have been separated into individual apartments, including where I live. It would normally be too expensive for my pay grade, but the landlord offered me a deal that I couldn't refuse for taking the basement quarters. I figured that there was some gruesome murder story behind her generosity, but she said the reduction was to compensate for the lack of cell service. Apparently, all of the concrete does a bang-up job of blocking our reception, unless you leave your phone sitting on the window, which, don't forget, is a tiny rectangle under the ceiling because we're in a basement. But at the end of the day, I was desperate to get my own place, so I took it. I should also add that you can't gain access to any part of the building without knowing the gate code, so it's not like random people can just wander inside. Once you enter, the ground floor and upstairs apartments are in one direction, and the stairs for my place are tucked off to the left. There's nothing down there except for my apartment and an old storage closet, meaning there's no reason for anyone to be on those steps, except for myself and the maintenance man. Just a quick note about that guy. He's an elderly widow who doesn't even live in the building. He takes several days to come around here when there's a problem, and I've never seen him move faster than a snail. I'm not saying that he's not capable of it. I'm just saying it's extremely unlikely that he's responsible for my problems, considering it would be very difficult for him to come and go without being noticed. Each time he appears, every tenant swarms him. When you descend the basement stairs, there's a long hallway with the closet at the end, and my door is on the right about midway down. Every step you take, no matter how soft, echoes, so it's very hard to be stealthy, even if you want to be. Towards the end of my first week there, I was working on my laptop when I heard someone run down the stairs and through the hall. Thinking it must be a kid, I stuck my head out the door to chase them off. Only no one was there. It's a straight hallway. From my door, I have a clear view of each end, and nobody was there. They couldn't have left before I looked either. I'm positive the footsteps were on the closet end of the hall when I got the door open. Ultimately, I decided that it must have been someone upstairs, and I went back to work. After my first month in the apartment and having a few friends over, I became very accustomed to the difference in what it sounds like when someone is descending my steps or the ones above me. The difference in volume alone is unmistakable, but my stairs are also the only ones that make a loud echo. The second incident happened the night before Halloween. This time I heard someone scream before pounding their way down my steps and through the hall. I got to the door just as the steps were passing my apartment. But the second it opened, they vanished mid-stride. I even considered the possibility that they were hiding in the closet, but there were only cleaning supplies inside. Over the next couple of weeks, I put a great deal of effort into befriending one of the tenants. As it turns out, there are no kids living in my building. The lady in the attic apartment sometimes has her grandkids over, but they weren't visiting on either occasion I heard footsteps. It happened for a third time a few days ago. This was the worst one yet, and what prompted me to finally seek advice. There was no scream, but the footsteps sounded louder than ever, and instead of running past my door, they stopped right in front of it.
my heart stopped dead in my chest when the banging began. I somehow found the courage to look through the peephole and saw a frightened young woman staring in the direction of the stairs as she continued her desperate knocking. I instantly forgot all about the possibility of ghosts or whatever spooky story I'd created in my mind. That girl was there, outside my door, terrified, but very real, until I actually yanked the door open, and no one was there. Again, there wasn't so much as a trace of the echo left from her insistent knocks. Also, there's no history of mental illness on either side of my family. That's probably a good thing to mention. I just don't understand. Is it possible for just the hallway to be haunted? Because nothing has ever happened inside my apartment, and the other tenants have sworn that they've never experienced anything strange in the building. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Part of me knows that I should try to learn if someone fitting her description has died here, but I really don't want to know the answer. Someone please just tell me what to do. After college, for several years, my friends and I would get together the day before Thanksgiving. We would eat food, play games, and get super drunk. Maybe you've heard of this tradition. We referred to it fondly as Friendsgiving, and when I was about 25, we celebrated our final one together as a group, and let's just say it was one to remember. 2 friends of ours had bought property out in Deer Park, Washington, a couple of months before the holidays, and they invited us to celebrate Friendsgiving out there as a sort of housewarming party, too. We all lived in eastern Washington at the time, so we opted to just carpool there, 4 of us in one car. It should have been a quick trip, one that we were even somewhat familiar with to a certain point. It was a Tuesday night, and the final road to our friend's house was a long stretch of nothingness. As we started getting closer to what we thought was our destination, we were suddenly aware that we were being followed. I think it was my friend who was driving, Blake, who noticed first and then called it to the attention of the rest of the car. The music was turned down, and suddenly we were all looking out the back window. It wasn't just that there was a car following us on this seemingly desolate road. It was how close they were following us. I remember audibly gasping at that realization, and my friend Summer did the same as we instinctively grabbed each other's hands. The headlights were almost blinding as Blake asked us, "Can you see the driver? What's up?" I hear my friend in the front seat echo his question. I focused, trying to see anything but the blinding headlights. It seemed as though we should be able to make out the driver, but from this angle he resembled nothing more than a large, dark silhouette. I was taken aback by the headlights once again. They were so unusual, and I recall thinking that I'd never seen headlights quite like that. But I realized I sure had, on really old cars. They were perfectly round and slightly raised from the car itself. Just as I thought I'd state these facts out loud, it got even closer. "You just need to let them pass. Pull over or speed up," Summer ordered Blake from the back seat next to me. Pretty soon, Blake was having to drive so fast to avoid the car tailing us that he couldn't safely pull off the road. I could see the car clearly now. It was a very old antique-style car. I don't know enough about cars to do much, but I know enough to know that that car was a classic. Who drives a classic car so recklessly? I remember asking out loud. No answer from within. By now, the car became filled with fear and angst. Finally, Blake made the split decision to pull off on a gravel shoulder, which was practically non-existent. The car was still right on our ass as we pulled off. Summer and I were screaming as we realized they were the closest they'd been to our car yet, and we could see that there were multiple silhouettes in the car. We immediately felt a jolt as the car hit our back end. Blake struggled for a moment to regain control of his car. We weren't headed for a cliff or anything, but it was pitch black out there,
and we knew that we were surrounded by giant trees. As the car spun, my eyes spun in the direction of the other car. Looking from each window of the car, I could still see the antique vehicle, until suddenly it disappeared. I don't mean that it sped off or anything like that. I mean that we watched it disappear. As he pulled off to the side, we confirmed there was nothing there. It didn't follow us, it didn't pass us or keep driving. It completely disappeared off the road, and there was no explaining where the car had gone. "Where the hell did they go?" Blake asked his passengers, and no one said a thing. I believe we were all in shock, but still, looking at the road behind us, expecting to see something. After a few moments, Blake gets out of the car and looks for any sort of damage to his car. When he got back in, he told us there was no damage, not even a scratch on his car. Still, we were all sure that we had seen someone, a car, following us. Not only that, but we all felt the jolt from the impact. Yet we also agreed that we'd seen something disappear right before our eyes. Either way, Blake started driving back into the road and continued to follow the GPS to our friend's house. We were all sorts of quiet, not sure what to say or think about what had just happened. When we got to our friend's house, we told them about the experience. Them not having been in the car with us, I guess it was just hard for them to believe. I asked them, did any other cars drive down this road, especially in the last 10 minutes? No. They were the only occupied property along this road. The rest was either undeveloped or protected land. So, what the hell did we experience? I live in an old house that was built in the 1940s. We've always had weird noises, but that's normal for homes like this, even when they don't have 5 cats. We're also skeptics, so we've never had a reason to think differently, until my nephew stayed with us last weekend. Dylan is 3, and things got weird within the first couple of hours of his arrival. The living room, kitchen, and dining room are all one big open area, with the TV sitting on an entertainment center that separates the two halves. My husband and I were on the couch sitting directly across from the television, and Dylan was playing with his toys next to my feet. Suddenly, there was a noise in the dining room that sounded like something falling off the counter. It startled him, so I explained that it was just one of the cats. A few minutes later, I noticed that he was still staring at the same spot, and he looked really frightened. I asked if the mean kitties scared him, and he said, "No, that man." We have a tall corner shelf at the far end of the dining room, so, thinking that he might be seeing that, I walked over and turned on the light. Then I pointed to the shelf and asked if that's where the man had been. Dylan shook his head and pointed to a counter on the opposite wall instead. I asked if the guy was still there, and he said no, so we let it go. It was his first time staying with us, so we figured he just wasn't used to the new environment. A few hours later, I was reading Dylan a story for bedtime when he suddenly started crying and pointing at the door. I didn't see anything, but he was too upset to be faking, so I turned on the lights and checked the hallway. When I asked what scared him, he said it was the man again. I did my best to get a description and learned that the guy was old, like Granddad, short and angry. I asked why he seemed angry, and Dylan scrunched his face into a scowl. We took that to mean that he was trying to imitate the man's expression, but I still wasn't sure if this was all one big game or if he really saw someone. I called my sister to see if he had ever done something like this before, and she swore that he's never even had an imaginary friend. She thought that he was playing some kind of game and said not to worry about it, but I think she just wanted me to get off the phone. The next morning, I found Dylan hiding under his blankets. Apparently, the man kept him up most of the night by knocking on the wall and stomping in the hall. Once again, I explained that it was just cats being cats. He's never actually been in a house with pets before, so my husband and I decided that he simply wasn't used to it. The day went on and Dylan's mood improved drastically, especially after putting him down for a nap in our bed. But that evening, we all settled into the living room for another movie, and I caught him staring into the kitchen again. He was shrinking back against the couch like he was trying to pass through it. Hoping to ease his mind before bedtime, I turned on all the lights and said, "See? There's nothing." But that's where I stopped, because one of the drawers suddenly slid open by itself. There was no cat anywhere near us, and our floors are not so unlevel that drawers randomly slide open. We've lived here for 6 years, and that has never happened. Thankfully, my husband saw it too, or I would have thought I lost my mind. I immediately closed the drawer back, but it slid open again as soon as I walked away. Dylan began crying and wanted to go home. His parents wouldn't return until late the following night, so we let him stay in our bed, and he slept fine. We didn't, but he was fine. Not gonna lie, we were all pretty on edge the next day. My husband and I were both flinching at every noise, even the ones that clearly were caused by the cats. As we got within the final hour of Dylan's stay, we were checking my sister's location every few minutes. Just when I really began to think that something else would happen, our bedroom door creaked open several inches, just wide enough for someone to stick their head in. Sure enough, Dylan ran to me crying. The old man was watching us from the bedroom. And he didn't like it. Believe me, none of us liked it. My husband shut the door, and thankfully, it stayed shut. My sister arrived 20 minutes later, and Dylan was ready to go. I'd never seen him move that fast. When I told her everything over the phone that night, she said that he's never afraid when he's stayed with her in-laws or our parents, and he hasn't seen anything remotely similar to this on TV. She thinks we have a real ghost, but I don't know what to believe. I can't explain how Dylan saw a man near a drawer that opened by itself. That's the one that really gets me. Various arguments can be made for the rest, but the drawer is something else. It's been a few days since everything happened, and my nephew hasn't seen the man again, so I'll take that as a win unto itself. My husband and I haven't seen anything overtly paranormal either. But we're still jumping at every sound, and there are long periods when we feel as if we're being watched. I know we're probably extra paranoid too, so that's why we wanted to share our story to see what others think. I should also mention, 4 of our cats have always behaved in such ways that we would never think anything else was here. But since trying to research this topic, I've read that some believe animals can see things we can't. That being said, most of our cats seem fairly oblivious, except for Twitch, and believe me, he earned his name. We found him on the side of the road when he was only a couple of months old, no sign of a mother or siblings, and we brought him home. Since he's gotten here, he'll randomly cower from thin air or attack nothing. You know how cats will belly crawl up to something they aren't sure about and kind of smack it and run away in one motion? He does that a lot, but to nothing. At one point, we were worried enough to take him to our vet, and we said that he was having hallucinations. She agreed it didn't sound normal, but lots of expensive tests later, he got a clean bill of health, and we accepted that he was just a quirky cat. Now, I'm wondering about that again, too. I don't know. I guess that's everything, though. So thanks for listening, and all advice is greatly appreciated. I'm currently 20 years old, and I've never suffered from any form of hallucinations or schizophrenia. I'm a healthy, reasonable, well-balanced adult. I'm not sure if I can believe in the supernatural, but these memories are causing irrational feelings. My sister and I grew up in an old, Midwestern farmhouse, and she's convinced it was haunted. She has multiple stories that I may post someday, and I also saw a few odd things, but it could all be explained by a child's imagination, I suppose. Once a year, usually during the winter, I had vivid, closed-eyed hallucinations where random images flashed through my mind, and a strange voice spoke to me. To clarify, these are not dreams. When I opened my eyes, everything would stop, and when I closed them again, it would start right back up. The visions began with an older man's distressed voice and random household objects such as shoes, lamps, dressers, or doors. The voice would repeat things like, "Where is it? I can't find it." I vividly remember that specific line repeating multiple times. After several minutes, I would see items like a globe or the sky, and a warm, soft female voice would say, "It's me." Then the sensation ended, and I could finally go back to sleep. This only happened once a year during the ages 6 to 9. I developed anxiety around winter because I feared having the dream. But then they stopped, and I forgot about them immediately. I only began re-examining my memories a few years ago. Does anyone know what this could mean, or if it's supernatural? I want as many viewpoints as possible because I'm at a loss. I'm the owner of a small-town bowling alley. I'm usually the last one to leave each night. There's a lot of history in that place. It's been open since the pins were reset manually. 2 people have actually died on the property. The most recent death happened 2 years ago when a senior citizen dropped dead on Lane 6, but the first one happened back in May of '73. Schools had just let out for the summer, and all the graduating seniors were getting their college acceptance or rejection letters. In other words, a bunch of couples were deciding whether or not they wanted to try long distance or call it quits. And most chose the latter. Well, you know how men can be. Some just can't handle rejection. The one we're talking about went by the name Pork Chop. And that right there should tell you everything you need to know about him. Pork Chop wasn't too happy that his girlfriend wanted to move 6 hours away for a major university, while he stayed here at the local community college. He just knew she'd find someone better, and I'm sure she would have. But he was one of those, if I can't have her, no one can types. He worked at the bowling alley, so he took that poor girl there after closing, did all sorts of things to her, ensuring she would never make it out alive. He buried the body somewhere outside of town, but she died right behind the counter. Some people think that she's the one responsible for the haunting. Others think that it's the previous owner because of the random cigar smells. He suffered a stroke at home in 2006. But he poured so much of himself into the business that folks like to think that that's where his soul settled. I personally believe all 3 candidates stuck around. I've seen too much to think otherwise. Minor things like the cigar smell, random cold spots, or small items falling over happen all the time, but the more blatant activity only occurs at night. I've had footsteps approach me from behind as I close the register. I've had pins fall over one after another, as if someone were knocking them down as they walked across the lanes. And I've caught a glimpse of shadow figures. But last week was the first time I heard a scream. I was just turning off the lights and heading towards the door when it happened. The short scream was filled with agony and desperation before ending abruptly, as if someone had clasped their hands over the woman's mouth. It was so quick that I immediately began to question. Was it my imagination? Logically, it felt like the obvious conclusion, but it was just so real. I was still on edge when I got home, so I told my family in hopes that they would offer an explanation, one I hadn't thought of. No such luck. They suggested I heard someone outside, but I'm positive it came from behind the register. I was only 10 to 15 feet away from it when it happened. It's hard to confuse that with something going on outside. Over the next few days, I gradually forgot about the incident and life went back to normal. Until Tuesday. I was alone once again, but it had been a quiet night, so my guard was completely down. When I was leaving, I noticed a child's ball sitting on the floor next to the ball return, but as I walked towards it, it slowly began to roll away. I watched as it curved ever so slightly to line up with the middle of lane 6 and continue all the way to the pins. It never picked up speed. It maintained the same crawling pace all the way till the end. Only a few pins were knocked over by the ball's path. But after it fell into the return, the remaining pins toppled over, one by one. So yeah, unless the man who died on lane 6 loved cigars as much as the previous owner, I think we may have 3 ghosts in this place. Nothing, and I mean nothing, will ever be more eventful than the Thanksgiving I had in 2005. I was meeting my boyfriend's family for the first time. They were hosting us along with his sister and her boyfriend. Okay, names. My boyfriend at the time was named Arden, his sister's name was Valina, and her man was Cole. When we got to the house, it was midday, and we were the first ones to arrive. It gave me a chance to get to know his mom and dad and have their undivided attention focused on us. Both parents sat on a long couch across from us. There was a big window behind them overlooking their front deck. To the right, on the same wall as the window, is the front door. Arden and I both sat on recliners facing the parents in this big window. After talking with his parents for a while, I noticed a woman with dark, straight hair walk past the window. Her clothes were dark and plain. She could have had on a black sweater with how the sleeves went past her fingertips. She walks left to right past the window. I assume the side profile that I'd seen was Arden's sister, Valina, going to the front door. Their door has a large oval, slightly fogged glass panel. It's head level, just enough for me to see her face pressed against the glass. The oval window's light becomes blocked, filled with a truly ghastly grin. Her eyebrows were raised. I could see her prominent features, but the details of her face were too distorted by the fog aesthetic printed on the glass. A few moments go by and she hasn't opened the door. Doing my best to be polite and listen to Arden's mom tell me stories about him, I keep shooting glances over, trying to figure out if she needs help with the door or if she was waiting for her boyfriend before coming in. The face that she was making in the window was really giving me the creeps, so I kept my glances to a minimum. But the front door never opened, and nobody else walked across the deck to join her. I sneak another quick look at the front door, and I see a dirty black handprint smeared down the center panel where the face was. There's no longer anything visibly blocking the oval, and lights are once again glowing through the fogged glass. Nobody acknowledged the woman at the door, and she never came in. She also never left the deck, as there was only one way down onto the driveway from the porch, which involved passing by the living room window. And I can confidently say that I did not see the woman walk back across, as I was directly facing it. The large window stretched a couch length. I couldn't have missed it. But hours would go by without anyone new entering the house. Enough time that I'd eventually forget about the woman, until we'd all hear footsteps on the 2 wooden steps leading up to the porch. Then, passing by the window was a teen with blue hair, styled in bright clothing picked straight from a Hot Topic bargain bin, followed in tow by a boy her age in the same fashion named Cole. I didn't know Valina was so much younger than Arden. The kids were nice, and I ate too many plates when dinner finally came. No idea who or what I saw that day outside the window, but it sure wasn't Arden's sister. So, me and my mom found an estate sale a few neighborhoods down from us while we were on our morning walk. She and I have a summer routine of waking up at 6 and walking the neighborhoods before breakfast. The house was one of the largest in the neighborhood, and presumably the oldest. Or let's say, most worn in amongst the other houses. At first, we didn't know if it was open to the public yet, but the front door was propped open with a wooden sign that literally said, "Come inside." So we went inside. A few steps in, my mom calls out, "Hello?" But the house felt empty. We walked through a few other rooms on the main floor and nothing had price stickers on it or looked like it was ready for sale. It was like we'd randomly walked through someone's existing life. There were dishes in the sink and an open book on the kitchen counter. It was weird. I think my mom was feeling uncomfortable too, because she kept saying hello as we'd walk through from room to room. Each wall was adorned with family photos and trinkets from a lifetime of collecting. In one of the rooms is a beautiful mosaic lighthouse lamp that my mom really wanted. We would have left sooner if she hadn't found something she really liked. At the bottom of the stairs leading to the next floor, my mom thinks she hears people talking upstairs. I can also hear the sound of muffled walking and talking coming from upstairs, so we head up to the second floor, hoping to find anyone who could tell us what's for sale and how much. As we're walking up, the sounds that we were hearing from downstairs started to get quieter. By the time we stepped up to the second level, the house had become silent once again. The second floor was empty, just like the first. After a thorough look and walk around, I hear almost the same thing, muttered chattering and walking in the distance, only for a moment, and then silence again. My mom suggested we go back downstairs. She expects we'll find people there. But we don't. We find the place as empty as we did the first walkthrough. My mom grabs my shoulder, saying, "Let's get out of here," and swiftly walks us out the front door. No idea what that place was, but I felt a great sense of relief walking out those doors. I had a babysitter in elementary school whose house I really loved. She was an older woman, Eleanor, and her house always smelled like cookies, and she always had cartoons on. But the best part was her dog, a Shih Tzu named Huckleberry, aka Barry. He loved to watch cartoons with me and followed me around like my best bud. Sometimes I would give him just the tiniest of snacks from my snack plate. Maybe that's why he loved me so much. Anyway, it wasn't often that I would stay the night at Eleanor's, but depending what Mom's work schedule was like, it would happen. Normally, Eleanor would let me fall asleep in front of the TV on the couch, and she would watch from her chair. At some point, she'd turn the TV off and retreat to her room. Even at home, I'd usually wake up at some point in the night having to use the bathroom. This is because I used to have to drink a cup of milk and a cup of water before bed. Like, I had to. Call it OCD or whatever. At our house, it was a quick jump to the bathroom, since it was in my room. My mom had also strategically set up a bunch of nightlights, so there weren't really any dark paths. What Eleanor's house was missing were lights. She didn't know I was afraid of the dark, and honestly, until her house, I don't think I was. Waking up alone to a quiet, dark house, it felt unsettling. But I wasn't totally alone. I had Barry. He always made it seem not so bad. Thankfully, she also left her hallway light on, which is where the bathroom was. Once we had passed through the living room, it wasn't so bad. I'd enter the lit hallway, turn on the bathroom light as quickly as possible, close the door, do my thing, wash up, and be done. Normally, that's when Barry and I would make our way back to the couch and pass out once more. My next memory would be my mom waking me up, telling me it's time to go. Pretty basic stuff. Only there was one time where things were less than basic. It did only happen once, though. I don't think that makes what happened less real. I woke up as I normally do, only this time I didn't have to pee. So why was I awake? I looked around and everything seemed normal. TV was off. Eleanor had gone off to bed, but I couldn't see Barry. He wasn't right next to me, like always. I remember being hesitant to leave the safety of the couch, and likely would have just fallen back asleep if I didn't hear it. The ever so faint sound of Barry's whining or crying. It's cute and soft, even when you're directly in his presence. So I almost didn't hear it, but through the quiet of the house, I heard him, far away. I remember thinking that he must be in Eleanor's room and the door shut. I didn't like the idea of him being sad or needing out, but I knew that I shouldn't go opening her door. She could have him in there for a reason. Still, it was hard to fall asleep, so I decided I'd go to the bathroom after all. I got up and made my way quickly through the living room, into the bathroom, turning the light on immediately. This time, I was tempted to close the door, but I left it open. Before I could even start doing my thing, I realized Barry sounded a lot closer now. But how was that possible? Eleanor's room was on the other side of the house. Over on the side that I was, it was just the bathroom and the laundry room. The laundry room door was usually propped open with this brick thing that Eleanor had painted. But I stepped outside the bathroom, and sure enough, I was hearing Barry inside the laundry room, and the door was shut. The brick, I noticed it was sitting against the wall, almost as though it had been tossed down the hallway. Barry ran out as soon as I opened the door, but he didn't leave. He just stood right next to me and continued sort of whining. I put the brick back in its place, and stepping back, I noticed it held the door open just fine, per usual. I picked Barry up, and instead of going to the bathroom at that moment, I just decided to run back to the couch, not even turning off the bathroom light. I remember jumping onto that couch so quickly that alone gave me an adrenaline rush. Something about Barry being locked in there, it didn't feel good. He didn't seem eager to leave the sanctuary of the couch either, until he did. Suddenly, all the way to the other side of the couch. Only he wasn't whining anymore. He was growling. A pitiful, small growl, but a growl nonetheless. I didn't move. I just let myself believe that Barry was hearing things outside like dogs do. He probably did most of this stuff all the time, and I was usually just sleeping through it. Then I jumped, almost to a full standing position, before quickly throwing myself back onto the couch. Barry right next to me, shaking. The TV had just turned on, by itself. It was an old TV, the kind where you could control everything on the TV itself. But there was a VHS player attached to this one, and that had a remote that could also control the TV and the player. That remote was always sitting on Eleanor's little TV tray next to her chair. I looked over. There it was, untouched. Except something had to have been touched, the TV or the remote. I sat on the couch with Barry, both of us shaking now. It felt like I wasn't able to catch my breath for a moment. I was so scared. It was like I was forgetting basic functions. I don't know how long I contemplated turning the TV off myself, but before I could act on impulse, the TV turned itself off. Immediately followed by the sound of a door slamming from clear down the hallway, along with another noise. It was what I assume was the brick hitting the trim of the wall in the hallway. At this time, I didn't even jump. only froze. But Barry, he hopped off the couch and ran straight toward the sound. He didn't leave the living room, but I turned to see that he was facing the hallway, just barking. I thought for sure Eleanor was going to wake up and even considered waking her up, only everything stopped just moments after it had started. Barry did his growling and his barking for a few more moments, but eventually seemed satisfied. He came back to the couch, hopping up, looking at me, curious maybe as to why I was still up. I had to use the bathroom, of course. The house was seemingly back to normal, but there was no way I was going to make that trip again. Not with whatever was going on down there. I took one more look down toward the hallway, sure that I was going to see some horrific creature or human intruder. I didn't see that, but I could tell from where I was that something had turned off the bathroom light. And that's when I knew for sure I wasn't going back there. I laid down with my protector and toughed it out until eventually I fell asleep. I'd be woken up in a much more normal way this time, my mom telling me it was time to go. I still really had to use the bathroom, but I remember holding it all the way until I got home, which luckily was less than 5 minutes away. I'd never been so happy to see my own bathroom, my own room. After that, I expected things to happen every time I went to Eleanor's house overnight. But like I said, that was the only experience I ever had. I will say, I didn't particularly like that laundry room. It didn't have any windows in it. It always felt dim and stuffy, like it was meant to be a closet more than a laundry room. Everywhere else was bright and felt inviting, but not there. And I didn't like the door being open either, so maybe whatever was doing all of that, if it was a spirit, maybe they just agreed with me. I don't know. I told myself weird stuff as a kid to make me less afraid, but the truth is I have no idea what happened there that night, outside of what I've explained here. And I know I probably never will, but that doesn't mean I don't want to hear others' theories on the whole thing, so please tell me, what do you think this was? My first cat, Gilly, had a toy mouse. It was her favorite toy, special from all the other toys. When I was in another room, I would hear Gilly start to meow a very specific and silly-sounding meow. The mouse would be in her mouth, and she'd bring it to me pretending to be a top predator. Her meows would be muffled and elongated until she dropped the mouse at my feet, and we'd both celebrate the catch with a good pet. When I was about 12, my mom started letting me be at home without the supervision of a babysitter. She worked at a grocery store, and the fancy job title they gave her meant she'd most certainly need to be there all the time. During the holiday season, I would see her the least. She would be there with the midnight crew, unloading boxes, making sure each shipment was right. Usually, my only company at the end of the night was Gilly. Sometimes I'd plug in the phone jack and play Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4 with a couple of friends from school, but the dial-up router I was using at the time wasn't very reliable. One night I was able to get online and actually do a couple sessions with my friend. While I'm playing, I hear Gilly's distant, silly meowing. My bedroom door was shut, and when she gets to my room, she starts scratching from the other side. I'm sitting at the end of my bed. My back is facing the door. I'm in the middle of a game, so I ignore her meows and scratches until it was done. Then, I took off my headphones and set down the controller beside me, untangling myself from the PlayStation cords before getting off the bed to let her in. But when I turned around, Gilly was lying on the bed behind where I was sitting. She was staring at the door, her ears forward, curious about the noises we were both hearing. Seeing Gilly on the bed made me freeze and listen with her. The scratching and meowing persisted. I listened with full focus while stepping as light as I could to the door. As I got closer, the scratching paused for a moment. Then it hit the door again, scratching harder and more aggressive. The meowing got more frantic. No sound I'd ever heard Gilly produce, and I knew she was sitting right next to me. I was starting to think I wasn't even dealing with a cat on the other side of the door. Originally, I tried to rationalize with myself, thinking somehow another cat had gotten into the house. But I couldn't trick my brain into believing the noises were coming from a cat. It sounded like an air raid siren mixed with a scream. It crescendos to silence. Suddenly, I felt an urgency to know what this thing was before it was too late. I quickly opened my bedroom door, but I don't see anything on the other side. Looking out the door, I'm only able to see the hallway wall with a few pictures hanging on it. I had to stick my head out into the dark hallway if I wanted to fully see into the hallway and living room. There's no doubt in my mind that something was just outside my door, so I forced myself to pop my head out and look. Down the narrow hallway, there's a woman standing in the dark with her forehead against the wall. Her hair is long and covers most of her face. She's wearing an oversized white t-shirt that hangs down to her knees. Other than that, it doesn't even look like she's wearing shoes. That's all I can make out, and I realize the woman I'm looking at isn't my mom. The hair stands up on my neck, and I lean my head back into my bedroom. Terrified, I attempt to slowly turn the door handle before closing the door, so the handle doesn't click when latching. But as I'm doing my best to carefully close it without a sound, I hear footsteps running toward my room. This makes me scream and slam the door so hard Gilly would hide under the bed for the rest of the night, scared. I would hide scared all night on top of the bed, under my covers. When I slammed the door, the footsteps vanished mid-step. The house was quiet the rest of the night. My heart almost stopped when my mom came home. I remember trying to explain it to her, but not really being able to describe what I heard and saw and have it all make sense. The conversation dwindled down to either I don't give my mom things to worry about or she's getting my cousin to start babysitting me again. Thankfully, that was the only time something of that nature happened. But it leaves me all the more lost. It's now just a memory I'll always feel a little crazy for having, not to mention retelling. I have a basement apartment in a small, quiet town, and I routinely go for walks on sleepless nights. The streets stay busy during the day since I'm only a couple blocks away from the heart of downtown. But at night, there's rarely a soul to be seen. I'm an introvert who works from home, so this is really the only time I even go outside. I always walk the same route. It makes a square that leads right back to the front door. At the halfway point, there's a house that's been empty longer than I've been alive. It's known for being haunted, but I've never believed in that stuff or been inside of it until last night. As I was passing by, I heard a banging sound coming from inside and what sounded like a muffled cry for help. I thought some nosy kid had gotten stuck or something. As I approached the front window to look inside, there was only silence. So I called through the broken glass. "Hello? Is anyone here? You okay?" I couldn't make out what was said, but someone or something in the back of the house answered me. I still couldn't make out most of the words, but at least one was help, or maybe hell, but help seemed more likely given the circumstances. I had to lay my jacket over the broken glass along the windowsill, but I clearly wasn't the first to do so. Kids were always daring each other to go inside, which is why I was so ready to believe that one was in there right now. As soon as I got in, I noticed it was several degrees colder, but I didn't have much time to think about it because there was also an awful smell, the worst stench I've ever experienced. It was like something died and was left to rot in the sun for weeks. The floor creaked beneath my every step as I crossed the living room area and entered the kitchen. Trash was scattered everywhere, and the smell was somehow growing worse the further I went. Realizing I hadn't heard anything since coming inside, I called out again. "Is anyone here?" The only answer I received was a sudden, desperate knocking on the basement door. It was 8 to 10 feet away, and I could see it shaking in its frame with each violent bang. I thought some kid had gotten locked down there and was getting the scare of his life, but then the doorknob turned effortlessly in my hand, and nobody was on the other side. I was, however, hit with a powerful blast of something putrid. It made me throw up a little. I definitely found the source of whatever was causing that horrendous smell. I couldn't see anything past the dark staircase, and I didn't want to. I suddenly felt like something was watching me, and I couldn't get out of there fast enough. Something had lured me into that house, and now it wanted me to go down the stairs, but I wasn't having it. I turned around and ran, but when I crossed through the living room, something pushed me down. It felt like 2 hands pressed flat on my back and shoved me right to the ground. I was a little dazed and extremely frightened, but there was nothing around me, so I got back up and stumbled outside in a hurry. When I got home, I could still feel the imprint of where something had touched my back. So I looked in the mirror, and I found 2 large red marks right in the center. I don't know what's in that abandoned house, but I don't joke about it anymore. The place is absolutely haunted. I was told that I could use just about anything to connect with the other side, that it didn't have to be a Ouija board. I was also told that you shouldn't do any of this unless you're damn sure you know what you're doing. My mother and grandmother told me this, so I was inclined to heed their warnings. There was never a time when I wanted to connect with the other side until my best friend's cousin died. At first, I was opposed to the idea of connecting to the other side. I could hear my family's warnings radiating in my ears. I was by no means damn sure what I was doing, but Tara was my best friend, and she was grieving. She was going to try with or without me, and for some reason, I thought it would be safer with me. She had made her own board, and I was a little shocked to see she put it together so quickly, but I wasn't surprised. I asked her when she did it. She said she'd been working on it before her cousin died, but she finished it the weekend of the funeral. She's my best friend, yet I had no idea she was working on that thing, which is probably because she knew how wary I was around them. I didn't only believe in their power, I feared it. "I know you're scared," she said, "but I've done a lot of research and I know we're going to be okay." She didn't so much convince me as I couldn't say no. "So, when do you want to do this?" I asked. "Halloween." "Oh God, well, I'm committed now." "Why Halloween? Do you think it raises your chances of reaching your cousin? Because it actually raises your chances of meeting anything, including things you really don't want to meet." But Tara was sure Halloween was best. Halloween night arrived and I made my way to Tara's house. I brought various protection crystals, even though I knew damn well they couldn't actually protect me against anything inherently evil. We were basically about to open a door to anything and everything, while just hoping for the best. I had a few rules of my own. and since I had never actually done this before, I was going to follow those rules, because they came from people with actual experience. When I got to Tara's, she'd already set up her room to look like something straight out of the Craft. The only light came from candles, and black sheets covered her curtains. She also, to my surprise, had a small Sony hand recorder. Apparently, she planned to record this session. There was a small pile of things sitting next to her, and the board was in the middle of a circle she'd created with various sized candles. The pile included a folded sweatshirt, keychain, some random jewelry, and one of those mini troll dolls with the fuzzy hair. And there was a photograph of Tara's cousin, Ari. Before we started, I told Tara to try to clear her mind as much as possible, that she needed to only be thinking about Ari and their connection. You need to think about any and all things Ari, and I'm going to do the same. She nodded her head, and I paused. Also, we don't want to communicate with anyone or anything else, right? If anything except Ari comes through, we say no thank you and move on, right? I looked at Tara for reassurance. Right, she agreed. Originally, I had planned to start, but we both agreed that Tara should be the one. She began by simply asking, Ari, it's Tara and Kat. Are you here? Both our palms were sweating, and the planchette felt slippery beneath our fingertips. But it wasn't just because of our sweat. The planchette was actually moving. Tara and I made eye contact the moment it happened, and my heart rate instantly increased. I couldn't believe something was happening, and I wasn't sure what to do next. The board navigated toward the letters I and then T. We have to try to remember these letters. We don't have anything to write with, I said. Then S, followed by M and E. It's me. Tara was instantly emotional, but she didn't take her hand off the planchette. She just wiped her tears with one hand and looked at me for confirmation. Did I think it was her? How could I be sure? All I knew was it didn't feel like her. It didn't feel familiar. I shook my head. No. But then the planchette started moving again. We hadn't asked the board anything else, but it was spelling something. Can I come in? I was almost ready to take my hand off the planchette because those are exactly the words you don't want to hear when using a spirit board or trying to connect with the other side. No, you cannot. I say aloud before Tara can say anything. I tell her we don't want that, and she hesitantly agrees but continues. Ari, can you just give me a sign that you're here? She grabbed a necklace from the pile next to her and started talking about the story behind it. That was the first time I learned Ari and Tara were raised together until age 8, when they had to move away from each other. That's when Ari's mom got custody of her again. Tara's mom had these silver heart friendship necklaces made for them, half for Tara, half for Ari. Tara was holding both halves in her hand and full on crying, but she kept her fingertips on the planchette. I too had tears in my eyes, which was a bummer because sad tears make my eyes burn, but not being able to wipe them away made it almost impossible to see what was going on. Ari, if you're here, just... Tara's cut off mid-sentence, but I didn't immediately understand why. Holy shit, Tara says quietly, almost a whisper. What? Did something happen? I didn't feel anything move. I am fervently wiping the tears away from my eyes best I can. The troll doll, it moved. Silence, then movement. The board had something to say, and it took a while. The first part was, can't stay, followed by, love you, T. Silence. To me, it felt like whatever was occupying the space was now gone. Whatever connection that we'd made was temporary and was over. I looked at Tara, waiting for her to respond, and after a couple of minutes, she looked up at me and said, "Okay, let's say goodbye." The rest of the night, Tara was just buzzing. It was nice. I hadn't seen her like that since before Ari died. We stayed up all night watching horror movies and almost forgot about the recording entirely. It had continued recording long after we'd left the room. As we got ready for bed, we huddled around the recorder to listen. Throughout the session, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual captured until we get to where the troll moves. Just as Tara is cut off, a voice can be heard saying, "How about this?" really quickly. It took us a long time to discern what the voice was saying, but we are 99% sure that's what it was, and Tara believed it was Ari's voice. Truthfully, I'm not entirely sure what we connected with that night. I do know that Tara received some genuine closure from the whole thing, and I was kind of amazed to experience anything at all. Though I do stand by my rules when using a Ouija board, and I don't think that they're a toy. I also believe that they can be a valuable tool if used with positive intentions and good practices. I'm definitely not encouraging anyone to pick up a board, but my personal experience showed me that positive things can come from making contact. And even though we are opening a door to just about anything, we do wield some control in that power. We don't have to engage with things we don't want to engage with. Just some food for thought. Happy Halloween, and thanks for reading. Every summer, I go through all of my junk and make a trip to Goodwill. While I'm there, I like to browse for hidden treasure. And so long as I take home less than what I brought in, I'm technically still winning. During my last visit, I discovered an antique doll that looks like a horror movie prop. Her brown hair is in ragged pigtails, her yellow sundress faded, and she smells like mothballs, but her blue eyes are wide and shiny, as if brand new. It really felt like she could see you. Upon returning home, I put her on the mantle and thoroughly enjoyed my friend's reaction that evening. After we shared a laugh, I threw the doll in my closet and promptly forgot that she existed. A few hours later, my friend left and I went to bed. That's how this story should end, only it doesn't. The next morning, Dolly Dearest was sitting on my dresser, but I was willing to write it off as temporary insanity. Instead of arguing with myself, I just tossed the damn thing back in the closet and went about my day. Until I returned from work that evening to find her back on top of the dresser. I live alone. I don't even have a pet. I couldn't explain it, so I blamed my friend and instantly regretted it. Not only was she completely innocent, she took the time to educate me on haunted doll lore. By the time I got off the phone, I only knew one thing for certain. Dolly had to go. I put her inside of an old purse, filled it with rocks from the parking lot, left her in my car for the night. I almost expected to see her inside the next morning, but I didn't. The purse was still right where I left it on the passenger side floorboard. On the way to work, I threw her into the river like an unwanted prom baby and felt a weight lift as I watched her sink. Unfortunately, that feeling of relief was short-lived. The rest of the day sucked. Everything that could go wrong did. When 5 o'clock finally rolled around, I wasn't even sure if I was coming back the next day. Then, on the way home, I almost caused a wreck when my brakes failed. I would be dead right now if I hadn't thought to use the emergency brake. Once safely back at home, I leaned across the center console to reach my bag, which had fallen into the floorboard during the drive. I think that's when the doll got inside. All I know for sure is that a few hours later, I went into my purse for chapstick, and I got the surprise of my life when those glassy eyes were staring up at me. I probably gave my neighbors a fair surprise with my screaming, too. I reflexively threw the doll across the room like a sticky thing peeled from the bottom of my shoe, and she hit the corner with a soft thud. I sat motionless, staring at her for a long time, before finally tearing my eyes away. Her body was bent into a sitting position, with her legs propped against the wall, her head turned away from me. I would have never been able to stare into those eyes for that long. I'm just trying to say, I was positive about how she landed, because I went outside to catch my breath for a minute. When I returned, the doll's head had twisted around, backwards. It was staring right at the spot that I'd been sitting moments before. And it was like her facial expression totally changed. Before, it was like happy, but now it looked furious. She felt furious, like she was radiating anger. This time, I left her on the mantel where I could keep an eye on her. Nothing else happened until after I fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, she was sitting next to me, staring at me. I was done. I drove out to a secluded spot, soaked it in lighter fluid, burned it, till there was nothing but a pile of ashes left. I'm safe now, right? It's over. It has to be over. If that thing comes back again, I swear I'll lose my mind for real. There's going to be no coming back from that. A few days ago, I moved into a real house after 10 years of living in a tiny one-bedroom apartment. The only reason I could afford it was because a woman had killed her daughter in the guest bathroom. The family was desperate to be done with the place. Though I deeply sympathized with the tragic loss they suffered, I didn't really mind a house with sordid history. I've never believed in ghosts, bad juju, or any of that stuff. By the time I moved in, the murder was over a year in the past, and the home had been professionally cleaned. The mother was able to continue living there for a few weeks before the body was discovered during a welfare check. But the neighbors behaved as if I was moving in the day after it had happened. Some checked their mail, washed their cars, while others peeked through their blinds. But not a single one introduced themselves or offered to help me unload the U-Haul. Don't get me wrong, I didn't expect them to. In fact, I'd been dreading it. But if they were going to gawk anyway, I would have appreciated a little help with the bookshelves. It's perfectly natural for them to wonder who would buy such a house, but they didn't have to wonder. I'd have been happy to answer their questions. The sooner they got over the novelty of me moving in, the sooner I could settle into a boring suburban life. Well, as it turns out, they had more to gawk about than I realized. My first night was completely normal until I went to bed. It was just after midnight. I was totally exhausted. I don't even remember passing out. I just know it was almost 2 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of a child screaming. I leapt out of bed, confused and disoriented from being in a new house, and stumbled my way to the light switch. I was just starting to wonder if I'd dreamt the whole thing, when the house was filled with a very distinct sound of splashing water, a child crying for help. I ran to the bathroom out of pure instinct. When I got there, the door was locked, but the light was on, and I could see shadows moving inside. My first thought was of an intruder, but why would someone break in solely to wreak havoc in my bathroom? I pounded on the door as the screaming continued, but it wouldn't budge. Finally, I ran to the kitchen, hoping to find something skinny enough to wedge into the opening. And everything instantly fell silent. When I returned, the door opened easily. The light was off, and there wasn't a drop of water in the tub. I checked every room just to be sure, before collapsing into bed and sleeping through till morning. The sunlight made everything from the previous night seem like a bad dream, and I would have convinced myself that's what it was if I hadn't woken up with a spatula in my hand. I went for a run to clear my head, met one of the neighbors on my route. She asked how my first night was, and something about the look on her face made me tell the truth. Thank goodness, too, because she would have never told me what she knew if I hadn't. Apparently, several people have heard screams coming from my house. And even on quiet nights, they've seen the bathroom light on. The strangest part about that is that the power was shut off until the day I moved in. The first time anyone saw it, they called the police, but there was no sign of squatters. Nothing else happened until last night, when I woke up to the sound of footsteps barreling down the hallway. A louder, heavier pair seemed to be right behind the smaller, lighter set, and I could practically see the mother chasing her poor daughter into the bathroom. I half expected to hear the door slam despite leaving a chair on the threshold, but everything fell silent when the footsteps reached the end of the hall. I barely slept the rest of the night. I kept dreaming that a little pale girl was watching me from the corner of the room. I'd open my eyes and imagine shapes in the darkness. Half the time, I don't know which moments were real and which ones were imaginary. The bottom line is, I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't want to spend another night in that house, but I have nowhere else to go. My entire life savings is tied up in a haunted piece of shit that nobody wants. Seriously, what the hell am I going to do?
My mother told me a true story of when she was younger. She was about 15 or 16. She had a cousin who was beautiful, fair-skinned, light eyes, auburn hair, sweet and kind. One night, she was coming home late from a friend's house when it started to rain heavily. She was still a few blocks from home, so she took shelter underneath a giant tree. In Islam, they say that you should not be out after sunset, and especially never be out around trees, as that's where spirits roost. When my mother's cousin arrived home that night, she was shivering, wet, and extremely tired. She went to sleep right away, and the cousin my mother once knew was gone. She woke up a different person, thing. There was no hiding behind her cousin's identity. This thing claimed he was a male jinn, and he found her to be very beautiful. He wanted to marry her, and he wouldn't be taking no for an answer. The cousin's parents called several imams. Each one tried prayers and to coax the jinn out, to leave this body, release her, let her go free. The jinn refused. My mother said it was so odd seeing her cousin. It was her cousin's body and face, but when she spoke, a deep male's voice came out. It would talk about places and faraway lands it had visited. My mother's cousin had never left the small town or village. She or it would produce fruits and vegetables that were out of season and not grown in that region. My mother said that once her aunt and uncle were having trouble with their stone oven. In Pakistan, these stone ovens weighed a lot, and they took 4 strong men to lift and move. The cousin saw the parents struggling and moved the oven by herself, or itself. That was not their daughter. The strength and the power that it displayed might as well have been magical. Things that it did, such as producing the fruits and vegetables without leaving the house, it's unexplainable, but at the time, they knew this wasn't their daughter trying to be someone else. This was someone else. My mother said the jinn stayed in her cousin's body for almost a year until her aunt and uncle's story reached a very poised and renowned imam. He traveled to the home and read Quran. They had prayer, had the cousin drink Zamzam water, didn't leave her side until the jinn finally left from the torture. My mother said her cousin didn't remember anything. It was as if her life started again from the night she originally came home from standing underneath the tree. My aunt and uncle didn't tell her, and had everybody else promise to never tell her anything about the possession. My mother said her cousin was back, the same happy, sweet, and kind girl that she used to be. She went on to get married to a nice man from her college, and they had 4 cute children. She's in her 60s now, and she doesn't know what happened to her all of those years ago. My grandmother hesitantly confirmed the story, providing more details, only after promising I would never speak of it to anyone in Pakistan when I go to visit relatives. My uncles, they've also confirmed the story, witnessing for themselves what occurred. Possession apparently runs on both sides of my family, mother and father. On my father's side, it hits closer to home. I'll post that soon. Not trying to date myself with this story, but I once met an edgy goth girl on MySpace, and we used to talk every night on AOL Messenger. This isn't a catfishing story. She was real. Her name was Desi Lamont. She went to a high school in Middlefield. Our schools played each other in sports, and we met after one of our basketball games played there. After meeting in person and verifying we weren't in fact getting catfished, our relationship got way deeper. Real philosophical shit. I confided in her just as much as she did me. Both of our homes were far from cookie cutter. Both sets of parents shared the same substance abuse issues, stemming our own subjective traumas from our own subjective stories that we would trade. Months into this relationship, it's 2 or 3 in the morning on a school night. Desi and I signed off hours ago, but I'm woken up by the AOL chat bing, letting me know that someone sent me a chat. The second bing gets me up and out of bed. I groggily go to my computer and swivel the mouse a little to turn on the monitor. When the screen gets bright, I'm blinded by its light, but when my eyes adjust, I see the notifications were from Desi. The first one said, "You dead," with a capital U instead of spelling the whole word. Then the second one below it said, "I dead." Desi's sense of humor was of the morbid variety, but this didn't have any context. I sent a message saying, "Are you okay?" Right after pressing send, I received a reply saying some really vicious things. She weaponized the secrets I'd told her and hurt me to the core with what she was saying. I was so confused and sad. I disconnected the internet and plugged in the phone so I could try calling her, but she didn't answer. At that moment, I was reduced to a puddle on the floor and stayed up the last couple of hours until I needed to start getting ready for school. That day, I faked an illness. I'm sure crying all night helped me look as horrible as I felt, because my mom didn't oppose my plight. Later that morning, I got a call from Desi. She was in second period using the phone. She said that she was going to leave a message, and I exploded on her. I made her cry on the phone. We were both crying and screaming at our phone receivers. Desi's telling me that I'm crazy, and she had no clue what I was talking about. I saved the chat conversation, and I told her that when I got off the phone, I'm going to email her the previous night's message chain, and that she can have fun denying it then. She says that she'll check her email in the computer lab at lunch and call me after. I remember I paced circles in my room. I did feel sick. I was heart-stricken and my soul ached. When she called me, she again was crying, but this time the defensive tone that she had was gone. She begs me to believe her. She tells me that she never wrote these messages. Still angry, I ask if her dad had snuck into her room to message me on her computer. Desi says no. And then she says, "Do you remember when I told you Megan and I were going to use a Ouija board in her attic last weekend? I think something might have followed me home." So she tells me the rest.
When Desi and Megan were both touching the planchette, they were already under the belief that Megan's house was haunted. With most of the activity going on in the attic, they asked questions and instantly began to feel it move under their fingertips. They talked to a lonely, sad spirit, one who called themselves Mala. Mala had not died in Megan's house. Rather, she was a wandering spirit. I heard the bell ring in the background of our phone call, and I knew that I was going to have to wait until she got out of school to hear the rest. Young love. I hung up equally confused, but feeling less hurt. Desi's crazy story was just what I needed to have faith that she wouldn't hurt me like that. Next phone call. Desi's back home and has time to explain fully what had been going on in her house the past week. The weird mishaps her and her parents had experienced, all within this 7-day period, was jaw-dropping. From random pipes bursting, her dad breaking his leg, falling down the stairs. He claimed he was pushed, but nobody was behind him. Then all of their clocks stopped working, both analog and digital, just quit one day. She tells me everything all the way up to these messages that were sent from her account. Desi says that earlier in the week she was doing an assignment using Microsoft Word. While she was typing, the keyboard started typing different words and sentences. Desi would keep quickly deleting them, wondering what function she had pressed on the keyboard to make it happen. We both wonder if she'd been deleting messages from someone attempting to reach her. At the end of the conversation, Desi said that she's going to keep her computer off for a couple of days, try to get this energy out of her house. We would still be in contact every day, only now it was by the old-fashioned way of phone calls after school. And during that time, Desi had been researching, like really getting into trying to find stuff online or at the library. Soon after she'd let me in on what was going on, she was saging the house and putting crystals throughout her home, like windowsills and furniture, under the couch cushions, stuff like that. I asked her at what point one should get a priest or something involved. Apparently her parents wouldn't let her bring anyone into the house. They weren't interested, so she'd have to do it on her own. I felt bad for her, but by the end of the week, she said that she thought her blessings had worked. She said that the house was already starting to feel lighter again. Desi and I dated for a little over a year, long enough for me to get my license and start seeing her more often. How did it end? Well, we've come this far, so I might as well tell you how the relationship ended. After I got my license, I also got to see Megan a little bit more. Yeah, real scumbag high school boy thing to do. And honestly, 20 plus years later, I still feel bad about that one. So, hey Desi, my bad. I'm sorry. Girls out there take it from someone who used to be a high school boy. They're all nasty, dumb, sneaky, hormone-fueled monsters. Some of us just are better at hiding it. Dudes are gross, but especially at that age. Megan did second Desi's story, though, about the Ouija board, so I guess don't mess with those boards either. A couple of years ago, I used to coach my son's youth basketball team. Me and another dad had been running practice at this little recreation center that the city let us borrow on weeknights. I actually played basketball through the same youth program when I was a kid. That was in the 90s, and back then, all the teams would rotate between the 4 community gyms weekly. Nowadays, we're designated one gym to switch off days with a second team. And of course, we're selected to practice at the oldest, ricketiest one in town. It had been old and broken since I was a kid, and was the only one not to have been remodeled. There's paint chipping on the walls, and pigeons live in the ceiling rafters. We used to think the place was haunted. There's a big stage at the far end of the court for when performances are held. On the stage are big, dusty red curtains that were drawn so basketballs wouldn't bounce on the stage, knocking over theater props. When I was a kid myself, I remember us taking a water break, and curiously I walked on the stage and poked my head behind the curtains. There was a single standing lamp turned on near the back that partially illuminated a door. In the gap between the door and the floor, I could see a sliver of light and people walking around inside. Then, the door slid open and a woman walks out, then turns left and walks into the dark. On the other side of the door is an office. There's a few other people walking around in there, dressed in business attire I'd only seen in black and white movies. A man moves in front of the door and shuts it, returning the backstage area to full black. When I got off the stage, it was so impressive when my friends wanted to go see. I said, "Don't bother, it's just an office." Some 20-odd years later, now a coach, I'm picking up the keys from a maintenance worker early in the morning. He walks me around the building, inside and outside, showing me all the emergency turn-off valves, locks, and codes for the building. Near the end of the tour, he walks me up the stage and through the curtains. When we enter, it's the same black I'd poked my head into years ago. He walks to the wall, flips on the lights. They slowly blink to light with an electrical buzz of life. The man walks me over to the back office door. He shows me the key to its lock and then tests out the handle. A turn and a click unlocks the door. It opens to the back parking lot. I ask the maintenance guy if he knows any history on this place, if there used to be offices behind the stage. He said there haven't been any additions or alterations to the building since it was constructed in the 1960s. It's a historically preserved landmark. The next night is our first practice. It gets out at 7:30 and it's dark by the time the parents are picking up the kids and everyone's leaving. My assistant coach has already left. My kid is sitting in the car playing on his Switch while I finish locking up. The front lights have already been turned off, and I'd just turn off the main set of hanging lights on the opposite side of the gym. Then I turn to walk in the dark to the front doors. Halfway to the exit, I hear the sound of a muffled dog's bark. The noise echoes through the empty gym and startles me off my feet. I'd just been through the whole building. There's no way a dog could have gotten in. I decided to continue out the doors instead of looking around. When I get to the car, I ask my son if he hears any dogs barking. He says no, but then directs my attention to just beyond our headlights. I stay and park, and I look at where his fingers are pointing over the dash. He said there's a boy hiding behind the trees. He keeps popping his head out and looking at me. I asked if it's someone from the team, and he says no. I wait and I stare in the direction he's pointing, but I don't see the person that he's talking about. A week later, after practice, I'm making my rounds in the building to lock up. While I'm juggling the keys looking for the correct ones for the side doors, I physically feel something brush past me and run into the bathrooms. The hinges of its weighted door slide open and back closed. The sensation is so real that I think my son had run in to go pee before we hit the road. When I turn around and open the door again, the bathroom lights are still off. Convinced it's my son in there, I flick on the bathroom lights and call out his name. When he doesn't respond, I take a couple of steps in so I can see around the tile barrier. I repeat my son's name. Still, no response. Then I squat down to look under the stalls. I'm horrified when I see 2 bare feet standing in the stall furthest from me. They're children's feet, but they're not my son's. One at a time, I watch each foot slide up and out of view, like they were attempting to hide. The hair was starting to stand up on my arms, and I just wanted to get out of there. But I worked up my courage and walked over to the stall where I saw the feet, and I knocked. The door swings open from my tap, and it's empty inside. The bathroom suddenly felt like the temperature had dropped. Within seconds, my breath was visible in front of me. When I turned out the lights and left the bathroom, the rest of the gym had stayed the same temperature. I could immediately feel the difference the moment I left the bathroom. The youth program has an all-coaches meeting every other week. The other coaches that were seated at the table with me all know each other, so I'm excluded from most of their conversations until the table was asked about what rec gym we'd been assigned. Then everyone at the table had their attention square on me. I didn't even have to prompt the group. They all had stories of their own from time spent at that gym. One of the coaches tells the group that he'd gotten there a half hour early to set up for practice. When he flips on the lights, the floors were covered with hundreds of dead pigeons. Another coach says that years ago, the whole gym started filling with black smoke. It smelled like fire. He and all of the kids ran outside, but they didn't see any flames. His assistant had run across the street to use the corner store's phone and call the fire department. The building was inspected from top to bottom. They weren't able to find any fire damage. There wasn't even any indication a fire had occurred. But the gym still reeked of pungent smoke the whole season they practiced there. It was like an AA meeting with all of us sitting around the table sharing uncomfortable stories, confiding in each other. I was feeling a little off my rocker before I heard their experiences. I told them about the kid, and one of the coaches tells me that he used to hear the sound of children running around, playing on the stage when he'd be leaving. Although it was nice to hear I wasn't alone in the weirdness, it didn't help the fact that I still had to be there for another 6 weeks. I'd end up making a routine for myself in the way that I'd close down for the nights. All the lights were set up so sporadically throughout that place, I'd have to make crisscross patterns across the gym floor multiple times to strategically flip off each switch in order for me to stay closest to the double doors when the last lights went off. My wife suggested I burn sage while I was there, so during practice I'd keep it in a shell burning on the stage. After doing it a couple of times, the atmosphere started to feel cleaner. I thought that it did the trick until the shell was slid off the stage. The sage had been put out too, which is a difficult thing to do. After that, I was like, whatever, I'm done trying. The rest of the weeks, I made it an art how fast I could get out of there. My last contracted day of service, I was more than happy to hand over the keys. They asked if I wanted the building to host the end of the season team party. I said no, and instead worked out a deal with our local Dave & Buster's to have a party there without costing me an arm and a leg. So to the manager and staff of Dave & Buster's in Modesto, I'll always be indebted to you for allowing me to host a bunch of hyper kids in your establishment. I don't think I could have done a pizza party with whatever the hell was going on at that gym. I always only planned on doing one season. Our son would age out of youth basketball that year anyway. But this solidified that I wouldn't be volunteering for anything near that gym again. And yes, it still stands. I live in a small town with only 2 movie theaters. One is the regular variety, while the other solely plays classics, which in this case just means anything made before 1980. It only stays in business because there's nothing else to do around here, and because they made the building into a historical landmark. I'm not sure what it was originally, but it became a theater in 1951, and it's looked the exact same ever since. Been owned by the same family, too. Old movies aren't really my thing, so I've only been there a handful of times until recently. But I grew up hearing the ghost stories. I just never thought they were true. In the 1960s, a young woman came to a double feature and sat alone in the back row. That was a pretty uncommon sight, so people noticed her as the night wore on. Especially after she continuously dismissed anyone who tried to talk to her. Witnesses described her as sad and anxious. When the second film ended, the lights came on, and everyone began to file out of the exit until they were stopped by an ear-splitting scream. 2 school teachers had stopped to check on the lone woman who was now slumped over and unresponsive. Thinking she'd fallen asleep, they tried to wake her. And that's when they saw the cold, dead stare in her glassy eyes. The autopsy revealed an overdose that police concluded to be accidental. She went to the movies that night to hide from an asshole named Tony. The pair had began dating earlier that year, and their fights were known to be violent. The police took him in for questioning, but he didn't force her to take the drugs, and over a dozen witnesses saw her sitting alone, undisturbed, during the final hours of her life. After being cut loose, he chose to drown his sorrows at the theater, and he wasn't quiet about it. One night, a group of construction workers decided they'd heard enough, tried to kick him out. But Tony had a gun. He managed to kill one of the construction workers and a waitress before the others wrestled him to the ground. Ultimately, he took his own life in prison. But his victims are said to still haunt the theater today. I always thought the owners were faking the sightings to drum up business, but I can't explain what I saw last night. There were only a few other people in the late show, and we were all spread out, but about halfway through the movie, I saw movement in the corner of my eye. I was only a few seats down from the wall, and we were the only people in our row. No one else could have been there without walking past us or climbing over several chairs. But suddenly, there was a woman dressed like a waitress from one of those 50s diners. I stared at her in confusion for only a few moments, wondering where she came from. Before she turned to face me, I saw that half of her head was missing. I jumped out of my seat with a muffled yelp, scared my date half to death. But when I tried to point at the waitress, no one was there. The rest of our row was empty once again, and I was left looking like a lunatic. In my panic, I began describing a rabid beast of a rat, but I only made a bigger fool of myself. Regardless, the one thing I do know for sure is that I'm never going back to that theater again. No thanks. I've been looking to share these experiences with others for quite some time. Still, whenever I find myself telling my stories to other people, I feel like an idiot for finding any plausibility with them. Hence, I'm sharing them with complete strangers because it seems easier. I'm also no writer at all. English is definitely not my first language. So, anyway, here goes. My first story starts when I was 16, almost 10 years ago now. My grandpa had passed away a day prior. We were dealing with the funeral arrangements. In my country, after a person is declared dead, you take the body to a place that you can call the equivalent of a mortuary. That's where the body is prepared for its burial. After my grandpa's body was washed and prepared, it was placed in a coffin. We do not bury our dead with them. It was just used for transport. They put the coffin on a metal table that was in the courtyard. I remember seeing many other people dealing with their funerals that day. So multiple coffins were placed on the same metal tables, but I distinctly remember ours being the furthest away, and it was the only one on that particular table. My dad and uncle left to deal with the arrangements and payment, so I was alone with my grandpa. I didn't feel nervous or disturbed. It's just a dead body in a wooden enclosure. I was pretty relaxed. I leaned on the coffin with my left arm, started daydreaming about my grandpa. We had a special relationship. He was a pretty quirky and annoying guy to most, but I was his whole world, and he loved me to death, even though I was sometimes annoyed by him. I always appreciated and loved him back. Then this happened. While I was still leaning on the coffin, I distinctly heard 3 knocks, and subsequently felt them with my arm, too. There wasn't anybody around me, nothing touching the coffin beside me. The metal table, the knocks, they had the unmistakable muffled sound of the tapping on wood. I remember my heart rate increasing, but It wasn't fear, because it didn't feel menacing. It didn't feel warm or loving either. It just felt like an acknowledgement. So I just knocked back, went on about my day. Everything after that went according to plan. We went through the funeral, buried him, returned home. There wasn't anything else to indicate that something abnormal was going on. I talked about this experience with multiple people. Understandably, they just assume I was either too taken with grief, or I was too tired, imagining things, or I just wanted to feel like my grandpa was saying goodbye to me. To be honest, his death, while sad, felt pretty okay to me. I was doing fine. I can't bring myself to think I wanted to imagine a goodbye from him. It's just something that I experienced and I can't find a logical explanation for. So, my second story. It actually happened a few days ago while I was sleeping. I stayed up until around 3 a.m. I wasn't feeling incredibly sleepy or anything. My sleep schedule shifted pretty hard recently, but my body told me it was time to sleep. So I went to bed. I got into a pretty sleepy state, felt comfortable too, so I knew I'd fall asleep pretty easily, minute or two. While I was falling asleep, I could hear my consciousness drifting away. I love that feeling of being asleep and awake at the same time. I started dreaming pretty quickly while still having awareness of my body and my surroundings. I dreamed about a childhood friend whom I hadn't spoken to in 12 years. They were trying to sell me synthetic drugs. I felt uncomfortable about the whole dream. I just wanted it to stop. I was laying face down with my face turned to the left. Sometimes when I'm having disturbing dreams or thoughts, I like to turn my face to the other side because it feels like I'm leaving all of those thoughts and dreams on the left side, turning to a blank page of dreams. So I willed my half-awake body to turn to the right. I was severed from the dream and felt like I was ready to go into a new one, but before I could, I started hearing footsteps coming from behind me. It sounded like someone walking from the left to the right, almost mirroring me, turning from left to right to get rid of my bad thoughts. It felt like the bad thoughts wanted to follow me to the right. As I'm writing this, I'm getting full-body chills. I didn't think much of it because I was barely awake, assumed I started dreaming already, even though I could think pretty logically. Then, on the left side of my leg, I felt my mattress sinking down, almost like somebody was putting their foot or knee on it, standing on my bed. And at that point, I assumed maybe one of my muscles in my leg was twitching. Maybe that's why it felt like the mattress was moving. Then something truly terrifying happened. I heard with my 2 ears someone exhaling very loudly behind my head. I felt the cold breath on the back of my neck, too. Again, chills. I immediately jumped up in terror, looking around to see nothing. My door was closed, and no one else in the house besides my cats that were in separate rooms with the door closed. I honestly don't know what happened. A night terror? I'm not sure. I've never felt something this physical from a dream. Ever. My thoughts at this point were, okay, either it was a night terror and the human brain truly is amazing for being able to replicate such sensations, or there was something in my room. To be honest, I can't do anything against it. So, I just called my girlfriend, hoping she'd pick up, and I fell asleep with her on the other side of the phone. So these are my 2 stories. I'm not much of a believer in the metaphysical, but I think it would be idiotic to completely disregard their existence, because we can't possibly prove or disprove them. I know my experiences aren't crazy or anything, but they felt incredible to experience in the moment. So I tried telling them with all the details I can remember in order. Even though I'm not much of a believer, I'm always amazed when my views are challenged like this. Thanks for reading if you did. I'm not here to claim demonic possession is real, or that I know a goddamn thing about it. I'm just here to relay a story, one that I experienced firsthand, but can't really explain it outside of what I'm going to share here. I was sitting in the doctor's office waiting to have some lab work done. This was all for a physical required for employment, and yes, everything came back normal. Then the nurse lady called me back, and I followed her to my exam room. She was really nice, and we just kind of made small talk on the way there. Just as we were about to walk inside the room, she stopped and said, "Oh, I don't know where my head is at today. We've got to go get your height and weight. Follow me." So I follow her back towards the scales. When we get there, she starts to sort of ramble to herself. And I don't know if she wants weight or height first, so I take my shoes off and then step under the height measuring thing. Then she snapped at me. "No, not there, idiot." So, when I say snapped, I mean it. It was harsh and loud, but more than anything, even her calling me an idiot, I was most disturbed by the voice. It didn't even sound like the same woman who'd been speaking before. It was guttural and masculine. The kind woman who had been escorting me moments ago had somehow disappeared inside this monster of a human. Her eyes, I could have sworn they were almost bright blue before, but now they were so dark I struggled to find color. Another nurse heard it, of course, and walked over to see if everything was all right, to which my nurse responded by snapping in the same voice, "Mind your own damn business." I'd never seen an adult person act this way, let alone a nurse. I was shocked, so much so that I hadn't even moved from underneath the height thingy. Then I watched as my nurse clasped her hands over her mouth. It was as if she was shocked by her own behavior, and before I knew it, she was crying and excusing herself entirely. The other nurse looked about as shocked as I did, but eventually composed herself and took over where the last nurse had stopped. Honestly, I was about ready to leave and reschedule the whole thing, but it already took me so damn long to get this appointment I couldn't bring myself to bail. I never saw that nurse again, but I heard her. It was while I was waiting in my room for my new nurse to bring me some pamphlets on smoking cessation. It was that unmistakable, guttural voice, and it was coming from just outside my room. I could hear her telling someone to get the hell away from her, followed by what sounded like someone getting pushed. Needless to say, I was waiting a while, but when I finally got to talk to the doctor again, I asked her if everything was okay with that nurse. I mentioned that she'd called me an idiot and appeared to be having some sort of breakdown. The doctor just assured me that she would be fine. She's going to take the day off, of course, but she'll be fine. She then asked if there was anything she could do to make me feel better. Anything that could make my experience better. It was weird, sort of like I was at a hotel or something, but I told her I was fine. I wasn't going to lodge a complaint or anything like that. I was just genuinely worried about that woman. She thanked me for my concern, and that was that. I opted to use a different facility moving forward, so no idea whatever happened to that nurse. But I sure hope she got the help she needed, and hopefully it was a priest. My family owns a bunch of land in Virginia. Most of it is forested. There's a short path leading through the woods behind our house that leads to a small graveyard from the Civil War era. When I was younger, I used to camp in the backyard and play ghost hunter. But I stopped after a particularly bad experience 5 years ago. It was the weekend after my 13th birthday, and I'd gotten a bunch of camping gear that year, including a new tent I couldn't wait to use. I set it up in my usual spot and everything was fine, until around 1 a.m. when I turned off the lanterns and crawled into my sleeping bag. I hadn't even had time to start dozing off when I heard footsteps walking from the direction of the graveyard. No one else lives around here. So for someone to be coming down that path, it was either a ghost or my dad trying for a cheap scare. And that's just not something he does, especially if it involves sneaking through the woods at night. I laid completely still and listened to the light but steady pace of something on two legs, growing closer and closer. When they stopped, it seemed as if they were only a few feet away. I was frightened, but also excited. In these old Civil War towns, everyone has a ghost story. Yet I lived on top of a cemetery and had nothing. Part of me believed I would unzip a corner of the tent, peer out, and see some soldier standing in the moonlight. Maybe he'd have a hole in his head or a missing leg. Maybe his eyes would glow and his teeth would be sharp. 1,000 images flashed through my mind as I sat frozen with my hand over the tent flap. But just as I decided to look outside, the footsteps began moving again. They were light as before, like a small child, and this time they didn't stop until they were directly next to my tent. The image of someone reaching down to open the flap was more than I could bear. That brief feeling of excitement was replaced by pure terror as a wave of reality washed over me. I couldn't handle the pitch-black silence. I knew I shouldn't turn on a light if there was a real person outside, but I just couldn't stand it. It took a minute of nervous fumbling, but when I finally got the lanterns on, I screamed until my throat was raw and my dad was pulling me out of the tent. With the lantern on its dimmest setting, it was hard to make out what was in front of me, but as my eyes focused, I realized I was just sitting with my face closer to the tent than I realized. Only, as I moved back, I saw that there was actually a very small, perfectly formed hand pressing into the side of the fabric. It had come within just inches of my face. As I screamed, the shape of a small face appeared just above the handprint. It was only there for a second before it and the hand vanished entirely. But the image remains burned into my mind, even now. The next thing I knew, my dad was pulling me out of there. He said he woke up thinking I was being murdered. He nearly fell down the stairs trying to rush out to me. He turned on the floodlights within the first minute of my screaming, but didn't see anyone, let alone a small child. The way I sounded, he thought someone was in the tent with me, or a snake had gotten into my sleeping bag. Something awful. I've never seen him look so scared, but once I explained what really happened, he instantly relaxed, said it was only a nightmare. I wasn't even close to falling asleep when everything started, and I definitely didn't turn the lantern back on in my sleep. I feel like I finally got the story I wanted, but this was a one-and-done thing for me. I have no desire to experience any more encounters. Lesson learned. Okay, I got a story about a girl named Mary and her goat. I grew up in an Amish community, but I never went back after Rumspringa. I warn you all now, I'm more than happy to answer questions about Mary and her lamb, but I had a hard childhood. So if people start flooding the comment section with stupid questions about life in the 1800s, this post is getting deleted. So, Mary was my age, and we were friendly but not particularly close. In fact, that's how Mary was with everyone. The only living creature she shared a connection with was that damn goat. I think it was possessed by something, but you can decide for yourselves. When we were 11, Mary's goat was born and rejected by its mother. It's rare, but it happens. Sometimes one of the other mothers might adopt the outcast, but that wasn't the case here. Mary's father wanted to put the goat down. That's just how they handle that sort of thing. But Mary threw a fit, and her parents decided that it would be good for her to learn a hard lesson, so they agreed. She named the goat Cotton and treated it like a human. At first, it was like her own baby. She cooed and cawed at it and pulled it everywhere in a wagon. Then, as it grew older, it became more like her friend. It followed her to school, to town, to church, everywhere. She didn't even have to tie it up. It would just sit outside waiting for her to return. Finally, when we were 13, she began treating it more like a parent. She was afraid to linger after school because Cotton might get angry, or she would become unreasonably upset if Sunday service was taking too long. Everyone knew it was a problem by then, but her parents didn't know what to do. They didn't expect it to survive, but once it did, they couldn't very well take it away from her. Plus, looking back with an adult's perception, I think they were scared of it. I bet that they had some terrifying experiences while living with it for years. At first, it just creeped people out. Everyone, including me, felt like the look in its eyes was a little too knowing. I understand how that sounds, but I literally mean everyone. I just can't explain it except that when he looked at you, it felt exactly like a human stare, like it really saw you. Then there was the weird stuff that would happen when it was around. One Sunday, we had a picnic after church. All the kids played while the parents talked and visited. I was with Mary, Cotton, and 3 other kids. One was a boy our age named Peter, who was known for climbing trees, especially the one that we were gathered around. He didn't even climb as high as he usually did. He just sat on one of the lower branches while we all laughed and joked. Then he said something about the goat that involved cooking him with his grandmother's special sauce. Cotton was eating grass right in the middle of our little group, but we all watched as it stopped and turned its attention upwards. The branch Peter was sitting on, and only that branch, suddenly began to shake. There was no wind whatsoever. Nothing else moved, and it didn't shake dramatically or anything, just enough for Peter to lose his balance. We screamed when he fell, and the adults rushed over. He broke his arm, but was otherwise fine. On a separate occasion, my dad was helping the other men build a new barn when Mary came along with her goat. She was bringing her father some lunch, but one of the other men began giving her a hard time about Cotton being in the way. He was just an ornery old man who didn't like children, but most kids didn't have a demon goat to take offense. A few minutes later, that same man fell from the top of a ladder and broke his back in 2 places. There were a ton of stories like this about Cotton. I could spend hours listing them all, but I'm trying to stick to incidents that I or my family witnessed firsthand. The kid who lived next door to Mary said that he once looked out his window to see the goat walking on its 2 legs in the middle of the night. But I don't know if he was telling the truth, and I don't want something like that to take away from the very real issues our community experienced with this thing. By age 14, none of the other kids wanted anything to do with Mary. We avoided her like a plague, and Cotton seemed to prefer it that way. He especially hated other males. If anyone but Mary's father approached her, the goat would lower its head and try to ram them with its horns. Then there was the night Mary's family lost 7 cattle. I'll never forget the next morning when their neighbor came knocking at our door. He was gathering the men to help dispose of the bodies and Cotton. My mother made me stay inside that day. All the women and children had to, while my father didn't return until late that night. I stayed up so I could eavesdrop on my parents' conversation. Otherwise, I would never know what really happened out there. When Mary's father went out to the pasture that morning, he discovered 7 cows lying dead in a perfect circle, and the goat standing in their center. It didn't move or make a sound as he approached. It only stared at him. He said it felt like Cotton wanted him to come into the circle, like something was pulling at him. When he came to his senses, he was much closer than he believed himself to be, and he was officially done with that goat. He retrieved his rifle, but the weapon wouldn't fire. That's when he got his neighbor, but they had no better luck with the other man's rifle. Finally, they threw a rope around Cotton's neck and drug it into the woods. But just as they began taking it away, Mary ran from the house screaming. Her mother had kept her away all this time. She shouldn't have known anything about what was happening. But somehow she did. The neighbor's son had to help keep her inside while her goat was dragged into the woods. My dad said it sounded human, that the further they took it, the more it sounded like a frightened child. But when they reached a clearing and tied it to a tree, it suddenly began to sound like some kind of demon. Even tied up, it fought them every step of the way. Several men were cut by its horns, and one man inexplicably cut his own hand instead of Cotton's throat. But eventually, they were able to kill it. My dad's voice became even softer when he described the black blood that first poured from its neck. It was only for a moment before it changed to the normal color, but for those who saw it, it was just one more impossible piece of evidence that something wasn't right with that goat. When we first got married, my husband worked the night shift at his family's donut shop. A few years into being married, Mitch had started working the 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. shift, replacing his sister Lim, who'd died suddenly. I don't want to come off as insensitive, but even before his sister's death, my husband was already filling in on a weekly basis because Lim just didn't show up. She was unreliable and unpredictable. Lim's explosive temper had given my husband more than a few scars on his body to prove that her rage had existed over the years. Likely the result of parents who couldn't manage a struggling family business and keep an eye on 2 growing children. They're second-generation owners of the donut shop. It was purchased by their grandfather after immigrating to New England in the early 70s. Back home, their business was tremendously successful. They'd also invested in real estate. They'd made enough to buy a 2-bedroom loft with a vacant business for rent below it. They sold everything just to come struggle in America. Oblivious of the Western culture, they opened up a business in a poor neighborhood across the street from an emergency room. It would prove to be both a great place for business and a terrible place for business. The location yielded just enough income for them to get by each month, and just enough hope for the family to stay invested, physically, financially, and emotionally. I'm not bitter or at all resentful about the long nights my husband had to spend away from home after Lim's passing. If anything, I was very proud of him for stepping up, and I'm wildly impressed with his entire family. And in all honesty, I often do miss Lim's loud vodka-fueled aggression at children's birthday parties or every other family gathering she's ever attended. Anyway, getting distracted. So, no, it wasn't the hours that bothered me. What was most concerning about this graveyard shift were all the weird stories he came home with. Every morning, as I'd wake up and get ready for work, Mitch would come through the door. We'd talk about his night and the upcoming events of my day before I'd head off to work, and he'd head off to bed. During our intertwining breakfasts, Mitch would tell me about attempted robberies, some where he'd actually have to pull out his gun. He never had to shoot it. Would-be robbers usually leave when a large revolver is pointed in their face. He'd recall addicts dying at the bus stop across the street almost nightly. So much so that it started to become an unmentionable point of reference when rehashing his stories. I was just to assume that, yeah, that probably happened, as well as then insert jaw-dropping story of witnessing a rat dragging a whole pizza into the sewer out back, with emphasis on there being no pizza joint anywhere close to the shop. Most of his stories, however, don't share such a light-hearted tone. Some leaving me with goosebumps just hearing them retold. This next one, it's the only one that we can't really explain, and I find it incredibly disturbing. One night, Mitch was in the back of the shop preparing the donuts for the morning influx they'd usually have just as Mitch was leaving and his mom would come in to relieve him. Getting the donuts prepped is a long process. and it always takes you away from the front. So if customers enter the shop, there's a door buzzer that would beep out in the main area, as well as in the back where Mitch would be. He's back there for a while, working away at the dough, finally getting the last rack of donuts on the belt before sending them into the fryer. Mitch walks out to the front area of the shop to grab some water and brew fresh coffee. That's when he sees a tall man standing on the other side of the counter, staring straight up into the fluorescent lights. The man's gaze comes down, and he makes eye contact with Mitch. Mitch heard no sound indicating someone had entered the store. A little bit startled, he apologizes if he's been waiting, asks if there's anything he could get the man. But he's not interested in the donuts. Instead, he strikes up a conversation with Mitch about how the place used to be a flower shop that he and his wife would take trips to on Sundays after church. They talk about how a couple other businesses have changed around the hospital, and their conversation lasts long enough for the donuts to start to burn in the back. Smelling the smoke, Mitch knew exactly what it was and excuses himself to go turn off the bottom fryer. He's in back for less than a minute, but when he returns to the front register, the man he was speaking to is gone. Again, no sound. Strange, but Mitch didn't think the issue was anything more than a faulty sensor on the door. It wasn't until later that night that Mitch thought to check the security footage. He figured he ought to check how long the man had actually been waiting in the shop before Mitch saw him. 30 minutes. But that's not the weird part. The cameras captured the man entering around 1:40 a.m. Only in Mitch's words, he's not as composed. He says to me that the man walked in hunched forward, as if dramatically tiptoeing. But his shoulders, they were thrusting back and forth, out of sync with his steps, in uncoordinated rotations. When the man reaches the counter, he bends each limb individually until he's positioned standing straight. At 1:42 a.m., he bends his head backwards, opens his eyes wide, stays frozen like that until 2:13. That's when Mitch comes out to find him. 2:13 to roughly 2:40. Mitch fast-forwards the tape through their conversation to the part where he runs to the back for the donuts. Pressing play, Mitch watches himself run out of view, back into the kitchen. The man stands motionless, but only for a moment after Mitch leaves. Then, once again, his eyes open wide, and his body contorts like a whip. When he turns around, Mitch sees on the security camera. He shuffles past the exit doors into the back bathrooms. The timestamp reads 2:40. Mitch realizes he only had the idea to look at the security footage after 3. The man could still be hiding in the bathroom. The tape ends around 3:28, the time that Mitch switched it out to review. Still no sign of the man exiting. This discovery makes Mitch slam the small security control room door behind him, and he locks it. He calls the police from the phone in there, while Mitch is huddled up in there waiting for them to arrive. He takes out the footage from the second camera, which is stationed closer to the kitchen. It's been recording the whole time. Mitch places it in the small VHS player, rewinds the tape just to before walking into the control room, and lets it play. Where the first tape ends, the second camera records, as just moments after the door shuts. A figure can be seen slinking into the back kitchen, just outside the control room doors. It's the same man. He's standing, frozen, eyes wide, looking straight into the camera. Mitch almost had a heart attack. That was not the friendly man he'd just spoken to. He flipped off the TV that he was watching the tapes from, tried to stay as quiet as possible until the cops came. They came, and prior to even viewing the tapes themselves, they cased the entire building, surrounding area. No sign of the man Mitch described, or the thing he described. The 2 officers joined Mitch in the control room, They started to review the tapes, Mitch rattling off different timestamps, telling them what to look for. They watched the tapes all the way through, even past when Mitch had turned off the TV. There was the man, staring at the camera, until he wasn't. He didn't walk away. He didn't glitch out. He just slowly disappeared, until there was no longer a man standing there. Mitch looks at the officers who haven't said a word. They're just looking at each other. No one says anything, so Mitch asks the officers, did they see that? Did they see the man disappear? Did they see him change? The two leave the control room without saying a word, grab another officer, and call into the sheriff's office. By this time, Mitch has already called me to update me. He's called his mom, telling her not to come into the store until he figures everything out with the police. When the sheriff's deputy arrives, Mitch tells him to watch at the 1:40 mark on the first tape. But instead, they start removing the tapes. They'd done this before, but usually it was an obvious crime, like attempted robbery or something. And usually they told him why they needed it. More so, he was concerned why they weren't concerned by the man, his gait, the fact that he seemed to disappear in front of them. He asked them. They offered no dialogue on the topic, gave my husband a name and a number to follow up with, and then they left. It probably goes without saying, no one ever followed up with Mitch or his family, which is a sad reality for many who live in that area to this day. I mean, we tried, but life was already insanely busy for everyone at that point. Plus, it was really only Mitch and myself that wanted it at this point. His parents were dismissive of the whole thing. Life goes on, I guess. They even frequently ran into the same officers when reporting various disturbances, but no one ever talked about it. For about 2 more years, Mitch would come home with more unusual stories. More drug addicts dying, attempted robberies, which died down a bit after installing 2 additional security cameras. But no more oddly appearing or disappearing men. It would appear that was just a one-off kind of thing. Mitch's family's place got bought out, or rather forced out, by the city back in 2002. Terribly sad, but by that point I think everyone was ready to move on. I know we already had, but as far as this experience, truly, what do you think it was? I should say firstly that I've never harmed any living creature for pleasure. I do have blood on my hands, mostly from my service in the military when I was a younger man. PTSD never goes away. It's an uncontrollable, unconscious reaction from a lifetime of memories lived by another man, a young and naive man, the husk I grew to emerge from. When I discarded my old shell, talks of it could reanimate the corpse to dance in vivid memories so real you'd swear you were there again. Memories I have no interest in revisiting, but I believe prefacing this is necessary in order for the next part to fully make sense. After discharge, I was still active in the Ready Reserve for a few more years. My first wife, Jackie, and I fell in love with the suburbs of D.C. Jackie was a nurse at the Veterans Hospital. I would struggle to hold down stable employment through the first year as a civilian. My mind was damaged, and I was barely functioning. The worst episode occurred when I was working at a Safeway. I was on a knee opening boxes of milk to start stocking in a big refrigeration unit. The cooling fans in there are loud. A coworker walks up behind me to put something in the refrigerator. I don't notice her, but she accidentally knocks over a jar and it explodes. The noise startled me so much that it had triggered a flashback, and I black out. Blacking out is something unreal. At first, my eyes were fixed on brown cardboard. Through the holes, the rows of gold-capped glass jars, each filled with white milk, that would clink and slosh around as I pulled them out. Then, in the blink of an eye, I realize I'm standing. My coworker's back is pressed against my chest. My left arm was holding her like a bear hug, while in my right hand was a box cutter. The door to the refrigeration unit is opened, and in the doorway, shoppers are staring in. In front of them, my boss has his hands up and is walking towards me. My ears fully dial back into frequency, and everything hit me all at once. I instantly released the woman and dropped the box cutter. I was lucky not to have gone to prison that day. They decided not to call the police. My boss served in World War II. He understood the horrors of war, but he could also see that I wasn't fit for normal life yet. As I scrambled to find other work, the offer that we'd previously put down on a house had finally been accepted. Thankfully, Jackie was smart enough with money. She'd stashed away the money in a coffee tin under her vanity for months. We had just enough to move in, but in order for us to continue our residency, I needed to find a job fast. The first couple of months after moving in were the most stressful and put the most strain on me and Jackie's marriage. We did everything in our power to make the house feel like a home, but it just never did. Even with the heat up and the lights on, the cold, dark energy was inescapable. I was drained every morning because I'd be plagued by night terrors almost every night. The dreams I had were also no longer amidst the backdrop of North Vietnam. Instead, the setting began to resemble home, visions of my neighborhood after a catastrophic disaster. The sky above is colored orange from a glow of distant fires, and violence fills the street as neighbors turn on one another for resources. Internalizing my trauma was the worst thing that I could have done for myself and my relationship, but we were both increasingly stressed, both at our breaking points. I kept it from Jackie, in fear of becoming more of a burden in her eyes, further scrutinizing my sanity and ability to provide a stable household. Soon enough, the night terrors would reach a level I've never experienced. I began to question if I was awake or asleep when they decided to haunt me. In our bedroom, we had a walk-in closet with sliding doors. I was reading a book late one night when I heard the wooden doors of the closet quietly rattle. I looked up to see them both gently slide open. I got chills like never before, and the hair stood up on the back of my neck, then my whole body. I'm staring into the closet. The shade of darkness grows deeper the further back my eyes try to focus. Then, from the floor up, the blackest of colors inside the closet begins to morph and take shape, eating every ounce of reflecting light. It resembled a slow-rising plume of smoke, or vines, as it started to grow into a human shape. The figure was female, and the smoke she grew from continued to fall through the ground like an endless dress. I did the only thing that I thought I could do, the only thing that I used to do when I'd see images of war, and that was to close my eyes tight, try to fall asleep before they became too real. I'd come to find out that that was only the entity introducing herself to me. She would be a fixture in my peripherals during the day and night. I would see her take form in the corners of the room, but I would never interact or look over. She looked like what I used to see during active duty. The ghosts of men you killed in battle that day follow you on your march back to the barracks. With the moon at our backs, our shadows in front of us would be joined by other shadows. Sometimes you could outrun them. Sometimes they'd run with you. Observations everyone in the platoon experienced, but didn't always share out loud. The first winter Jackie and I spent in our house was bitterly cold. A new pipe would burst seemingly once a week, and I'd have to crawl under the house to fix it. I hated getting down there in the crawl space. That's when I'd be tormented by this female entity. I could feel her crawling around with me, faster than I could move. My flashlight would catch her as I swiveled for tools. I'd suppress my fear just enough to keep my hands from shaking as I finished the job. Then, that same winter, we receive a call from Jackie's sister. She'd sustained a pretty extensive injury slipping on ice. Jackie would need to stay with her through the new year to help out. Jackie had to catch 2 buses to get to work every day. She and I would talk on the phone every night, and I would visit her on lunch breaks, but it wasn't the same. We missed each other more than we knew. Ironically, I think this time apart made us appreciate each other more. I filled my time with odd jobs around town, doing my best to stay out of the house as long as I could, before having to return in the evening. I was alone, but I wasn't. It was impossible not to feel like I was constantly being stalked within the confines of my home. Out the window, I watched my neighbors hang up Christmas lights without a care in the world. The gutters and doors of my house remained bare. No wreath, no tree, no decorations. There was no point in wasting the effort if I was going to be the only one pretending to enjoy it. With Jackie coming home for the new year, I decided to stop feeling sorry for myself and spruce the place up a little bit. I picked up some candles that were festively scented, some new blankets for the couch, all of our favorite foods. It was important to ring in the new year correctly, I thought. However, once Jackie got home, she told me that being with her sister had been stressful, yes, but she also felt relief. Relief from her night terrors. Relief from the shadows. At first, she thought that I was offended because I hadn't said a word. But I wasn't offended. I completely understood. I told her as much, finally. And then we officially started swapping stories. I learned her dreams were slightly different from mine. She described chaos similar to mine, but also personal nightmares like losing a limb, watching me die horrific deaths over and over. The most unsettling, yet reaffirming of all. She also described the same figure, and she confirmed she'd seen the figure while she was awake. She was folding clothes in the living room, watching TV, but she had that intense feeling, like she was being watched. Glancing towards the hallway, she focused on the darkness, feeling that it was darker than it should be. Then she saw it. The black plume formed the shape of a woman, cloaked in continuous darkness. Jackie said she froze and just closed her eyes tightly, praying that it would go away. When she opened her eyes, it was gone. Being at her sister's, she said, it felt as though a giant weight had been lifted. She believed the weight to be our house. We both couldn't believe that we'd kept it from one another, but I guess I understand it from both sides. At first, I thought we felt better, having it all out in the open. We were motivated to try and figure out what to do about this feeling, what to do about the house. And I wish that we'd made it that far, but for several reasons. Some I can explain, others I can't. Everything really did start to fall apart. Our careers, the house, our relationship itself. We had no time to do much of anything except for work and try to get some sleep in between doing so. Night terrors continued. Shadows intensified, manifesting in more places than just the closets, the hallways, the corners. It was everywhere. This figure haunted us until we surrendered. Jackie and I ended up filing for divorce after we sold the house. There was no bitterness there, but we were both exhausted. We didn't stay close, but we ran into each other maybe 6 years after the divorce at a mutual friend's funeral. I wasn't going to bring it up, but Jackie did, asking me if I ever saw that figure again. Honestly, I hadn't thought about it. In fact, I was sure that I hadn't thought about it since the moment we sold that house. And she said the same thing. Until Jackie, I always assumed all of my nightmares were my own. Any horror I experienced, I assumed, was superficial or the result of recalling a more horrific time. Though I don't know exactly what we experienced, I at least know that I wasn't alone in that one. Hey there. I'm a night janitor at a hospital, and I spend most of my time at work listening to creepypasta narrations. But I've recently found this channel, and I thought it would be fun to send in one of my stories about this place. We've got plenty of ghosts, but after working here a while, you get used to them. For the most part, no one's ever experienced anything malicious, just the friendly or curious types of spirits. In the 5 years I've been working there, only one incident has really frightened me, and it just happened last week. One of the places I'm responsible for cleaning is the morgue. We recently had a man pass away after a late-night motorcycle accident, and his body was still on one of the tables when I went in to clean. It's not uncommon for a few to be left out. If there's no one on duty to check them in, the orderlies will leave them for whoever has the morning shift. It's not really like the movies where a head and toe tag are sticking out of each sheet, at least not at our hospital. Those sheets are plenty big enough to cover the whole body, so it's not quite as creepy as you see on TV. Well, not usually. I saw the motorcycle guy as soon as I walked in, and his sheet had fallen to the side, leaving his face and part of his chest exposed. Now, I have a pretty strong stomach. You have to in order to work here, but this guy was messed up. I nearly puked when I saw his face. He only had one eye left, and it stared at me with the little skin left around it. I quickly pulled the sheet back over him, and I went back to work. When I turned to leave, the sheet had not only fallen halfway down his face again, its head was turned to the side, still looking at me. There's no draft or fans blowing in the morgue. Not a single thing could have moved that sheet. I pulled it back over the man for a second time and ran out of there like a scared child. By the time I woke up the following afternoon, I felt pretty silly. What did I know about dead bodies anyway? And that one was so messed up. Who's to say it wasn't just settling or whatever corpses do? I chat with the doctors often, so I wanted to ask that night, but I never quite worked up the nerve. Each way I imagined saying it just made me feel crazy. Either it was a completely normal occurrence that scared me for no reason, or it wasn't normal, and they would think that I'd lost my mind. That's certainly a more logical conclusion than a dead man was watching me. When I made it back to the morgue, I was relieved to see no bodies were left, and set about my work. As I was emptying the trash, I began to hear a soft scratching sound, like something hard scraping a metal surface. I couldn't stand the idea of wondering about it too, so I followed the sound to the freezer drawers. I'm sure you've seen them on TV, the wall of big square cubicles where the bodies are stored until claimed by family. They have metal tables that slide in and out. Yeah, I'm sure you know. It took all of my courage to look inside. The first two were empty, but I finally found the right one on my third try. As soon as the door was open, the noise immediately stopped. I had to know if it was the same guy from yesterday. So I pulled out the body just to peek at his face, and had to stifle a scream when I saw an exposed hand sitting atop the white sheet. Most of its flesh was gone, likely removed while sliding down the highway, because it was definitely the motorcycle guy again. I was genuinely sick to my stomach when I confirmed it by viewing his face. His fingers were nothing but bone, which would have been perfect for making the sound I heard. Not wanting to be in there another second, I quickly put everything back as I found it and got the hell out of there. But just as I was exiting, the noise started again. I didn't stop to see how long it lasted. I got back upstairs and didn't say a word to anyone. Thankfully, I was off for the next 2 days, but I do have to go back tonight. Even though the body is probably gone by now, I still have an overwhelming sense of dread. Honestly, I may call in sick. I really can't decide. As part of a history project in college, we were tasked with exploring a piece of our own family history, specifically connecting with information from those no longer with us. We were told that we could have as little or as much information as possible on the person or the piece of history, but it was our job to create a historically accurate yet compelling story. My family is huge. I don't know a lot of them, but my mom is one of those that keeps up on what everyone is doing all the time, and she's part of those ancestry websites. So all I had to do was ask her, and I knew that she'd lead me down the most interesting path. My great-grand-uncle Charlie was a Catholic priest, one who participated in exorcisms nonetheless. I never personally had the chance to meet him, and he died in the late 90s. But my mom always spoke very fondly of him and kept a lot of his things. She says he was a man of a million stories. Apparently on the side, he was a bit of a self-proclaimed author. One of his short stories was actually published in a local magazine in Minnesota back in 1981. I'm sure it was great, but personally, I never read that one. Amongst the various articles, notebooks, cool photos, I was most interested in his personal notebooks. These were writings he'd never published, things he'd experienced in his lifetime as a priest and just in life in general. I found several intriguing stories, and at first it was hard to just focus on one thing. Next thing I knew, I'd already gone through one of his notebooks in its entirety. He wrote lots about his earlier days, and I found these to be some of his most interesting. I'm choosing to share this one with you all because it gave me full body chills. The entry is from 1989, but he talks of a time before that. It's the story of his second exorcism. January 1st, 1989. This evening, while processing the passing of Bishop McHale, I was reminded of a case from my younger days as a priest. I encountered extraordinary yet terrifying events often, but it was this one that forever altered the course of my future with the church. It was a somber evening, much like tonight, when the news reached me. Bishop McHale came to the Archbishop and myself, carrying stories of a young woman plagued by a demonic possession. Shortly after Bishop McHale finished reciting the various ailments which had been reported to him, Archbishop McAllen granted permission for us to move forward. With a heavy heart, I embarked upon the solemn duty of performing an exorcism. It was new for me. It was only my second one, but I was honored, ready, and I was not alone after all. There was Bishop McHale, but there was also the Heavenly Father, too. That's what you can never forget, never lose sight of. Arriving at the family's humble abode, I was struck that it wasn't so far away from my own. I could sense a palpable darkness hanging in the air where the afflicted woman resided. The family was desperate for salvation. This was obvious at once as they greeted us with a mix of trepidation and high hopes. They guided us to the room where the young woman lay. My first observations of the woman were that her eyes were vacant, almost blackened, and her body was contorted in unnatural ways. Compassion and fear intertwined within me. The woman was restrained, gently but still. The ties on the pieces of satin were secure. The family feared the young woman, but loved her greatly. The room became even more tense upon the arrival of Bishop McHale and myself, so we began the ancient ritual of exorcism almost immediately. Not long after we started, the room was filled with prayers, the scent of incense, and the flickering light of the candles. I recall their glow casting eerie shadows on the walls, shadows which couldn't compare to the real evil inside the room. The demon within the woman fought vehemently, its presence becoming increasingly malevolent with each passing moment. The woman writhed and convulsed, her voice transforming into an otherworldly growl before once again mimicking the cries of a natural woman. For a moment she was lucid, crying and pleading that she couldn't see, that she couldn't hear. She begged and pleaded with the room, trying to understand what was happening to her. We told her to be strong, to fight it. Though she didn't stay long, her voice distorted again as she screamed and laughed obscenities at the room. It was that moment which I caught a glimpse of the demon that had taken a hold of her. Its eyes now reflected the depths of its wickedness. The creature's voice echoed with a chilling resonance, one that was filled with hatred, so much so that it shook me deep to my core. She spoke and spat vile things at everyone in the room, focusing heavily on Bishop McHale and myself. Wicked accusations, horrific imagery that they tried to paint. It was relentless. They were spewing wildly, switching from English to Latin to something entirely unintelligible. This was nothing like my first experience, the one that I wrote about in 1986. This demon was unlike anything I'd experienced in the church, unlike anything I'd experienced in life. I would be lying if I said that there was no fear. I kept it deep down in the depths where only I knew it existed. Throughout, I remained steadfast. It's of great importance that you never lose faith. It's always my faith grounding me in the face of this ancient evil. My voice wavered at times, sure, but I pressed on, reciting the sacred words with unwavering determination. Bishop McHale doing the same, as the prayer of St. Michael radiated from the two of us, filling the room. The battle was all too grueling. I call it a battle as it's the closest I've come to fighting something, aiming to destroy something before it could further destroy this woman. Bishop McHale and I continued exorcising the demon. As the hours passed, I watched the poor woman's vessel endure tortures no one ever should. Still, we didn't stop. She was in and out of consciousness. She was weak, but we also watched as the demon's grip weakened too, and its resistance fading. With one final prayer, a large surge of energy, it was expelled from the young woman, instantly leaving her limp and exhausted, but alive and breathing. The whole room felt as if it was singing. The reality is, it was silent. A beautiful silence settled upon the room, broken only by the sound of our breathing. I found myself forever changed in the aftermath of this encounter. The experience had deepened my understanding of the forces that exist beyond our mortal realm. It ignited a thirst within me to delve further into the realm of spiritual warfare, to study the ancient texts, to learn more of the nature of demons and possession. It was in the following years that I became known for my expertise in exorcisms. Bishop McHale, too, he was my teacher, my mentor. Bishop McHale, the church had recognized his dedication and entrusted him with the responsibility of training future priests in the sacred art of battling darkness. As one of his pupils, I too would go on to train future priests. Of course, this was all before I stopped this work, pre-1980. Because the truth is, with each successful exorcism, a part of my soul grew heavy with the weight of what I had witnessed. The horrors I had faced took their toll, and with time I began to question the fragility of my own faith. The demons confronted were not confined to the pages of Scripture. They were real, tangible entities that tested the limits of my resolve. In the end, it was the haunting memories of this second exorcism that led me to reevaluate my path. I chose to step away from the front lines, to devote myself to research and contemplation, seeking a deeper understanding of the spiritual realm and its interplay with our moral existence. And though my days of performing exorcisms may have come to an end, the impact of that fateful event and so many others remain etched in my soul. It forever shaped my future, guiding me towards a different kind of service, one that seeks to illuminate the shadows, one that seeks to offer solace to those who find themselves entangled in its ominous grasp. it also brought me closer to my dearest friend, Bishop McHale, whom I will see again one day. Then my great-grand-uncle ends it by inserting a prayer. I've included it here, but don't expect you to read it. I did some research, and this is a prayer often used during the passing of a member of the clergy. Thanks for listening. If I come across anything else worth sharing, I certainly will. When I was about 5 or 6, my mother worked at a nursing home called the Bryan Center. I'd often be picked up by her after school and taken to go sit in the employee break room until she got off her shift. It was in the corner of the basement. For reference, the building is built into the side of a hill. It had 2 or 3 stories, but by the time you got to the street, you could only see the 2nd or 3rd floor at the ground level. My mom worked down there in the invalid ward, people who were permanently bedbound, and incidentally, the building used to be the county hospital, and the basement was originally the morgue. Now, my mom saw a lot of strange shit while she was there, including a dark man wearing a hat that had a dog with red eyes, and a patient being thrown around by an unseen force, despite being paralyzed by a stroke. The woman screaming about how she'd made a deal with the devil. He was there to take her soul. Then there were the elevator doors, randomly changing floors and opening, and the sound of footsteps coming down the hall, but no one was there. She also routinely heard babies crying, and even saw babies crawling down the hallway in the middle of a night shift. It disappeared into the old morgue. My story, however, is about me. Just across from the parking lot door and the corner where the break room was located was a security desk built into the opposite corner where the 2 halls met. The security guard was my buddy. He would listen to me prattle on, ask me about what I was watching on the break room TV. He would give me quarters for the vending machine to go get snacks when I was hungry. My mom was pretty broke at the time, and school lunch had been a long time ago, and dinner was a long ways away. So my security guard buddy was the shit. He went off on rounds every, hour or so, and sometimes my mom would pop into the break room and ask if I was all right. She'd ask me where I got the honey bun from, and I told her the security guard gave me a quarter. She'd give me a funny look, but I figured she was just having a stranger danger moment, being Gen X. Fast forward years later, my mom had just had a knee replacement, and at the same time I caught pertussis while pregnant. So we're both laying in bed binging on Netflix. And I go to ask her, "Hey, what was that dude's name? The security guard who used to buy me all those snacks, those honey buns, remember? Skinny black dude?" My mom told me that not only did she not have a security guard at the time at all, but that also at the time, the only black employees were female nurses. Never been able to figure it out. I would say it's a false memory, but how did I get the money? The food? Any ideas? So, I love paranormal stuff, but I'm a huge skeptic. I think it's fun to pretend ghosts and demons exist, but no random story on the internet was ever going to convince me that they were real. I may have to see it kind of guy, and now I've seen it, so I'm contributing my own unbelievable experience to the internet's collection. Most of my friends have always been superstitious, so I decided to go all out for my birthday party. Every year they come over for a night of drinking and general shenanigans, and they thought that this one would be the same, yet what they actually got was a full-blown seance. I got a Ouija board, a crystal ball, tarot cards, crystals, candles, the works. But I was especially proud of myself for the rigged noises. I connected 2 old phones to a couple of small, well-hidden speakers in the living room, and I downloaded an app for special alarms. Then all I had to do was put the phones in a junk drawer and wait. At 4 specific times, various sound effects would play, like knocking or footsteps. It could have all easily failed, but I honestly thought I had a decent chance at pulling it off. Plus, the price for getting caught was only enduring a bit of ridicule. Not to brag, but I'm a pretty good sport when it comes to that kind of thing. In the end, 4 of my 7 guests decided to play. Honestly, better than I expected. I didn't want to make anything too obvious, so we messed around with the tarot cards before bringing out the Ouija board. The girls almost left, but I convinced them to stay. After all, it was in a children's game box. They also checked the table for any tricks, but my devices were well out of their search radius. Again, I started off slow to see if we were going to have any other pranksters in the mix. And sure enough, we did. I thought one or possibly all of them would be giving me a little birthday scare. So I didn't flinch when they adamantly denied being the pushers and accused me instead. I also kept a tight poker face when the spirit claimed to be my grandpa. Everyone there knew his name and how close we were. Then it all suddenly made sense. They knew I was planning something, so they were setting the scene before I could. Well, game on as far as I was concerned. The time had finally come. The knocking alarm was set to sound in 1 minute. "Grandpa, are you alone?" I asked, sliding the planchette to no, then back to the center. "Are any other spirits here as well?" Again, I slid the planchette to no, and then back to the center. A noticeable unease spread through the table, and it was hard not to smile. With a low, solemn tone, I continued, "Is there a demon here? With you? With us?" No one breathed as we sat staring at the planchette. Then came the sound of frantic knocking on the closet door. One of the girls actually started crying. I now had roughly 2 minutes to set up an opening for the footsteps that would sound next to the hallway. "Was that you, Grandpa?" I asked innocently, and slid the planchette to no yet again. "Then who was it?" I felt a surge of annoyance as someone else began moving the planchette before I could. It spelled N-E-D, Ned, and my stomach dropped to my knees. Ned was the awful man from the nightmares I had when, and only when, I was living at Grandpa's old house. I've never told a soul about him until now. In my dreams, I would have a bird's eye view of myself asleep in bed, only I wasn't alone. There was always a sickly, thin, elderly man lying next to me, just staring at my motionless form. If I tried to call out a warning, the old man would turn to glare at me with the most hateful scowl. Sometimes he would attack me if I persisted in trying to wake myself up. Eventually, Grandpa got a new house that didn't give me nightmares, and I forgot that Ned existed until his name appeared on that Ouija board. I'm positive there's no way my friends could have known about him. I was instantly ready to stop, but I didn't want the others to know how frightened I really was. I asked a few simple questions that didn't receive answers, hoping someone else would be the one to suggest quitting, but no such luck. I was the birthday boy, after all. But then Wes blurted out, "Can we see you?" And the planchette spelled D-R-E-A-M. Dream. That was officially all I could handle. I rose from the chair, and at the same moment, the chair at the opposite end of the table fell backwards with a loud crash. No one was sitting close enough to have touched it. Thankfully, everyone left soon after that, and we didn't talk about any of it. I doubt we ever will. I didn't even notice the footsteps and other alarms failed to sound until much later, after everyone had gone home. When I checked the devices, they were both shut off, even though the batteries were fully charged. If this wasn't bad enough, I've now dreamed of Ned twice since, and the first time happened that same night. The nightmares are identical to the ones I had as a kid, only now I'm looking down at my adult body. I think I really screwed up this time. Is anyone able to tell me what I should do? So the background is that several years ago, I was just behind, but not involved in, a fatal traffic crash where a woman died. I was right at the scene, so I saw her pass away. It was horrible, but I deal with crashes in my job a fair bit, so it wasn't overly scary for me, just extremely sad, of course. Sidebar, and it's a story in and of itself, but not long before the crash, I saw my doppelganger for a brief period in a crowded store. But back to the crash victim. Let's call her Fiona. Fiona's mom, who I'll call Mary, runs a local store that she started after Fiona's death. My mom loves this shop, but I send her in alone. There's an energy there that's so dark, and I physically, spiritually, mentally can't stand it. I have no logical explanation. The staff and Mary are lovely. The sales are great. But there's something that makes me feel the deepest, darkest sense of repulsion and dread anywhere near that store. It's not because I saw Fiona after the crash either, because, like I said, seeing crashes has been part of my job. You learn not to let it affect you too much. So my mom was just chatting about how she wants to go there. I said I'd drop her off next time we went to town. And I told her again how weird the feeling is that I can't explain, how dark and strong it is, and how I can't think of why I get it or what it is. Even hearing anyone else talk about the store gives me a sense of deep dread. As I'm discussing this, a white figure dashes past the window in front of the house. Right along the outside of the house, it looked tallish, thin, female, but no distinct features. Dashed so fast I couldn't have made them out anyway. My dog freaked out and raced to the window to bark, and I rushed right away to check the front door, but whatever it was gone. Just a series of creepy encounters, I guess. There used to be this old abandoned church behind our middle school. It's not there anymore because it burned down after I graduated high school, and they never rebuilt anything in its place. When we were kids, we'd go there after school and hang out, usually with zero issues. We weren't exactly allowed there, but no one ever shooed us away either. I was in 7th grade and my younger sister was in 5th grade. After school, just like so many other days, I walked to the church with a group of friends and waited for my sister to get out of elementary school, which was a half-hour behind. Usually for fun, we would act out scenes from our favorite movies. We'd stand up near the podium, which still stood tall at the head of the church, while the others would act as the audience in the pews. On this day, I was on stage with my best friend, and we were acting out some of our favorite scenes from Clueless. The party scene. First, when Dion finds Murray has shaved his head, and then it was time for the rollin' with the homies scene, where Ty hits her head on the lamp. We're about to start the second part when someone in our audience screams. Then, 2 screams. My friend and I are like, "What the fuck, guys?" Totally assuming something innocent. "That cross moved," they shouted over each other. We turn around to face the large cross that they were talking about, only it's perfectly still. Clearly, they were messing with us. So we keep going with our skit, but the audience is restless now. We try to ignore that fact and attempt to make them laugh. Suddenly, my friend lets out a small yelp, whips around while swatting near her head. Something whispered in her ear. "What did it say?" I asked. My friend says that she doesn't know. It was like someone was just breathing in her ear. Maybe it said hi, or maybe it was just a hiss. I know my friend well enough to determine that I don't think she's messing with me. The church feels cold all of a sudden. The audience is on their feet. and I realize that we are collectively thinking the same thing. So I say it. Let's go. We shuffle off the stage and make our way to the church entrance. Before we reach the door, we're temporarily stopped and startled by a loud crash coming from behind us. The large cross hanging, the one that the girls said moved, was now completely off the wall and crash landed directly where my friend and I stood just moments ago. None of us stuck around long enough to do any more investigating. That was enough for us to understand our idea to leave was the right one. I was so shocked, scared, or dazed by the entire experience, I almost forgot to pick up my sister. I just started walking straight home. Halfway there, I realized my mistake and went back for my sister. She usually likes to cut through the church, but this day, and basically every day moving forward, we avoided that place. When the place burnt down years later, it was said that some sort of satanic ritual was taking place. No one died in the fire, but people reported hearing screaming coming from the area, and within moments it was up in flames. Police deemed it arson, but no one was ever caught. Not that we know of, anyway. Now the church is an abandoned pile of burnt rubble with a weak police tape barrier. I believe kids still mess around in there, but honestly, I can't imagine why. Apparently, I was set to be the star of a children's show that didn't even get a pilot. It was called Blow Your Horn and filmed in a little public access studio downtown. My mom had entered a contest by sending in my baby picture for an audition for the lead role of Dinah. Basically, the pilot was an educational premise where 2 adult railroad workers would engage in quirky activities while trying to take care of an infant in the Old West. It was also supposed to have puppets like Fraggle Rock or Sesame Street kind of thing, but my mom says that she never got to see an actual puppet while we were on set. I asked why my show got canceled. My mom tells me 3 things: no money, bad writing, and the set was haunted. My ears perked up and I said, "Please tell me more." She says that her and I would travel 2 hours to get to the area they had for filming. It was an abandoned slaughterhouse. It had a few long stretches of train tracks that used to transport meat from one building to another. The studio was so low budget, my mom said they had her assisting with the lights and the boom mic on the days I was scheduled to shoot. She added that I'd sleep in a box filled with blankets at her feet when they'd film outside. Blow Your Horn had a lantern theme as their primary focal point when designing the set concept. This meant that most of the scenes would be outside, so I was in that box a lot. One night, my mom had again been asked to hold the boom for the next couple of takes on the track. The shot was set up so the female lead, Mindy, would run down the tracks toward the camera, holding a lantern. She'd be coming from the dark into the light of one of the spotlights set on the track, then hit her line when she reached my mom. After being reassured that this wouldn't take all night, one of the actors gave her an uncomfortable smile, then handed my mom the box. Its innards pre-filled with blankets. Then we were off to the tracks. When we get there, my mom stays in the warm car with me until they're all set up and ready. After about 20 minutes, the director taps on the window, letting my mom know they're ready to roll film. With baby box in hand, my mom walks over a dark, icy 50-yard landscape to reach the tracks. She replaces the box in her hands with a tall boom mic, then stands next to the spotlight. In the distance, there's a lantern glowing, indicating Mindy's ready to start her run, but the director hasn't returned to the camera. My mom notices the glow from Mindy's lantern had begun to kind of drift off the tracks, heading toward the nearby woods. She thinks that Mindy's getting restless waiting for the director. I'm also in the box getting fussy, down by her feet. It was only the three of them out there, so once again, my mom swaps from one heavy boom mic to a heavy cardboard baby box and starts wandering down the tracks in search of the director. She was 30 seconds behind him from the time of him knocking on the car window to her hopping out. My mom had no clue how he could have just disappeared. A few yards down the tracks, the team had set up 3 white, fully enclosed tarps with 2 large Velcro flaps for doors. Each time after calling out for any response, my mom sets my box down and pries the 2 white sheets from each other and quickly pops her head into the dark tent before moving to the next one. But all of them were empty. Aside from random equipment and boxes, my mom shut the 3rd tent and stood in the dark silence trying to listen for any sign of human life around her. Her eyes had no chance to get adjusted to the dark when she'd been positioned so close to the only spotlight out there. As she made her way back to it, the cables that connected the camera rig together got tangled between her legs. She falls with me in her hands, but manages to turn and land on her shoulder, keeping me steady in my shell. This sacrifice of a graceful fall would save me, but leave my mom with a large gash on her elbow, along with a torn shoulder muscle. We had no medical insurance at the time, and the rage she felt began to outweigh the pain. When she made it back to the spotlight, my mom saw the lantern glow walk back onto the track. She starts yelling at Mindy to come back, and that she can't find the director. The lantern starts moving. It slowly grows as Mindy approaches, but then it goes out. My mom waits for her to enter the circle of light, but she never crossed its rift. Again, my mom started calling out to her, and when nobody replied, the tracks were quiet and still. It was the lack of sound that was the scariest. In the back of her mind, she still held out the slight chance that Mindy's trying to make a joke. But the fabric of her coat sleeve had started seeping through with blood, and she'd had enough of the night. She takes her middle finger and waves it into the darkness as a goodbye to Mindy. Then she'd make the icy, gravely climb back to her car. When she'd gotten to the main lot, the dome light of the director's car was on. He was sitting in the passenger side, his big blocky cell phone up to his ear while smoking a cigarette. The sight of this makes my mom fume. She walks over to his car and begins to yell at him. He unrolls the window, and cigarette smoke pours out of the gap. The director starts yelling back at my mom, while also yelling at the person on the phone. He says Mindy isn't showing up tonight, and told my mom to go home. She was in too much pain to continue the argument, so she just turned around and walked back to her car and drove us home. The next day, we get a message that Mindy had quit, and the director was scrapping the project. I'm a glorified security guard who babysits a giant warehouse filled with wooden crates. They come in all shapes and sizes, and I've never looked at what's inside. I just never cared. I've worked this cushy job for a year, wasn't about to lose it over a box of random junk. The warehouse is in the middle of nowhere, a solid 40 minutes outside the city limits. I'm not even sure why they bothered hiring security guards, but there's always someone here. I normally work during the day, but one of the night guards, Carter, quit in the middle of his shift, so I volunteered to fill in. I really wanted the overtime and the brownie points. I was planning on asking for a raise on Friday, but now I'm not even sure if I'll still be working here by then. More than anything, I wish I could ask Carter why he left. He was only a year away from retirement, and before tonight, I couldn't fathom why anyone would just randomly walk away from a job like this. But now, I'm starting to realize this place is totally different at night. It's creepy as hell. I've never been one to spook easily, but this is more than just being alone in the dark. From the moment I arrived, It felt like the entire atmosphere was different. The air itself was heavier, almost stale. If a little paranoia was my only problem, I'd be able to get through it. But I'm either losing my mind, or I'm not as alone here as I thought. 2 hours into my shift, I heard what sounded like someone knocking on a crate. But I didn't see anyone on the monitors, and I can assure you, there's no blind spots. My employers spared no expense when it came to cameras. A few seconds later, the knocking stopped, and I convinced myself it must have been another rat. There were still a few traps left over from the last one, so I set them up and returned to my desk. The next hour passed without incident, but then a sudden chill ran down my spine, and I jumped out of my chair so fast it fell over. It felt like someone brushed their fingertips across the back of my neck. Obviously, no one was there, so I must have imagined it, right? I couldn't bring myself to sit down again, so I checked on the mouse traps just to distract myself. 2 of them sprung, didn't catch anything. Which does happen on occasion. That wasn't unusual. I reset the first one, but as I bent over to fix the second one, several loud knocks sounded from inside the crate next to me. They were very deliberate human knocks. There was no mistaking this for random rat noises. I don't know how long I stood there, hunched over like that. I didn't want to believe it. My brain insisted it wasn't possible, but the only logical conclusion was an auditory hallucination. I wanted to open the crate to prove nothing was inside. But they're all nailed shut. Even if I found a crowbar, I wouldn't be able to close it again. Instead, I asked if anyone was there, for them to knock if they could hear me. But the sound of my voice just felt heavy and foreign as it broke the tense silence. I probably would have shit myself if someone answered, but there was only the sound of my thudding heart for a reply. Eventually, I tore myself away from the crate and returned to my desk, but I still couldn't bring myself to sit down. All I could think about was Carter, if he had similar experiences. What other reason could he possibly have to just leave in the middle of his shift without warning? None of it makes sense. There's no way we randomly had the same hallucinations, unless something in the warehouse had caused them. My mind has been racing ever since the thought occurred to me. What if we're being used as some kind of guinea pigs? What if our employers are testing some kind of gas on us? Or maybe it was an accident. Maybe they have some dangerous material stored here and it started to leak. But if it was an accident, wouldn't this be happening during the day as well? Why is it only the night shift? Either way, I had to get out of there. I came outside to sit in my car, gather my thoughts. That's when I decided to write everything down, to help me keep it all straight, and to leave a record of what's happened in case I suddenly go missing. I do feel a little better now. I came out in such a rush that I left all of my things at the desk. I'm going to grab them, spend the rest of my shift out here. I've been awake for a long time now. I should probably get some sleep before I make any drastic phone calls. I'll add an update later to let you guys know how it turned out. I didn't expect my update to come just an hour later, and judging by the comments I've already received, neither did any of you. When I finally mustered the courage to run inside, I only made it halfway to the door before seeing an incredibly tall shadow. It passed by the small office window. Someone really is in there. Whoever it is must have been hiding in that crate. What would have happened if I'd opened it? I didn't want to be anywhere near that place, so I drove to the first well-lit public area. I don't know what to do next besides go home. Some of you suggested calling the police, but I'm not sure what I would say. This all makes me sound like a lunatic. I don't even know what I'm going to tell my boss. Why did I have to volunteer for the damn night shift? So I used to live in a small town in rural Canada. There was this old folks' home for the mentally unwell that was closed a long time before I moved there. During the day, people would go to the property and hang out in the well-kept grass and trees. The town still took care of the surrounding grounds for this specific reason. The actual building was locked up, but teenagers would break into the building to basically scare themselves, myself included on a few occasions, usually with 5 or so people, a little bit drunk or a little high, but even stone-cold sober, it was lots of fun, probably due to feeling somewhat safe in numbers. And literally nothing actually happened that couldn't be easily explained with logic, noises, papers shifting, etc. Inevitably, the large group of teens that we were, we would make too much noise, and the cops would get called. One night, me and my best friend, whom is a serious skeptic, decided to break or get into one of the parts of the building that no one had gotten into before. This time, just the two of us, because the more people you bring, the more likely the police are to show up, mainly due to a disturbance being called in by someone living across the property. We've had to book it from cops before, and we didn't want to tonight, especially if we were going to find a place that no one had ever been before, where we didn't know the exits. To get an idea of what it looked like, 5 stories tall, with the 4th and 5th stories making a slight tower jutting from the middle. Old brick in the front. Modern cement blocks that were painted over, like in schools. At the back, that's where you could tell that stuff was added in later years. The newer parts of the building had been broken into by kids a lot, but the main building had thick metal doors, and the windows that might be able to be opened were on the 3rd story. The whole thing looked like an old school, church, asylum, all cobbled together. There were other little structures around the main building, pool house, gymnasium, all ransacked by us idiots. Not the main floor of the old building, though. We climbed on the roof of the boiler room at the back of the building. We did this by piling up furniture debris we found in one of the ransacked storage buildings, behind the main building. We pulled off one of the plywood covers nailed over a hole in the roof, for a skylight or a missing vent, not sure. That led into the boiler room. We used the pipes along the ceiling and walls to climb down. This part of the building still looked semi-modern. You could tell that it was added closer to when it had closed. There was an exit that only opened from the inside, so at least leaving would be easy if needed. Me and my buddy are pumped at this point. The pipes made it easy to get down, and everything was going good as it could. We make our way to the back of the room. We find the door leading to the untouched main floor of the building. We're half expecting the door to be locked like all of the other thick metal ones. But it opened with a real achy creak, loud against the silence. The door opened to the middle of a hallway, leading left or right. First thing we noticed, dust everywhere. It had made a 1/4 inch of film on everything. We both went right, as it led into an interesting-looking main area with sheet-covered furniture. We used our phone screens as light, took a couple of steps into the main room, and it hit me like a train. I'll try my best to phrase this understandably. All of a sudden, I feel sick. Not throw-up sick, but I'm gonna die sick. Like my brain said, run, leave, escape, now. I started shaking for no reason. It was so jarring. If I had to compare it to something, it felt like someone was right behind me, with the intent to end me. It was weird because of how sudden it was, like a switch went off. I was excited and positive, right up until that point, and then I was convinced we were about to get jumped or murdered. I looked at my buddy, and his face had the same expression of what I felt. Genuinely terrified, white as a ghost. I think that might have scared me even more, honestly, because I've never seen him like that. Neither of us saw anything at this point. No ghost, no distinct noises after the door creak, no creepy dolls or skeletons. Just thick dust, sheet-covered furniture. It made no sense that I felt so threatened, and looking at my friend, I knew he felt it too. Without saying a word to each other, we turn our heads and walk toward the boiler room. We didn't tell each other that either one of us wanted to go. We just started backtracking faster than we came in. I'm leading us at this point, and my blood ran ice cold when I noticed something on the other side of the door we left open. A set of fresh-looking footprints that led down the left route of the hall. We both went right to get to the large main room. The prints were positively not ours. As we got closer, it got worse. The footprints started 8 to 10 feet from the door, in the middle of the hall. It looked like a person had teleported 10 feet from the door, mid-stride, and walked the opposite way and around the corner. We booked out of there as fast as possible. Thank fuck there was an exit in the boiler room, because I can't imagine climbing up those pipes in a panic. Literally never went back to that building. On the way back to his house, I asked my buddy what he saw, and he said he saw the prints, noticed how far away from the door they were. So, I know that I wasn't just seeing things. I'm an atheist. I don't have a good explanation for this, and I'd really love one. To clarify, we didn't see them appear. We saw them after they had been made, and they looked as new as ours. Bonus fact, the tower, it had a window at the top. Some people claim that they could see someone standing in there at night sometimes. There were a couple of times when I swear something looked like it could be in the window before this whole incident happened. But I guess it could easily just be my mind playing tricks. Attached to my old high school was a building with a swimming pool. One summer, my friends and I managed to break in. By break in, I should clarify that during the summer, it was open to the public, and we'd originally been there as guests. But we had the very bright idea that if we hid in the building during closing, we would eventually be left with the pool to ourselves. So that's what we did. We'd swam in the pool 1,000,000 times, but for some reason, we imagined ourselves having a sort of party in there this time. We ran into a slight problem almost immediately, which was that closing this building down took a lot longer than any of us expected. And we'd spent a good amount of the night just hiding and dodging the janitorial staff. However, the lights eventually all turned off, and finally, we heard the main doors shut and lock. We all creeped out of our hiding places and met outside the pool room. This was a pretty old building in a relatively suburban small town. No cameras or anything like that to worry about. But we also realized we'd be swimming in basically total darkness. We tried for a while to switch the lights on, but we realized they all required a key. They weren't really switches at all. So just when we'd accepted our fate of swimming in total darkness, we realized the pool lights were on. It was pretty much dark everywhere except the pool, and for a while it was fun as hell. One friend, though, Devin, he always has to, do more, if you know what I mean. If we were skating, he had to try the craziest tricks or skate the places we weren't supposed to. He was a big fan of stealing his parents' car during the night just because, and he always had to get high. Mind you, we were 14 at this time. So Devin decided that he's going to smoke a joint, but not just smoke a joint. He wants to pull the pool cover over us and hotbox the thing. Basically, I object immediately. One, because the thing is super heavy, and we just spent 10 minutes getting it off. But two, because I don't want to hotbox anything. Enough people agree, and so Devin and a couple others decide to hotbox the sauna instead. It's in the same structure as the pool, and the door faces the deep end. While they go do that, the rest of us decide to do backflips off the diving board, showing off, just bullshitting around. I get kind of tired at some point and just let myself sort of wade in the water,
watching my friends continue to do their thing. Then I decide I'll go sit in the hot tub for a while. Swimming in the direction of the ladder, I feel someone grab my leg and pull me back in the direction I just came from. I wasn't expecting it at all, and I found myself inhaling a bit of water. It hadn't just pulled me, though. Something was keeping me underwater. I struggle long enough to start panicking, and when I finally emerge from the water, I'm gasping for air. Naturally, I'm sort of pissed, and I know that I'm about to get someone back really good. But as I look around me, directly around me, I see there's no one around me. Everyone's still either on the other side of the pool, waiting to do flips from the outside, while the rest are still in the sauna. Then splashing could be heard behind me, but I already knew that no one was there. Instead of even looking, I swim as fast as I can to the other side of the pool. When I raced out of the pool, everyone's asking me what the hell's wrong. I didn't say a word, but they wouldn't stop staring, so I just told them flat out, we gotta get out of this pool. That's when our friend James flew out of the sauna. Devin and the rest followed quickly behind him. They all looked thoroughly freaked. James, addressing everyone, says the same thing I'd said only moments before. We gotta get out of this place. For some reason, this time everyone listens, and without any more words, we all grab our stuff and book it towards the back door. As we make our way out of the building anything but gracefully, Devin is hollering about the sauna having a mind of its own, and he's yelling, asking why none of us opened the door for them. Apparently, they'd been banging on the door of the sauna. The rest of us swear we didn't hear anything. My friend Andrew starts telling Devin to calm down, that they probably just got too high in there or something. The rest of the guys from the pool agreed, laughing that the guys got themselves paranoid, but I don't know. I believed them. We finally came to a stop when we'd made it a certain distance away from the pool. James and Devin were dead serious about what they'd seen. They said they hadn't been putting water on the stones, yet the stones kept reacting like someone was splashing water on them, filling the sauna with more and more steam. When it got to be too much, they put the joint out and attempted to open the door. But they couldn't get out. Somehow, the door was locked from the outside or something. I do know that none of us guys outside heard that at all. They recounted the story over and over while the other guys laughed, and I kept thinking about what I had experienced. I really wanted to say something, but the way everyone was reacting to their story, I don't know, I just couldn't do it. We were technically only sophomores at the time, so we still had to experience this place for another 3 years. It never quite felt the same, but I also never swam there at night again. And I never had anything else try to pull me down or whatever, ever again. Something we did learn our junior year. A student had drowned in that pool in the 80s. They didn't know how to swim, apparently. During class, they ended up drowning while the teacher, who also served as the lifeguard, had stepped away from the pool area. They took their eyes off the pool for less than 5 minutes. None of the other students had noticed the kid struggling, and unfortunately, he died. I'm a 37-year-old female from South Dakota, and I've lived in the same house with my family for 7 years now. My partner and I are both accountants. We make a decent living, but we also have 3 kids, so extra money isn't really a thing. Plus our oldest, she's 13, has a heart condition that has required several surgeries during the course of her life. Before moving into our current home, we lived in a small 2-bed, 1-bath duplex, and our neighbors were all the worst cliches. They were constantly fighting, playing loud music, having parties, or, my favorite, locking their dog in the bathroom and letting it bark all night. We already wanted to move, we just couldn't afford the privilege. But then my youngest was born, and our previously cramped space was now absolutely impossible to navigate.
We had no choice but to find somewhere else, even if that meant moving further away from the city. And to cut an irrelevant part of the story short, our realtor eventually asked if we believed in ghosts. Honestly, no, not even a little. My partner and I were both huge skeptics. Notice I said were. I went so far as to say something along the lines of, why? Do you have the perfect 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom just sitting around the corner, but no one will buy it because of the terrible things that happened inside? I really was only joking. But then his expression morphed into one of nausea and surprise. It was actually a 4-bedroom, 2.5-bath, and it was still 40 miles outside of the city. But it was well within our price range, and that was the kind of luxury worth sacrificing a little drive time for. The house had sat empty for so long that our realtor asked us to wait a few days while he got the utilities turned on. There were a few cosmetic issues, but everything else was in great condition. It passed inspection with flying colors. Everything else, down to the golden plumbing fixtures, was absolutely hideous, but we remodeled bit by bit over the years. Anyway, you're probably wondering what atrocities happened in the house to make it so cheap in the first place. In the 60s, a couple lived here with their grown son, Anthony. Anthony suffered from some kind of mental illness, but no one could be sure which one. Many have said that he was never officially diagnosed, just clearly disturbed, and most agreed that he often experienced paranoid delusions. One Halloween, some other family members stopped by as they were passing through town. They were on a vacation but wanted to take the kids trick-or-treating. It was another couple with 2 young boys, and they ended up staying the night. At some point, Anthony woke up to the sound of movement downstairs and thought it was an intruder. He retrieved one of his father's hunting rifles from the gun cabinet and went down to protect the family. The 2 children had gotten out of bed. Maybe they wanted a glass of water, maybe they were looking for a restroom, or maybe they were just kids getting into mischief. Probably the latter. Regardless of the reason, they both perished on the kitchen floor. Anthony and the children's parents rushed downstairs at roughly the same time, and the weapon was fired once more. But thankfully, no one else was injured. Anthony was sent to an asylum where he ended his own life a few years later, but several of the previous owners have claimed to see an apparition fitting his description. A handful of people have lived in the house since, but they all moved out within 2 or 3 years until it finally just didn't sell again. It was March when we moved in, and our whole family instantly fell in love. We bonded over decorating our new spaces and laughed at the fools who missed out on the deal of a lifetime because of silly superstitions. For 7 months, nothing remotely out of the ordinary happened, but the 2nd October rolled around. It was like we were thrown into an entirely different universe. Doors suddenly started slamming shut by themselves. Footsteps sounded above our heads when no one was up there, and sometimes, but not as often, we'll hear a little boy crying. When my youngest was smaller, I used to confuse it for him, but now when it happens, I know it's just the ghost. Nothing strange has ever happened outside of October. All year long, our home is like a paradise, but from October 1st through October 31st, it's a pure hell house. Halloween is always the worst, too. I don't know if it's because it's also the anniversary of the children's deaths, or if it's just because it's Halloween. I don't really care to find out anymore either. My partner and I used to let the kids stay with friends that one night while we toughed it out. But that came to an end 3 years ago, when I almost broke my leg in the shower. My eyes were closed as I stood beneath the faucet, rinsing off the last of the soap. When I opened them, I saw the shadow of a very large man on the outside of the curtain. I yanked it back so hard that I fell over, nearly snapping my leg the way I landed. The curtain fell with me to reveal an empty bathroom. No one was there. Not really. After collecting myself for a few moments, I finally regained enough control to stand, but as I rushed to leave, I noticed a large handprint on the mirror, twice the size of my own, and it looked as if someone had pressed their hand against the glass and dragged it all the way down. I instinctively began wiping it away with my towel, and as my hand raced back and forth, I caught a glimpse of a large, hairy man standing right behind me. His expression was wild and menacing, but just like that, he was gone again. Ever since that incident, we've spent our Halloweens in a hotel. There's also a dozen examples of small things going missing only to turn up in strange places, but I figure that's the kind of stuff you guys hear all the time. The volume on the TVs and the music randomly going up and down, and there's been occasions that they shut off entirely. My partner and I haven't had many nightmares, but my youngest had dreamed of playing with 2 other little boys in our house. Thankfully, the shower thing was by far the worst any of us have experienced, and I'm just grateful it happened with me instead of the kids. But I would love to know, has anyone else experienced these kinds of anniversary hauntings? Everything is just so normal the rest of the time that it's hard to believe it's the same house. I know this is going to sound weird, but the same could be said for just about everything on this website, so here goes nothing. We have a haunted tree behind our house. We live in a normal suburban neighborhood. There's no cemeteries or creepy abandoned houses nearby, just a bunch of mostly normal neighbors. Our backyard isn't even that big. In fact, we only have that one tree. But there's a ghost living in it, nonetheless. We moved here 6 years ago, but nothing happened until our second 4th of July. My little brother, Seth, was 5. He'd been playing in the backyard for too long, and Mom wanted him to come in. I went to the patio doors and saw him standing beneath the tree with his little neck craned back, looking straight up. I called for him 3 times, but he never even flinched, so I decided it would be quicker to drag him inside. As I got closer, I could hear him chattering away and assumed he was lost in one of his fantasies. Then I heard a second voice. This one was deep, like it belonged to a grown man. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but I heard it as clearly as I'd heard my brother. I didn't try to go any closer, but I also didn't want the man to know that I heard him, trying to seem more annoyed than frightened. I turned around and said I was going to send Dad out if he didn't come inside. I didn't look back to see him running towards me until I was safely through the door. Once Seth was in, I locked it and called our parents. The patio doors are mostly glass. I didn't take my eyes off of that tree until the whole thing was over. My brother and I were crying. Mom was shaking so bad she could hardly talk, and Dad scared our neighbors while looking for an invisible intruder. To this day, he's known as the man who yells at trees. My parents knew I was too upset to be lying, but they definitely thought I was mistaken. Seth was upset that we scared his friend away before he could learn his name or how he got that big hole in his neck. Excluding that gruesome detail, he described the man as thin, extremely pale, clean-shaven with short hair. When asked what they talked about, Seth said the man asked him basic questions like his name and age. We were freaked out for a while after that. But when a couple of weeks passed without anything unusual happening, we all moved on. We didn't have a reason to think about it again until Christmas Eve. It doesn't really snow here, but the leaves thin out a good bit. Around 10 that night, we received a frantic call from one of our neighbors saying there was a man in our tree. My dad calmly thanked her for calling, hung up, walked outside without saying a word to any of us. Needless to say, there was nobody in the tree. Mom called Mrs. Peterson back to ask what the man looked like. She said that he was skinny, with short hair, but it was too dark to make out his features. Not the following spring, but the one after. A friend and I were doing an art project beneath the tree when a sudden cry of pain sounded directly above our heads. It was the kind of surprised noise someone makes after having their hand unexpectedly slammed in a car door. I never told my friend, or anyone for that matter, about the weird stuff that happened with that tree. So she was caught completely off guard when she glanced up to see a pale man sitting in the branches. She also said that it looked as if his neck was bleeding, but she didn't want to look at him for too long. The moment she saw him, she screamed and ran inside. I looked up as she was running away, more out of a reflex than desire, but I didn't see anything. He was gone just that fast. I have no doubt my friend really saw him. The similarities are too close to be a coincidence, and even now, she believes she saw a real person. That brings us to our current problem. Yesterday, my brother got a dog for his birthday. She's the best girl and does great inside, but when we let her into the backyard, she runs straight to the tree and barks at it until we drag her back in. She's making it a lot harder to ignore all of this. At my high school, there was one building that was older than the rest. It was the smallest building on campus, and by the time I went there, it was only used for wood shop and mechanics, 2 classes I never took. Rumor had it that the bathrooms over there were disgusting and horrifying, and that if you were between portables and the newer buildings, you might as well hold it and keep going. Avoid at all costs was sort of the mantra. Easy enough, each building has ample bathrooms that weren't so far away from each other. It was possible. Easy enough until junior year. Junior year, my boyfriend was in mechanics, 6th period. Since I had a free period, I would visit him in that building all the time. The teachers in these areas were, for lack of a better word, more chill. They didn't care about your hall passes, if you should or shouldn't be there. They just cared that you wore safety gear while you were inside the actual shop. One day, I'd already made my way to the shop. I'd already put on the gear and realized I had to pee. I remembered the lore behind this horrific bathroom, but I figured, how bad could it be? I gave a wave to my boyfriend and headed towards the bathroom. It sat between the mechanic shop and the wood shop, tucked in the back of a hallway lined with small lockers for students to hold their belongings. The first thing I wasn't a fan of was how cold it was in there, and that the lights didn't automatically turn on like the other bathrooms. It was old, all right, but all in all, I wasn't seeing what the big deal was. Once I got the lights on, I didn't see anything that stuck out as immediately more disgusting than any other public restroom. I even felt comfortable putting my goggles on the counter. They looked clean. So I go about my business, and as I'm finishing up, I hear the sound of hard plastic bounce and hit the tile floor, followed by a couple of distinct footsteps. Naturally, I freeze because, what the fuck? I lean down as far as I can from my seated position and confirm the sound was my goggles hitting the tile, but I didn't see anything to explain the footsteps. Not gonna lie, I was creeped out, so I sped things up and got myself into a slightly less vulnerable position. As soon as I flushed the toilet, the lights went out. At first, I assumed it was a timer or something, but the more I stood there in the dark, I questioned my own logic. They weren't like the other buildings. This had to be my boyfriend fucking with me. Looking under the stall wouldn't do me any good now in the dark, so I jumped out of the bathroom stall in an attempt to scare my boyfriend or whatever other creep was inside. Nobody screamed, so I lunged for the light switch and turned the lights on. Only the switch was still flipped upwards. The lights should have been on. I quickly opened the door to see if anyone else was around, but it was empty, and all the other lights in the building were on. It was quiet. Then, I heard the sound of rushing water. The sound of a toilet flushing. It scared me so much that I literally just ran out of the bathroom and towards the end of the hallway. I turned around and just stood there for a moment. I thought if someone else was there that they would walk out any second, and then I could just move on. After a couple of minutes, I figured I might as well go check it out, grab my goggles, wash my hands, see who the fuck was in there. The first thing I noticed was the light switch was now flipped down. Maybe I did that in my panic. I couldn't remember, so I flipped them on. They did as lights should do and turned on. I grabbed my goggles and noticed that all of the stall doors were open. Before washing my hands, I thought, let's just see if maybe one of these toilets is an automatic flush. I can accept faulty wiring or poor plumbing. Except not. They were all the same toilet. The bathroom was old, and for all I knew, these were the original toilets. Nothing automatic or fancy about them. Washing my hands, I was still trying to run through any and all possibilities in my head. I decided that I would stay in there for a moment, see if the lights did the same thing. I walked into the same stall and sat there for a while. I got my phone out and set a timer for 5 minutes. I knew that was far too long, but figured it was better safe than sorry. Sitting there, even in the light, I decided there was something horrifying about this bathroom. It just had nothing to do with its hygiene. The light stayed on, but as I sat in silence, I started to hear small sounds. I wasn't imagining them. I could hear the sounds of the shop in the distance, people laughing, metal clinking, but I also heard footsteps from within the bathroom, the unmistakable sound of someone walking. And this time, I realized it was 3 steps clearly, and the 4th one faded out. I was so entranced by this realization that I forgot to be scared for a moment, until my alarm went off, causing me to nearly drop my phone in the toilet. I managed to save it that time, but moments after, before I could leave the stall, I felt someone tap my shoulder. It was so clearly the feeling of someone's finger tapping me that I screamed. I proceeded to actually drop my phone in the toilet. Retrieving the phone became my new focus. I grabbed my phone, dried it off the best I could before leaving, but I listened once more. I heard nothing. I was pissed that I hadn't thought to record it before my phone became waterlogged, and I was pissed about the phone too. I stomped out of the bathroom and went to tell my boyfriend what had just happened, but the whole class was gone. I walked through the shop and towards the back outdoor garage. The entire class had been out there for at least 10 minutes. They were working on oil changes today, so my boyfriend, along with a few others, were currently under the shop vehicles working. I decided to cut out and head back to the main building towards the library. I still couldn't believe everything that had happened. I texted my boyfriend that he could find me at the library, and eventually he did. I finally told him everything, and instead of taking me seriously, he laughed and said that they all assumed I was just taking a shit. I was not impressed, so I basically kept my little ghost story to myself after that. And honestly, truly, secretly wished that someday, whatever it was, would scare the shit out of him too. Unfortunately, I never got that satisfaction, and something tells me that even if something did happen, none of those guys would have ever said a word. Either way, that place was haunted or something. I stuck to using any other bathroom for the remainder of my high school career, because sure, it's fun to think about now, but at the time, it was scary as fuck. Always been curious if anyone else ever experienced anything there. It's been up and running for a long time. I've also wondered if I just so happened to talk to the one guy too stupid to realize if something was haunted or not. Who knows, but thanks for reading. Every hood is haunted. I think it's actually an atrocity that I don't hear more stories about people claiming they're haunted projects. I'll get to the real story, but understand I had experienced weird shit in the hood for as long as I could remember. In the streets, especially in areas near the school, you'd see these wispy things. I say things, but man, these were people. Ghosts. You can just see that shit on a Saturday night for free. They didn't mean harm or anything. They just seemed to exist. Some people were too scared to hang around long, but enough of us had seen them to know the place was haunted. I really thought everywhere was haunted. I still kind of do. But this story, it's not about those wispy things. It's about something I couldn't quite wrap my head around. Still can't. Our apartment complex in Baltimore had a little concrete, overgrown quarter court with a beat-up wooden backboard and metal chain hoop. I was an only child, and my mom worked a lot, so I'd spend most of my afternoons into evenings out there shooting on the makeshift court. I'd be out there until it would be too dark to see the hoop, and the ball's ricochet became dangerously hard to track. I'd be 11 after celebrating my birthday a day prior. My mom purchased me a glow-in-the-dark basketball. Real ballers know about night-bright balls. If you're not a real baller, they were basketballs that you'd have to leave up near a light source for a long time, and then when you turn the light off, the basketball slightly glows for a while, enabling you to kind of play basketball in the dark outside. The hoop is still pitch black, but you can see where the ball went. I'd left mine under a large desk lamp all that day, and I waited for the sun to set before I walked down to the court. The dim, soft glow of my basketball kept me hyped, even though I realized my childlike expectation would exceed the actual illumination limitations of the ball. When I got to the court, the sun was still setting, and by the time it was fully dark, the ball had started to lose its vibrancy. So I started to take my last few buzzer-beater scenario jumpers before calling it good for the night. I'm back in the grass for a deep 3. After I release the ball, I watch the soft light sail through the black. All I can clearly make out is the ball, and as I watch its arch sink, I hear the chained hoop swoosh and rattle. Right after it goes through the metal net, it stops in midair, like someone had silently caught it standing under the hoop. The ball is frozen above the ground. It's almost like my eyes couldn't process what I was seeing. I didn't know whether to be scared or gracious that someone had caught my ball before it bounced away. From where I'm standing, I lift up my arms and I shout, "Hey, can you toss that back?" I stayed where I was because I half thought that I might be getting robbed, because that ball didn't move. At age 11, I'd already been threatened with a knife by an adult and engaged in my fair share of fights. I've won some fights, I've gotten my ass beat as well, but I've never ran. Even at that age, I was headstrong. So when I perceived this as someone messing with me, I took a step towards the floating, glowing basketball. I still couldn't make out who this person was holding the ball, so I took another step and said hello again. My eyes are fixed on the ball as it suddenly falls from the air, bouncing to the ground with its original intended impact, like unpausing a movie. The sharp sound of its rubber bounce echoes off the apartment walls, and the sudden noise makes me literally jump out of my skin. As the echoes ceased, the court became quiet. Too quiet for my liking, so I decided to dip home, almost forgetting my ball. As soon as I turn around to grab the thing, it's actively rolling towards me, still quiet as fuck. I hesitated to grab the thing. It's one thing to face someone twice your size, but it's a whole new deal facing something with no face at all. Fuck it. I left the ball. I didn't run home, just made it there at a leisure pace. But damn, I wanted to run. I remember lying to my mom. I don't know why, but I figured she wouldn't believe my story, and if she did, the only part she'd care about is the fact that I'd left the ball there. Let's just say that she's not afraid of no ghosts, but that's her, not me. As far as she's concerned, it was just another day in the hood when someone bigger than me took something they wanted. Kind of screwed myself out of nightballing, though. In Baltimore, I had a 1 in 12 chance of becoming one of these spectral homeboys that you see on the Ring doorbell videos nowadays. I'm not going to get on here and act hard. My mom moved us out of Scranton when I was 12. My grandpa died of cancer. My mom was his only child. They had an estranged relationship, but he had no one else in his life, no living relative. And the only person that was even listed on any legal documents was his daughter, my mom. So she took everything he left her and moved us out to Scranton. And that's where I learned that the wispy people I'd seen in Baltimore, they weren't everywhere. I used to live just outside of Redwood County, Minnesota, and around the age of 16, my parents started allowing me to go camping on my own. That summer, I was in southwest Minnesota with some friends, and we decided to camp inside the reservation. After a long day of bullshitting around, we found a spot and decided to set up our tents. It was pretty beautiful out there, super serene and quiet. We definitely felt like we were on our own out there, but at 16, I painted us as pretty damn fearless, so we weren't bothered, at least not yet. Eventually, it was nightfall, and though still not afraid, the area held a different kind of quiet. It was almost silent. I have no idea what time I fell asleep, but I know it was around 3 a.m. when I woke up. For a few seconds, I wasn't sure why, but then I heard my name being called from outside my tent. It was my friend Aaron's voice, and he was really trying to get my attention. I could also hear my other friend Jeremy shushing Aaron, telling him to be quiet. I didn't say a word. I just started feeling around and looking for a light. Before I got to it, though, I heard something in the silence. But it's like my brain couldn't connect what it was for a minute, until it was so loud and so obvious. It was the sound of horses running, but also what I can only describe as war cries. Almost immediately after I heard the sounds, I realized this was probably what Aaron was trying to bring to my attention. I unzipped my tent because I wanted to see if I could see anything. Jeremy was already outside of his tent, and he was looking around like he had the same idea. We both started to step out closer to the extinguished campfire to investigate the sounds. I couldn't believe how clear they were, how eerie they were. Something about being there suddenly felt wrong, but I still can't pinpoint why. Shortly after that thought, Aaron walked out of his tent armed with a paintball gun. Not sure what good he thought he was going to do with it, but it said to me that he was scared. I guess we all kind of were by now. After an exchange of, "Do you guys hear that?" we all decided that it was something real. We were on the reservation, so it was most likely that the noises were coming from there, somehow. Aaron was paranoid it was someone's way of telling us to get lost, a warning of some kind before a real brutal attack took place. I didn't think that sounded right, but I didn't have much else to offer as to what I thought it was. To me, it couldn't be anything other than what it sounded like. Horses, war cries. It seemed to envelop the whole area, yet was only a whisper at the same time. Suddenly, I felt a small brush of wind against my face, followed by an unusual thump sound right next to my ear. It sounded like something had hit the tree directly behind me, but this time I didn't stick around to investigate. Almost on cue, we all funneled into one car, drove a mile or so into somewhat civilization, and did something that emulated sleep for the next couple of hours. Then, because there's something about daylight, it gives you courage that somehow dissipates when it's dark, we decided to drive back to the campsite. Courage may be a strong word. In reality, we still had to get Aaron's car and the rest of our shit. So what choice did we really have? Once we got there, everything was exactly how we'd left it. Jeremy and Aaron started packing up almost right away, but I had to check something out first. Chances were we wouldn't be coming back to this place again, but something told me, something stronger than just my curiosity, that I would find something in that tree. The tree that had been behind me the night before. I had heard something strike it. Inspecting the tree trunk, I found what appeared to be the odd end of an arrowhead, with the pointed end embedded in the tree. Part of me wanted to take it out, but a bigger part of me felt like that was a bad idea. I told the guys to come over and take a look. We all agreed that's definitely what we were looking at. I decided to pack up my tent. The guys were still over by the tree when Aaron called me back over. They'd found something else. It looked like the piece of an axe. Part of the sharp end, but no handle attached, and missing the piece of material that would connect the two parts together. It made me want to find the handle, and though I never did, we found more of these assorted pieces of history. At least that's what I assumed they were. Full-sized arrowheads in various colors of gray, red, and brown. But also, there was this white material that sort of littered the area if you looked real close, or if you knew what you were looking for. They were pieces of pottery, clearly scattered now, but at one time I imagined they were full. We rummaged around the area for what felt like hours, but after we realized we could likely do this forever and never come up short, we decided to call it a day. At one point, Jeremy asked if we should take any of it with us, but we opted not to. I'm shocked and grateful that even at 16 we had enough wherewithal not to take anything with us. Pretty sure we were all just grateful, too, that nothing bad had happened to us or our stuff. I mean, besides being scared out of our minds. Though, something tells me that if we weren't so respectful, things could have been a whole lot scarier. Several years ago, I was dating a woman who, when I first met her, I thought, this is a woman who is as enthusiastic about adventure and the outdoors as I am. Granted, the more I got to know her, I realized she was actually much more adventurous than even myself. She had a thing for finding haunted or abandoned locations and exploring them, usually solo. Not to sound sexist, but at the time, this heavily concerned me. Guess it still kind of does. I know that she could take care of herself for the most part, but some of these locations were places that even I wouldn't venture into alone. And some were places that clearly lots of people ventured into, and often. For as many places as we visited and as many things as we did, there was only one time we actually experienced something while together, something scary. We were visiting the California coast and had found our way to the Queen Mary. For anyone who doesn't know it, the ship is permanently moored along the coast of Long Beach, California. Before we took the tour, I didn't know anything about it, especially that it was known to be haunted. It was an active ship for over 30 years. We learned that during its time as a working ship, it had experienced more than a few tragedies. Though they all seemed to be genuine tragedies, like collisions, fires, etc. However, what ultimately took out the ship was rather average. Business wasn't great. After operating at a loss for several years in a row, it was sold, becoming the almost landmark that it is today. So going into this whole thing, I didn't have any preconceived notions. I just learned as I went. We eventually made our way to the engine room. It was an interesting area with lots to stop and look at, but it also had these tight doorways that made me feel uncomfortable. Part of me just felt claustrophobic, which I hate. At one point, my date stops me and says, "Okay, listen." At first, I thought she was going to tell me something else, so either way, I waited and listened. But soon I realized that she was telling me to listen to our surroundings. She closed her eyes, so I did the same, even though it felt a little weird. I didn't know exactly what I was listening for, but eventually, I was hearing things. Mainly sounds of a ship, right? Creaks, metal on metal. But there really was more. It felt like the sound of an alarm. Not directly next to us and not loud. It was distant for sure. But it didn't really sound like any alarm I'd ever heard. It sounded kind of old. I opened my eyes and my date was looking at me. She asked, "So, did you hear it?" And before I could ask her if she meant the alarm, I felt an immense cold take over my whole body, just for a brief instant, but it was to the bone. It was as if someone or something had passed directly through me. I felt sick, like maybe I was about to puke. The thought of puking during a public tour was humiliating enough, but then I started to feel dizzy. So not only was I going to puke, now I was going to pass out too. I imagined myself passing out into my own puke, and there was just no way. I tried to continue walking in the direction that would lead us out of the engine room. For a minute, I was sure I was pulling it off, but my date thought otherwise. She stopped me, asking if I was all right. In the moment that she did, I felt a soaring pain through my chest. I've never felt anything like it. That's what I remember thinking at the time. I also remember thinking it's horrible, but it was brief. What's odd now, though, is that I don't really remember the pain itself. What I recall most is that as soon as the pain ceased, so did everything else. I wasn't nauseous anymore, and the dizziness had subsided. Even my date could see the shift, and she exhaled in relief that I was okay. Then she asked me again, did I hear it? I told her I heard what I thought sounded like an alarm, a weird old alarm, and I watched her expression turn up into a smile. She told me she'd been here before, that she'd seen something there before. A man. He was a young man, sweaty, dressed in overalls. Most unsettling to her was that the man came up from behind her, and it was just after she'd heard what she swore was an old alarm. He was running, and she barely moved out of the way as he passed by, where she watched him disappear while passing through the various doorways. Not gonna lie, I felt very much like leaving after she told me this story, so I continued towards the path to exit. All the while, my date is just hyped up and excited, retelling me of her experience, saying how cold it felt suddenly. I wondered if that same guy hadn't just ran into me inside this place. I know this next part is silly, but I was sort of frustrated, or maybe just felt chilled by my date's choice not to tell me what I was walking into. Something, no idea what, but maybe it's that same thing she saw, but something nonetheless ran into me. I've never felt a chill like that. Not before, not since. I don't like to mess with ghosts and such. I mean, honestly, before this, I think I mainly didn't believe in ghosts out of fear. I don't like to think about what it means to be a spirit, how one gets there, how one doesn't. I mean, respect for the dead, for sure, but I'm not eager to communicate with them. If you ever find yourself in Long Beach, maybe give it a visit and decide for yourself. Oh, and you can sleep there, like rent a room. They're beautiful, but no thank you. Knock yourself out.